Preface of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. The Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. Preface. My readers will naturally ask why I have delayed writing this book for 6 years after my return, and I feel bound to give them full satisfaction on this point. When I reached England in the spring of 1862, I found myself surrounded by a room full of packing cases containing the collections that I had, from time to time, sent home for my private use. These comprised nearly 3,000 bird skins of about 1,000 species, at least 20,000 beetles and butterflies of about 7,000 species, and some quadrupeds and land shells besides. A large proportion of these I had not seen for years, and in my then weakened state of health, the unpacking, sorting, and arranging of such a mass of specimens occupied a long time. I very soon decided that until I had done something towards naming and describing the most important groups in my collection, and had worked out some of the more interesting problems of variation and geographical distribution, of which I had had glimpses while collecting them, I would not attempt to publish my travels. Indeed, I could have printed my notes in journals at once, leaving all reference to questions of natural history for a future work, but I felt that this would be as unsatisfactory to myself as it would be disappointing to my friends, and uninstructive to the public. Since my return up to this date, I have published 18 papers in the Transactions, or Proceedings of the Linnean Zoological and Entomological Societies, describing or cataloging portions of my collections, along with 12 others in various scientific periodicals on more general subjects connected with them. Nearly 2,000 of my Coleoptera and many hundreds of my butterflies have been already described by various eminent naturalists, British and foreign, but a large number remains undescribed. Amongst those to whom science is most indebted for this laborious work, I must name Mr. F.P. Pascoe, the late president of the Entomological Society of London, who had almost completed the classification and description of my large collection of longicorn beetles, now in his possession, comprising more than 1,000 species, of which at least 900 were previously undescribed and new to European cabinets. The remaining orders of insects, comprising probably more than 2,000 species, are in the collection of Mr. William Wilson Saunders, who has caused the larger portion of them to be described by good entomologists. The Hymenoptera alone amounted to more than 900 species, among which were 280 different kinds of ants, of which 200 were new. The 6 years' delay in publishing my travels thus enables me to give what I hope may be an interesting and instructive sketch of the main results yet arrived at by the study of my collections, and as the countries I have to describe are not much visited or written about, and their social and physical conditions are not liable to rapid change, I believe and hope that my readers will gain much more than they will lose by not having read my book 6 years ago, and by this time perhaps forgotten all about it. I must now say a few words on the plan of my work. My journeys to the various islands were regulated by the seasons and the means of conveyance. I visited some islands 2 or 3 times at distant intervals, and in some cases had to make the same voyage 4 times over. A chronological arrangement would have puzzled my readers. They would never have known where they were, and my frequent references to the groups of islands, classed in accordance with the peculiarities of their animal productions and of their human inhabitants, would have been hardly intelligible. I have adopted, therefore, a geographical, zoological, and ethnological arrangement, passing from island to island in what seems the most natural succession, while I transgress the order in which I myself visited them as little as possible. I divide the archipelago into 5 groups of islands as follows. 1. The Indo-Malay Islands, comprising the Malay Peninsula and Singapore, Borneo, Java, and Sumatra. 2. The Timor group, comprising the islands of Timor, Flores, Sumbawa, and Lombock, with several smaller ones. 3. Celebes, comprising also the Sula Islands and Buton. 4. The Moluccan group, comprising Boru, Ceram, Batchian, Gilolo, and Morti, with the smaller islands of Ternate, Tidor, Makian, Kaioa, Amboina, Banda, Goram, and Matabello. 5. The Papuan group, comprising the great island of New Guinea and the Aru Islands, Mysol, Salwati, Waigiu, and several others. The key islands are described with this group on account of their ethnology, though zoologically and geographically they belong to the Moluccas. The chapters relating to the separate islands of each of these groups are followed by one on the natural history of the group, and the work may thus be divided into 5 parts, each treating one of the natural divisions of the archipelago. The first chapter is an introductory one on the physical geography of the whole region, and the last is a general sketch of the races of man in the archipelago and the surrounding countries. With this explanation and a reference to the maps which illustrate the work, I trust that my readers will always know where they are and in what direction they are going. I am well aware that my book is far too small for the extent of the subjects it touches upon. It is a mere sketch, but so far as it goes, I have endeavored to make it an accurate one. Almost the whole of the narrative and descriptive portions were written on the spot, and have had little more than verbal alterations. The chapters on natural history, as well as many passages in other parts of the work, have been written in the hope of exciting an interest in the various questions connected with the origin of species and the geographical distribution. In some cases, I have been able to explain my views in detail, while in others, owing to the greater complexity of the subject, I have thought it better to confine myself to a statement of the more interesting facts of the problem, whose solution is to be found in the principles developed by Mr. Darwin in his various works. The numerous illustrations will, it is believed, add much to the interest and value of the book. They have been made from my own sketches, from photographs, or from specimens, and such only subjects that would really illustrate the narrative or the descriptions have been chosen. I have to thank Messrs. Walter and Harry Woodbury, whose acquaintance I had the pleasure of making in Java, for a number of photographs of scenery and of natives, which have been of greatest assistance to me. Mr. William Wilson Saunders has kindly allowed me to figure the curious horned flies, and to Mr. Pascoe I am indebted for a loan of 2 of the very rare longicorns, which appear in the plate of Bornean beetles. All the other specimens figured are in my own collection, as the main object of all my journeys was to obtain specimens of natural history, both for my private collection and to supply duplicates to museums and amateurs. I will give a general statement of the number of specimens I collected, and which reached home in good condition. I must premise that I generally employed 1 or 2, and sometimes 3, Malay servants to assist me, and for nearly half the time had the services of an English lad, Charles Allen. I was just 8 years away from England, but as I travelled about 14,000 miles within the archipelago, and made 60 or 70 separate journeys, each involving some preparation and loss of time, I do not think that more than 6 years were really occupied in collecting. I find that my eastern collections amounted to 310 specimens of mammalia, 100 specimens of reptiles, 8,050 specimens of birds, 7,500 specimens of shells, 13,100 specimens of Lepidoptera, 83,200 specimens of Coleoptera, 13,400 specimens of other insects, 125,660 specimens of natural history in all. It now only remains for me to thank all those friends to whom I am indebted for assistance or information. My thanks are more especially due to the Council of the Royal Geographical Society, through whose valuable recommendations I obtained important aid from our own government and from that of Holland, and Mr. William Wilson Saunders, whose kind and liberal encouragement in the early portion of my journey was of great service to me. I am also greatly indebted to Mr. Samuel Stevens, who acted as my agent, both for the care he took of my collections, and for the untiring assiduity with which he kept me supplied, both with useful information and with whatever necessaries I required. I trust that these and all other friends who have been in any way interested in my travels and collections may derive from the perusal of my book some faint reflection of the pleasures I myself enjoyed amid the scenes and objects it describes. End of the preface. Chapter 1 of The Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 1. Physical Geography. From a look at a globe or a map of the Eastern Hemisphere, we shall perceive between Asia and Australia a number of large and small islands, forming a connected group, distinct from those great masses of land, and having little connection with either of them. Situated upon the equator and bathed by the tepid water of the great tropical oceans, this region enjoys a climate more uniformly hot and moist than almost any other part of the globe, and teems with natural productions which are elsewhere unknown. The richest of fruits and the most precious of spices are indigenous here. It produces the giant flowers of the Rafflesia, the great green-winged ornithoptera, princes among the butterfly tribes, the man-like orangutan, and the gorgeous birds of paradise. It is inhabited by a peculiar and interesting race of mankind, the Malay, found nowhere beyond the limits of this insular tract, which has hence been named the Malay Archipelago. To the ordinary Englishman, this is perhaps the least known part of the globe. Our possessions in it are few and scanty. Scarcely any of our travelers go to explore it, and in many collections of maps it is almost ignored, being divided between Asia and the Pacific Islands. It thus happens that few persons realize that, as a whole, it is comparable with the primary divisions of the globe, and that some of its separate islands are larger than France or the Austrian Empire. The traveler, however, soon acquires different ideas. He sails for days or even weeks along the shores of one of these great islands, often so great that its inhabitants believe it to be a vast continent. He finds that voyages among these islands are commonly reckoned by weeks and months, and that their several inhabitants are often as little known to each other as are the native races of the northern to those of the southern continent of America. He soon comes to look upon this region as one apart from the rest of the world, with its own races of men and its own aspects of nature, with its own ideas, feelings, customs, and modes of speech, and with a climate, vegetation, and animated life altogether peculiar to itself. From many points of view, these islands form one compact geographical whole, and as such they have always been treated by travelers and men of science. But a more careful and detailed study of them, under various aspects, reveals the unexpected fact that they are divisible into two portions, nearly equal in extent, which differ widely in their natural productions, and really form two parts of the primary divisions of the earth. I have been able to prove this in considerable detail by my observations on the natural history of the various parts of the archipelago, and, as in the description of my travels and residence in the several islands, I shall have to refer continually to this view, and deduce facts in support of it. I have thought it advisable to commence with a general sketch of the main features of the Malayan region, as will render the facts hereafter brought forward more interesting, and their bearing upon the general question more easily understood. I proceed therefore to sketch the limits and extent of the archipelago, and to point out the more striking features of its geology, physical geography, vegetation, and animal life, definition, and boundaries. For reasons which depend mainly on the distribution of animal life, I consider the Malay Archipelago to include the Malay Peninsula as far as Tenasserim and the Nicobar Islands on the west, the Philippines on the north, and the Solomon Islands beyond New Guinea on the east. All these great islands included within these limits are connected together by innumerable smaller ones, so that no one of them seems to be distinctly separated from the rest. With but few exceptions, all enjoy a uniform and very similar climate, and are covered with a luxuriant forest vegetation. Whether we study their form and distribution on maps, or actually travel from island to island, our first impression will be that they form a connected whole, all the parts of which are intimately related to each other. Extent of the archipelago and islands. The Malay Archipelago extends for more than 4,000 miles in length from east to west and is about 1,300 in breadth from north to south. It would stretch over an expanse equal to that of all Europe from the extreme west far into Central Asia, or would cover the widest parts of South America and extend far beyond the land into the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. It includes 3 islands larger than Great Britain, and in one of them, Borneo, the whole of the British Isles might be set down and would be surrounded by a sea of forests. New Guinea, though less compact in shape, is probably larger than Borneo. Sumatra is about equal in extent to Great Britain. Java, Luzon, and Celebes are each about the size of Ireland. 18 more islands are, on the average, as large as Jamaica. More than 100 are as large as the Isle of Wight, while the isles and islets of smaller size are innumerable. The absolute extent of land in the archipelago is not greater than that contained by Western Europe, from Hungary to Spain, but owing to the manner in which the land is broken up and divided, the variety of its productions is rather in proportion to the immense surface over which the islands are spread, than to the quantity of land which they contain. Geological contrasts. One of the chief volcanic belts upon the globe passes through the archipelago, and produces a striking contrast in the scenery of the volcanic and non-volcanic islands. A curving line, marked out by scores of active and hundreds of extinct volcanoes, may be traced through the whole length of Sumatra and Java, and thence by the islands of Bali, Lombock, Sumbawa, Flores, the Sarawati Islands, Banda, Amboina, Bachian, Makian, Tidore, Ternate, and Gilolo, to Morty Island. Here there is a significant but well-marked break, or shift, of about 200 miles to the westward, where the volcanic belt begins again in the North Celebes, and passes by Siau and Sanguir to the Philippine Islands, along the eastern side of which it continues in a curving line to their northern extremity. From the extreme eastern bend of this belt at Banda, we pass onward for 1,000 miles over a non-volcanic district to the volcanoes observed by Dampier in 1699 on the northeastern coast of New Guinea, and can there trace another volcanic belt through New Britain, New Ireland, and the Solomon Islands to the eastern limits of the archipelago. In the whole region occupied by this vast line of volcanoes, and for a considerable breadth on either side of it, earthquakes are of continual recurrence, slight shocks being felt at intervals of every few weeks or months, while more severe ones, shaking down whole villages and doing more or less injury to life and property, are sure to happen in one part or another of this district almost every year. On many of the islands, the years of the great earthquakes form the chronological epochs of the native inhabitants, by the aid of which the ages of their children are remembered, and the dates of many important events are determined. I can only briefly allude to the many fearful eruptions that have taken place in this region. In the amount of injury to life and property, and in the magnitude of their effects, they have not been surpassed by any upon record. 40 villages were destroyed by the eruption of Papandayang in Java in 1772, when the whole mountain was blown up by repeated explosions, and a large lake left in its place. By the great eruption of Tamboro in Sumbawa in 1815, 12,000 people were destroyed, and the ashes darkened the air and fell thickly upon the earth and sea for 300 miles around. Even quite recently, since I left the country, a mountain which had been quiescent for more than 200 years suddenly burst into activity. The island of Makian, one of the Moluccas, was rent open in 1646 by a violent eruption which left a huge chasm on one side, extending into the heart of the mountain. It was, when I last visited it in 1860, clothed with vegetation to the summit, and contained 12 populous Malay villages. On the 29th of December 1862, after 215 years of perfect inaction, it again suddenly burst forth, blowing up, and completely altering the appearance of the mountain, destroying the greater part of the inhabitants, and sending forth such volumes of ashes as to darken the air at Ternate, 40 miles off, and to almost entirely destroy the growing crops on that and the surrounding islands. The island of Java contains more volcanoes, active and extinct, than any other known district of equal extent. They are about 45 in number, and many of them exhibit most beautiful examples of the volcanic cone on a large scale, single or double, with entire or truncated summits, and averaging 10,000 feet high. It is now well ascertained that almost all volcanoes have been slowly built up by the accumulation of matter, mud, ashes, and lava, ejected by themselves. The openings or craters, however, frequently shift their position, so that a country may be covered with a more or less irregular series of hills in chains and masses, only here and there rising into lofty cones, and yet the whole may be produced by true volcanic action. In this manner, the greater part of Java has been formed. There has been some elevation, especially on the south coast, where extensive cliffs of coral limestone are found, and there may be a substratum of older stratified rocks. But still, essentially, Java is volcanic, and that noble and fertile island, the very garden of the East, and perhaps upon the whole the richest, the best cultivated, and the best governed tropical island in the world, owes its very existence to the same intense volcanic activity which still occasionally devastates its surface. The great island of Sumatra exhibits, in proportion to its extent, a much smaller number of volcanoes, and a considerable portion of it has probably a non-volcanic origin. To the eastward, the long string of islands from Java, passing by the north of Timor and away to Banda, are probably all due to volcanic action. Timor itself consists of ancient stratified rocks, but is said to have one volcano near its center. Going northward, Amboina, a part of Boru, and the west end of Seram, the north part of Gilolo, and all the small islands around it, the northern extremity of the Celebes, and the islands of Sayao and Sanguir are wholly volcanic. The Philippine archipelago contains many active and extinct volcanoes, and has probably been reduced to its present fragmentary condition by subsidences attending on volcanic action. All along this great line of volcanoes are to be found more or less palpable signs of upheaval and depression of land. The range of islands south of Sumatra, a part of the south coast of Java, and of the islands east of it, the west and east end of Timor, proportions of all the Malaccas, the Key and Aru Islands, Waigiu, and the south coast and east of Gilolo, consist in a great measure of upraised coral rock, exactly corresponding to that now forming in many adjacent seas. In many places I have observed the unaltered surfaces of the elevated reefs, with great masses of coral standing up in their natural position, and hundreds of shells, so fresh-looking that it was hard to believe that they had been more than a few years out of the water, and in fact, it is very probable that such changes have occurred within a few centuries. The united length of these volcanic belts is about 90 degrees, or 1/4 of the entire circumference of the globe. Their width is about 50 miles, but for a space of 200 miles on each side of them, evidences of subterranean action are to be found in recently elevated coral rock, or in barrier coral reefs, indicating recent submergence. In the very center or focus of the great curve of volcanoes is placed the large island of Borneo, in which no sign of recent volcanic action has yet been observed, and where earthquakes, so characteristic of the surrounding regions, are entirely unknown. The equally large island of New Guinea occupies another quiescent area, on which no sign of volcanic action has yet been discovered. With the exception of the eastern end of its northern peninsula, the large and curiously shaped island of Celebes is also entirely free from volcanoes, and there is some reason to believe that the volcanic portion has once formed a separate island. The Malay Peninsula is also non-volcanic. The first and most obvious division of the archipelago would therefore be into quiescent and volcanic regions, and it might perhaps be expected that such a division would correspond to some differences in the character of the vegetation and the forms of life. This is the case, however, to a very limited extent, and we shall presently see that, although this development of subterranean fires is on so vast a scale, has piled up chains of mountains 10 or 12,000 feet high, has broken up continents and raised up islands from the ocean, yet it has all the character of a recent action which has not yet succeeded in obliterating the traces of a more ancient distribution of land and water. Contrasts of vegetation. Placed immediately upon the equator, and surrounded by extensive oceans, it is not surprising that the various islands of the archipelago should be almost always clothed with a forest vegetation from the level of the sea to the summits of the loftiest mountains. This is the general rule. Sumatra, New Guinea, Borneo, the Philippines, and the Moluccas, and the uncultivated parts of Java and Celebes, are all forest countries, except a few small and unimportant tracts, due perhaps in some cases to ancient civilization or accidental fires. To this, however, there is one important exception in the island of Timor, and all the smaller islands around it, in which there is absolutely no forest such as exists in the other islands, and this character extends in a lesser degree to Flores, Sumbawa, Lombock, and Bali. In Timor, the most common trees are eucalypti of several species, also characteristic of Australia, with sandalwood, acacia, and other sorts in less abundance. These are scattered over the country more or less thickly, but never so as to deserve the name of a forest. Coarse and scanty grasses grow beneath them on the more barren hills, and a luxuriant herbage in the moister localities. In the islands between Timor and Java, there is often a more thickly wooded country, abounding in thorny and prickly trees. These seldom reach any great height, and during the force of the dry season they almost completely lose their leaves, allowing the ground beneath them to be parched up, and contrast strongly with the damp, gloomy, ever-verdant forest of the other islands. This peculiar character, which extends in a less degree to the southern peninsula of Celebes and the east end of Java, is most probably owing to the proximity of Australia. The southeast monsoon, which lasts for about 2/3 of the year, from March to November, blowing over the northern parts of that country, produces a degree of heat and dryness which assimilates the vegetation and physical aspect of the adjacent islands to its own. A little further eastward in Timor and the Key Islands, a moister climate prevails, the southeast winds blowing from the Pacific through Torres Straits and over the damp forests of New Guinea, and as a consequence every rocky islet is clothed with verdure to its very summit. Further west again, as the same dry winds blow over a wider and wider extent of ocean, they have time to absorb fresh moisture, and we accordingly find the island of Java possessing a less and less arid climate, until in the extreme west near Batavia, rain occurs more or less all year round, and the mountains are everywhere clothed with forests of unexampled luxuriance. Contrasts in depth of sea. It was first pointed out by Mr. George Windsor Earle, in a paper read before the Royal Geographical Society in 1845, and subsequently in a pamphlet, quote, "On the Physical Geography of Southeastern Asia and Australia," dated 1855, that a shallow sea connected the great islands of Sumatra, Java, and Borneo with the Asiatic continent, with which their natural productions generally agreed, while a similar shallow sea connected New Guinea and some of the adjacent islands to Australia, all being characterized by the presence of marsupials. We have here a clue to the most radical contrast in the archipelago, and by following it out in detail, I have arrived at the conclusion that we can draw a line among the islands, which shall so divide them that one half shall truly belong to Asia, while the other shall no less certainly be allied to Australia. I term these, respectively, the Indo-Malayan and Austro-Malayan divisions of the archipelago. On referring to pages 12, 13, and 36 of Mr. Earle's pamphlet, it will be seen that he maintains the former connection of Asia and Australia as an important part of his view, whereas I dwell mainly on their long-continued separation. Notwithstanding this and other important differences between us, to him undoubtedly belongs the merit of first indicating the division of the archipelago into an Australian and Asiatic region, which it has been my good fortune to establish by more detailed observations. Contrasts in natural productions. To understand the importance of this class of facts, and its bearing upon the former distribution of land and sea, it is necessary to consider the results arrived at by geologists and naturalists in other parts of the world. It is now generally admitted that the present distribution of living things on the surface of the earth is mainly the result of the last series of changes that it has undergone. Geology teaches us that the surface of the land and the distribution of land and water is everywhere slowly changing. It further teaches us that the forms of life which inhabit that surface have, during every period of which we possess any record, been also slowly changing. It is now not necessary to say anything about how either of those changes took place. As to that, opinions may differ. But as to the fact that the changes themselves have occurred from the earliest geological ages down to the present day, and are still going on, there is no difference of opinion. Every successive stratum of sedimentary rock, sand, or gravel is a proof that changes of level have taken place, and the different species of animals and plants, whose remains are found in these deposits, prove that corresponding changes did occur in the organic world. Taking, therefore, these two series of changes for granted, most of the present peculiarities and anomalies in the distribution of species may be directly traced to them. In our own islands, with a very few trifling exceptions, every quadruped, bird, reptile, insect, and plant is found also on the adjacent continent. In the small islands of Sardinia and Corsica, there are some quadrupeds and insects, and many plants quite peculiar. In Ceylon, more closely connected to India than Britain is to Europe, many animals and plants are different from those found in India, and peculiar to the island. In the Galapagos Islands, almost every indigenous thing is peculiar to them, though closely resembling other kinds found in the nearest parts of the American continent. Most naturalists now admit that these facts can only be explained by the greater or less lapse of time since the islands were upraised from beneath the ocean, or were separated from the nearest land. And this will be generally, though not always, indicated by the depth of the intervening sea. The enormous thickness of many marine deposits through wide areas shows that subsidence has often continued, with intermitting periods of repose during epochs of immense duration. The depth of sea produced by such subsidence will therefore generally be a measure of time, and in like manner the change which organic forms have undergone is a measure of time. When we make proper allowance for the continued introduction of new animals and plants from surrounding countries by those natural means of dispersal which have been so well explained by Sir Charles Lyell and Mr. Darwin, it is remarkable how closely these two measures correspond. Britain is separated from the continent by a very shallow sea, and only in a very few cases have our animals or plants begun to show a difference from the corresponding continental species. Corsica and Sardinia, divided from Italy by a much deeper sea, present a much greater difference in their organic forms. Cuba, separated from Yucatan by a wider and deeper strait, differs more markedly, so that most of its productions are of distinct and peculiar species, while Madagascar, divided from Africa by a deep channel 300 miles wide, possesses so many peculiar features as to indicate separation at a very remote antiquity, or even to render it doubtful whether the two countries have ever been absolutely united. Returning now to the Malay Archipelago, we find that all the wide expanse of sea which divides Java, Sumatra, and Borneo from each other, and from Malacca and Siam, is so shallow that ships can anchor in any part of it, since it rarely exceeds 40 fathoms in depth. And if we go as far as the line of 100 fathoms, we shall include the Philippine Islands and Bali, east of Java. If, therefore, these islands have been separated from each other and the continent by subsidence of the intervening tracts of land, we should conclude that the separation has been comparatively recent, since the depth to which the land has subsided is so small. It is also to be remarked that the great chain of active volcanoes in Sumatra and Java furnishes us with a sufficient cause for such subsidence, since the enormous masses of matter they have thrown out would take away the foundations of the surrounding district. And this may be the true explanation of the oft-noticed fact that volcanoes and volcanic chains are always near the sea. The subsidence they produce around them will, in time, make a sea, if one does not already exist. But it is when we examine the zoology of these countries that we find what we most require, evidence of a very striking character that these great islands must have once formed a part of the continent, and could only have been separated at a very recent geological epoch. The elephant and tapir of Sumatra and Borneo, the rhinoceros of Sumatra, and the allied species of Java, the wild cattle of Borneo, and the kind long supposed to be peculiar to Java, are now all known to inhabit some part or other of southern Asia. None of these large animals could possibly have passed over the arms of the sea which now separate these countries, and their presence plainly indicates that a land communication must have existed since the origin of the species. Among the smaller mammals, a considerable portion are common to each island and the continent, but the vast physical changes that must have occurred during the breaking up and subsidence of such extensive regions have led to the extinction of some in one or more of the islands, and in some cases there seems also to have been time for a change of species to have taken place. Birds and insects illustrate the same view, for every family and almost every genus of these groups found in any of the islands occurs also on the Asiatic continent, and in a great number of cases the species are exactly identical. Birds offer us one of the best means of determining the law of distribution, for though at first sight it would appear that the watery boundaries which keep out the land quadrupeds could be easily passed over by birds, yet practically it is not so, for if we leave out the aquatic tribes which are preeminently wanderers, it is found that the others, and especially the passers or true perching birds, which form the vast majority, are generally as strictly limited by straits and arms of the sea as are quadrupeds themselves. As an instance, among the islands of which I am now speaking, it is a remarkable fact that Java possesses numerous birds, which never pass over to Sumatra, though they are separated by a strait only 15 miles wide, and with islands in mid-channel. Java, in fact, possesses more birds and insects peculiar to itself than either Sumatra or Borneo, and this would indicate that it was the earliest separated from the continent. Next in organic individuality is Borneo, while Sumatra is so nearly identical in all its animal forms with the peninsula of Malacca that we may safely conclude it to have been the most recently dismembered island. The general result, therefore, at which we arrive is that the great islands of Java, Sumatra, and Borneo resemble in their natural productions the adjacent parts of the continent, almost as much as such widely separated districts could be expected to do, even if they still form a part of Asia. And this close resemblance, joined with the fact of the wide extent of sea, which separates them being so uniformly and remarkably shallow, and lastly, the existence of the extensive range of volcanoes in Sumatra and Java, which have poured out vast quantities of subterranean matter and have built up extensive plateaus and lofty mountain ranges, thus furnishing a vera causa for a parallel line of subsidence, all lead irresistibly to the conclusion that at a very recent geological epoch, the continent of Asia extended far beyond its present limits in a southeasterly direction, including the islands of Java, Sumatra, and Borneo, and probably reaching as far as the present 100-fathom line of soundings. The Philippine Islands agree in many respects with Asia and the other islands, but present some anomalies which seem to indicate that they were separated at an earlier period and have since been subject to many revolutions in their physical geography. Turning our attention now to the remaining portion of the archipelago, we shall find that all the islands from Celebes and Lombock eastward exhibit almost as close a resemblance to Australia and New Guinea as the western islands do to Asia. It is well known that the natural productions of Australia differ from those of Asia, more than those of any of the 4 ancient quarters of the world differ from each other. Australia, in fact, stands alone. It possesses no apes or monkeys, no cats or tigers, wolves, bears, or hyenas, no deer or antelopes, sheep or oxen, no elephant, horse, squirrel, or rabbit. None, in short, of those familiar types of quadruped which are met with in every other part of the world. Instead of these, it is marsupials only. kangaroos and opossums, wombats, and the duck-billed platypus. In birds it is almost as peculiar. It has no woodpeckers and no pheasants, families which exist in every other part of the world, but instead of them it has the mound-making brush turkeys, the honeysuckers, the cockatoos, and the brush-tongued lories, which are found nowhere else upon the globe. All these striking peculiarities are found also in those islands which form the Austro-Malayan division of the archipelago. The great contrast between the two divisions of the archipelago is nowhere so abruptly exhibited as on passing from the island of Bali to that of Lombock, where the two regions are in closest proximity. In Bali we have barbets, fruit thrushes, and woodpeckers. On passing over to Lombock, these are seen no more, and we have an abundance of cockatoos, honeysuckers, and brush turkeys, which are equally unknown in Bali or any island further west. Parenthesis. I was informed, however, that there were a few cockatoos at one spot on the west of Bali, showing that the intermingling of the productions of these islands is now going on. Close parenthesis. The strait is here 15 miles wide, so that we may pass in 2 hours from one great division of the earth to another, differing as essentially in their animal life as Europe does from America. If we travel from Java or Borneo to Celebes or the Moluccas, the difference is still more striking. In the first, the forests abound in monkeys of many kinds, wild cats, deer, civets, and otters, and numerous varieties of squirrels are constantly met with. In the latter, none of these occur, but the prehensile-tailed cuscus is almost the only terrestrial mammal seen, except wild pigs, which are found in all the islands, and deer, which have probably been recently introduced, in Celebes and the Moluccas. The birds which are most abundant in the western islands are woodpeckers, barbets, trogons, fruit thrushes, and leaf thrushes. They are seen daily and form the great ornithological features of the country. In the eastern islands these are absolutely unknown, honeysuckers and small lories being the most common birds, so that the naturalist feels himself in a new world, and can hardly realize that he has passed from one region to the other in a few days, without ever being out of sight of land. The inference that we must draw from these facts is undoubtedly that the whole of the islands eastward, beyond Java and Borneo, do essentially form a part of a former Australian or Pacific continent, although some of them may never have been actually joined to it. This continent must have been broken up not only before the western islands were separated from Asia, but probably before the extreme southeastern portion of Asia was raised above the waters of the ocean. For a great part of the land of Borneo and Java is known to be geologically of quite recent formation, while the very great difference of species, and in many cases of genera also, between the productions of the eastern Malay Islands and Australia, as well as the great depth of the sea now separating them, all point to a comparatively long period of isolation. It is interesting to observe among the islands themselves how a shallow sea always intimates a recent land connection. The Aru Islands, Mysol, and Waigeo, as well as Jobe, agree with New Guinea in their species of mammalia and birds, much more closely than they do with the Moluccas, and we find that they are all united to New Guinea by a shallow sea. In fact, the 100-fathom line around New Guinea marks out accurately the range of the true paradise birds. It is further noted, and this is a very interesting point in connection with theories of the dependence of special forms of life on external conditions, that this division of the archipelago into two regions characterized by a striking diversity in their natural productions does not in any way correspond to the main physical or climatal divisions of the surface. The great volcanic chain runs through both parts and appears to produce no effect in assimilating their productions. Borneo closely resembles New Guinea, not only in its vast size and its freedom from volcanoes, but in its variety of geological structure, its uniformity of climate, and the general aspect of the forest vegetation that clothes its surface. The Moluccas are the counterpart of the Philippines in their volcanic structure, their extreme fertility, their luxuriant forests, and their frequent earthquakes. And Bali, with the east end of Java, has a climate almost as dry and a soil almost as arid as that of Timor. Yet between these corresponding groups of islands, constructed as it were after the same pattern, subjected to the same climate, and bathed by the same oceans, there exists the greatest possible contrast when we compare their animal productions. Nowhere does the ancient doctrine that differences or similarities in the various forms of life that inhabit different countries are due to corresponding physical differences or similarities in the countries themselves meet with so direct and palpable a contradiction. Borneo and New Guinea, as alike physically as two distinct countries can be, are zoologically wide as the poles asunder, while Australia, with its dry winds, its open plains, its stony deserts, and its temperate climate, yet produces birds and quadrupeds which are closely related to those inhabiting the hot, damp, luxuriant forests, which everywhere clothe the plains and mountains of New Guinea. In order to illustrate more clearly the means by which I suppose this great contrast has been brought about, let us consider what would occur if two strongly contrasted divisions of the earth were, by natural means, brought into proximity. No two parts of the world differ so radically in their productions as Asia and Australia, but the difference between Africa and South America is also very great, and these two regions will well serve to illustrate the question we are considering. On one side we have baboons, lions, elephants, buffaloes, and giraffes. On the other, spider monkeys, pumas, tapirs, anteaters, and sloths. While among birds, the hornbills, turacos, orioles, and honeysuckers of Africa contrast strongly with the toucans, macaws, chatterers, and hummingbirds of America. Now let us endeavor to imagine what it is very probable may occur in future ages, that a slow upheaval of the bed of the Atlantic should take place, while at the same time earthquake shocks and volcanic action on the land should cause increased volumes of sediment to be poured down by the rivers, so that the two continents should gradually spread out, and by the addition of newly formed lands, and thus reduce the Atlantic, which now separates them, to an arm of the sea a few hundred miles wide. At the same time, we may suppose islands to be upheaved in mid-channel, and as the subterranean forces varied in intensity and shifted their points of greatest action, these islands would sometimes become connected with the land on one side or other of the strait, and at other times again be separated from it. Several islands would at one time be joined together, at another would be broken up again, until at last, after many ages of such intermittent action, we might have an irregular archipelago of islands filling up the ocean channel of the Atlantic, in whose appearance and arrangement we could discover nothing to tell us which had been connected with Africa and which with America. The animals and plants inhabiting these islands would, however, certainly reveal this portion of their former history. On those islands which had ever formed a part of the South American continent, we should be sure to find such common birds as chatterers and toucans and hummingbirds, and some of the peculiar American quadrupeds, while in those which had been separated from Africa, hornbills, orioles, and honeysuckers would as certainly be found. Some portion of the upraised land might, at different times, have had a temporary connection with both continents, and would then contain a certain amount of mixture in its living inhabitants. Such seems to have been the case of the islands of Celebes and the Philippines. Other islands again, though in such close proximity as Bali and Lombock, might each exhibit an almost unmixed sample of the productions of the continents of which they had directly or indirectly once formed a part. In the Malay Archipelago we have, I believe, a case exactly parallel to that which I have here supposed. We have indications of a vast continent, with a peculiar fauna and flora having been gradually and irregularly broken up, the island of Celebes probably marking its further westward extension, beyond which was a wide ocean. At the same time, Asia appears to have been extending its limits in a southeast direction, first in an unbroken mass, then separated into islands as we now see it, and almost coming into actual contact with the scattered fragments of the great southern land. From this outline of the subject, it will be evident how important an adjunct natural history is to geology, not only in interpreting the fragments of extinct animals found in the Earth's crust, but in determining past changes in the surface which have left no geological record. It is certainly a wonderful and unexpected fact that an accurate knowledge of the distribution of birds and insects should enable us to map out lands and continents which disappeared beneath the ocean long before the earliest traditions of the human race. Wherever the geologist can explore the earth's surface, he can read much of its past history and can determine approximately its latest movements above and below the sea level. But wherever oceans and seas now extend, he can do nothing but speculate on the very limited data afforded by the depth of the waters. Here the naturalist steps in and enables him to fill up this great gap in the past history of the earth. One of the chief objects of my travels was to obtain evidence of this nature, and my search after such evidence has been rewarded by great success, so that I have been able to trace out with some probability the past changes which one of the most interesting parts of the earth has undergone. It may be thought that the facts and generalizations here given would have been more appropriately placed at the end rather than at the beginning of a narrative of the travels which supplied the facts. In some cases this might be so, but I have found it impossible to give such an account as I desire of the natural history of the numerous islands and groups of islands in the archipelago, without constant reference to these generalizations, which add so much to their interest. Having given this general sketch of the subject, I shall be able to show how the same principles can be applied to the individual islands of a group as to the whole archipelago, and thereby make my account of the many new and curious animals which inhabit them both more interesting and more instructive than if treated as mere isolated facts. Contrasts of races. Before I arrived at the conviction that the eastern and western halves of the archipelago belonged to distinct primary regions of the earth, I had been led to group the natives of the archipelago under two radically distinct races. In this I differed from most ethnologists who had before written on the subject, for it had been the almost universal custom to follow William von Humboldt and Pritchard in classing all the oceanic races as modifications of one type. Observation soon showed me, however, that Malays and Papuans differ radically in every physical, mental, and moral character, and more detailed research, continued for 8 years, satisfied me that under these two forms, as types, the whole of the peoples of the Malay Archipelago and Polynesia could be classified. On drawing the line which separates these races, it is found to come near to that which divides the zoological regions, but somewhat eastward of it. A circumstance which appears to me very significant of the same causes having influenced the distribution of mankind that have determined the range of other animal forms. The reason why exactly the same line does not limit both is sufficiently intelligible. Man has means of traversing the sea, which animals do not possess, and a superior race has power to press out or assimilate an inferior one. The maritime enterprise and higher civilization of the Malay races have enabled them to overrun a portion of the adjacent region, in which they have entirely supplanted the indigenous inhabitants, if it ever possessed any, and to spread much of their language, their domestic animals, and their customs far over the Pacific, into islands where they have but slightly, or not at all, modified the physical or moral characteristics of the people. I believe, therefore, that all the peoples of the various islands can be grouped either with the Malays or the Papuans, and that these two have no traceable affinity to each other. I believe further that all the races east of the line I have drawn have more affinity for each other than they have for any of the races west of that line, and that, in fact, the Asiatic races include the Malays, and all have a continental origin, while the Pacific races, including all to the east of the former, except perhaps some in the northern Pacific, are derived not from any existing continent, but from lands which now exist or have recently existed in the Pacific Oceans. These primary observations will enable the reader better to apprehend the importance I attach to the details of physical form or moral character, which I shall give in describing the inhabitants of many of the islands. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Singapore, a sketch of the town and island as seen during several visits from 1854 to 1862. Few places are more interesting to a traveller from Europe than the town and island of Singapore, furnishing, as it does, examples of a variety of Eastern races and of many different religions and modes of life. The government, the garrison, and the chief merchants are English, but the great mass of the population is Chinese, including some of the wealthiest merchants, the agriculturalists of the interior, and most of the mechanics and laborers. The native Malays are usually fishermen and boatmen, and they form the main body of the police. The Portuguese of Malacca supply a large number of the clerks and smaller merchants. The Klings of Western India are a numerous body of Mohammedans, and, with many Arabs, are petty merchants and shopkeepers. The grooms and washermen are all Bengalese, and there is a small but highly respectable class of Parsi merchants. Besides these, there are numbers of Javanese sailors and domestic servants, as well as traders from Celebes, Bali, and many other islands of the archipelago. The harbour is crowded with men of war and trading vessels of many European nations, and hundreds of Malay praus and Chinese junks, from vessels of several hundred tons burthen down to little fishing boats and passenger sampans. And the town comprises handsome public buildings and churches, Mohammedan mosques, Hindu temples, Chinese joss houses, good European houses, massive warehouses, queer old Kling and China bazaars, and long suburbs of Chinese and Malay cottages. By far, the most conspicuous of the various kinds of people in Singapore, and those which most attract the stranger's attention, are the Chinese, whose numbers and incessant activity give the place very much the appearance of a town in China. The Chinese merchant is generally a fat, round-faced man with an important and businesslike look. He wears the same style of clothing, loose white smock and blue or black trousers, as the meanest coolies, but of finer materials, and is always clean and neat, and his long tail tipped in red silk hangs down to his heels. He has a handsome warehouse or shop in town, and a good house in the country. He keeps a fine horse and gig, and every evening may be seen taking a drive bareheaded to enjoy the cool breeze. He is rich. He owns several retail shops and trading schooners. He lends money at high interest and on good security. He makes hard bargains, and gets fatter and richer every year. In the Chinese bazaar are hundreds of small shops in which a miscellaneous collection of hardware and dry goods are to be found, and where many things are sold wonderfully cheap. You may buy gimlets at a penny each, white cotton thread at 4 balls for a halfpenny, and penknives, corkscrews, gunpowder, writing paper, and many other articles as cheaper than you can purchase them in England. The shopkeeper is very good-natured. He will show you everything he has, and does not seem to mind if you buy nothing. He baits a little, but not so much as the Klings, who almost always ask twice what they are willing to take. If you buy a few things from him, he will speak to you afterwards, every time you pass his shop, asking you to walk in and sit down, or take a cup of tea, and you wonder how he can get a living where so many sell the same trifling articles. The tailors sit at a table, not on one, and both they and the shoemakers work well and cheaply. The barbers have plenty to do, shaving heads and cleaning ears, for which latter operation they have a great array of little tweezers, picks, and brushes. In the outskirts of the town are scores of carpenters and blacksmiths. The former seem chiefly to make coffins and highly painted and decorated clothes boxes. The latter are mostly gun makers, and bore the barrels of guns by hand out of solid bars of iron. At this tedious operation they may be seen every day, and they manage to finish off a gun with a flintlock very handsomely. All about the streets are sellers of water, vegetables, fruit, soup, and agar-agar, a jelly made of seaweed, who have many cries as unintelligible as those of London. Others carry a portable cooking apparatus on a pole, balanced by a table at the other end, and serve up a meal of shellfish, rice, and vegetables for 2 or 3 halfpence, while coolies and boatmen, waiting to be hired, are everywhere to be met with. In the interior of the island, the Chinese cut down forest trees in the jungle, and saw them into planks. They cultivate vegetables, which they bring to market, and they grow pepper and gambir, which form important articles of export. The French Jesuits have established missions among these inland Chinese, which seem very successful. I lived for several weeks at a time with a missionary at Bukit Timah, about the center of the island, where a pretty church has been built, and there are about 300 converts. While there, I met a missionary who had just arrived from Tonkin, where he had been living for many years. The Jesuits still do their work thoroughly as of old. In Cochin China, Tonkin, and China, where all Christian teachers are obliged to live in secret and are liable to persecution, expulsion, and sometimes death. Every province, even those farthest in the interior, has a permanent Jesuit mission establishment, constantly kept up by fresh aspirants, who are taught the languages of the countries they are going to at Penang or Singapore. In China, there are said to be near 1 million converts. In Tonkin and Cochin China, more than 500,000. One secret of the success of these missions is the rigid economy practiced in the expenditure of the funds. A missionary is allowed about £30 a year, on which he lives in whatever country he may be. This renders it possible to support a large number of missionaries with very limited means, and the natives, seeing their teachers living in poverty and with none of the luxuries of life, are convinced that they are sincere in what they teach, and have really given up home and friends and ease and safety for the good of others. No wonder they make converts, for it must be a great blessing to the poor people among whom they labor to have a man among them to whom they can go in any trouble or distress, who will comfort and advise them, who visits them in sickness, and who relieves them in want, and who they see living from day to day in danger of persecution and death, entirely for their sakes. My friend at Bukit Timah was truly a father to his flock. He preached to them in Chinese every Sunday, and had evenings for discussion and conversation on religion during the week. He had a school to teach their children. His house was open to them day and night. If a man came to him and said, "I have no rice for my family to eat today," he would give him half of what he had in the house, however little that might be. If another said, "I have no money to pay my debt," he would give him half the contents of his purse, were it his last dollar. So, when he was himself in want, he would send to some of the wealthiest among his flock and say, "I have no rice in the house," or, "I have given away my money, and am in want of such and such articles." The result was that his flock trusted and loved him, for they felt sure that he was their true friend, and had no ulterior designs in living among them. The island of Singapore consists of a multitude of small hills, 300 or 400 feet high, the summits of many of which are still covered with virgin forest. The mission house at Bukit Timah was surrounded by several of these wood-topped hills, which were much frequented by woodcutters and sawyers, and offered me an excellent collecting ground for insects. Here and there, too, were tiger pits, carefully covered over with sticks and leaves, and so well concealed that in several cases I had a narrow escape from falling into them. They are shaped like an iron furnace, wider at the bottom than at the top, and are perhaps 15 or 20 feet deep, so that it would be almost impossible for a person unassisted to get out of one. Formerly, a sharp stake was stuck erect in the bottom, but after an unfortunate traveler had been killed by falling on one, its use was forbidden. There are always a few tigers roaming about Singapore, and they kill, on an average, a Chinaman every day, principally those who work in the gambir plantations, which are always made in newly cleared jungle. We heard a tiger roar once or twice in the evening, and it was rather nervous work hunting for insects among the fallen trunks and old saw pits, when one of these savage animals might be lurking close by, awaiting an opportunity to spring upon us. Several hours in the middle of every fine day were spent in these patches of forest, which were delightfully cool and shady by contrast with the bare open country we had to walk over to reach them. The vegetation was most luxuriant, comprising enormous forest trees, as well as a variety of ferns, caladiums, and other undergrowth, and abundance of climbing rattan palms. Insects were exceedingly abundant and very interesting, and every day furnished scores of new and curious forms. In about 2 months, I obtained no less than 700 species of beetles, a large proportion of which were quite new, and among them were 130 distinct kinds of the elegant longicorns, Cerambicidae, so much esteemed by collectors. Almost all these were collected in one patch of jungle, not more than a square mile in extent, and in all my subsequent travels in the East, I rarely if ever met with so productive a spot. This exceeding productiveness was due in part, no doubt, to some favourable conditions in the soil, climate, and vegetation, and to the season being very bright and sunny, with sufficient showers to keep everything fresh. But it was also in a great measure dependent, I feel sure, on the labours of the Chinese woodcutters. They had been at work here for several years, and during all that time had furnished a continual supply of dry and dead and decaying leaves and bark, together with abundance of wood and sawdust, for the nourishment of insects and their larvae. This had led to the assemblage of a great variety of species in a limited space, and I was the first naturalist who had come to reap the harvest they had prepared. In the same place, and during my walks in other directions, I obtained a fair collection of butterflies and of other orders of insects, so that on the whole I was quite satisfied with these, my first attempts to gain a knowledge of the natural history of the Malay Archipelago. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 3. Malacca and Mount Ophir, July to September 1854. Birds, and most other kinds of animals being scarce at Singapore, I left it in July for Malacca, where I spent more than 2 months in the interior, and made an excursion to Mount Ophir. The old and picturesque town of Malacca is crowded along the banks of the small river, and consists of narrow streets of shops and dwelling houses, occupied by the descendants of the Portuguese and by Chinamen. In the suburbs are the houses of the English officials and of a few Portuguese merchants, embedded in groves of palms and fruit trees, whose varied and beautiful foliage furnishes a pleasing relief to the eye, as well as most grateful shade. The old fort, the large government house, and the ruins of a cathedral attest the former wealth and importance of this place, which was once as much the centre of Eastern trade as Singapore is now. The following description of it by Linschot, who wrote 270 years ago, strikingly exhibits the change it has undergone. Quote, Malacca is inhabited by the Portuguese, and by natives of the country called Malays. The Portuguese have here a fortress, as at Mozambique, and there is no fortress in all the Indies, after those of Mozambique and Ormuz, where the captains perform their duty better than in this one. This place is the market of all India, of China, of the Moluccas, and of other islands around about, from all which places, as well as from Banda, Java, Sumatra, Siam, Pegu, Bengal, Coromandel, and India, arrive ships which come and go incessantly, charged with an infinity of merchandises. There would be in this place a much greater number of Portuguese, if it were not for the inconvenience and the unhealthiness of the air, which is hurtful not only to strangers, but also to the natives of the country. Thence it is that all who live in the country pay tribute of their health, suffering from a certain disease which makes them lose either their skin or their hair. And those who escape consider it a miracle, which occasions many to leave the country, while the ardent desire of gain induces others to risk their health and endeavour to endure such an atmosphere. The origin of this town, as the natives say, was very small, only having at the beginning, by reason of the unhealthiness of the air, but 6 or 7 fishermen who inhabited it. But the number was increased by the meeting of fishermen from Siam, Pegu, and Bengal, who came and built a city, and established a peculiar language drawn from the most elegant modes of speaking of other nations, so that in fact the language of the Malays is at present the most refined, exact, and celebrated of all the East. The name of Malacca was given to this town, which, by the convenience of its situation, in a short time grew to such wealth that it does not yield to the most powerful towns and regions around about. The natives, both men and women, are very courteous and are reckoned the most skilful in the world in compliments, and study much to compose and repeat verses and love songs. Their language is in vogue through the Indies, as the French is here." End quote. At present, a vessel over 100 tons hardly ever enters its port, and the trade is entirely confined to a few petty products of the forests, and to the fruit, which the trees, planted by the old Portuguese, now produce for the enjoyment of the inhabitants of Singapore. Although rather subject to fevers, it is not at present considered very unhealthy. The population of Malacca consists of several races. The ubiquitous Chinese are perhaps the most numerous, keeping up their manners, customs, and language. The indigenous Malays are next in point of numbers, and their language is the lingua franca of the place. Next come the descendants of the Portuguese, a mixed, degraded, and degenerate race, but who still keep up the use of their mother tongue, though ruefully mutilated in grammar. And then there are the English rulers and the descendants of the Dutch, who all speak English. The Portuguese spoken at Malacca is a useful philological phenomenon. The verbs have mostly lost their inflections, and one form does for all moods, tenses, numbers, and persons. E vai serves for I go, I went, or I will go. Adjectives, too, have been deprived of their feminine and plural terminations, so that the language is reduced to a marvelous simplicity, and, with the admixture of a few Malay words, becomes rather puzzling to one who has heard only the pure Lusitanian. In costume, these several peoples are as varied as in their speech. The English preserve the tight-fitting coat, waistcoat, and trousers, and the abominable hat and cravat. The Portuguese patronize a light jacket, or more frequently, shirt and trousers only. The Malays wear their national jacket and sarong, a kind of kilt, with loose drawers, while the Chinese never depart in the least from their national dress, which, indeed, it is impossible to improve for a tropical climate, whether as regards comfort or appearance. The loosely hanging trousers and neat white half-shirt, half-jacket are exactly what a dress should be in this low latitude. I engaged 2 Portuguese to accompany me into the interior. One as a cook, the other to shoot and skin birds, which is quite a trade in Malacca. I first stayed a fortnight at a village called Gading, where I was accommodated in the house of some Chinese converts, to whom I was recommended by the Jesuit missionaries. The house was a mere shed, but it was kept clean, and I made myself sufficiently comfortable. My hosts were forming a pepper and gambier plantation, and in the immediate neighborhood were extensive tin washings, employing over 1,000 Chinese. The tin is obtained in the form of black grains from beds of quartzose sand, and is melted into ingots in rude clay furnaces. The soil seemed poor, and the forest was very dense with undergrowth, and not at all productive of insects. But on the other hand, birds were abundant, and I was at once introduced to the rich ornithological treasures of the Malayan region. The very first time I fired my gun, I brought down one of the most curious and beautiful of the Malacca birds, the blue-billed gaper, Simbirhynchus macrorhynchus, called by the Malays the rainbird. It is about the size of a starling, black and rich claret color, with white shoulder stripes, and a very large and broad bill of the most pure cobalt blue above and orange below, while the iris is emerald green. As the skins dry, the bill turns dull black, but even then the bird is handsome. When fresh killed, the contrast of the vivid blue with the rich colors of the plumage is remarkably striking and beautiful. The lovely eastern trogons, with their rich brown backs, beautifully penciled wings, and crimson breasts, were also obtained, as well as the large green barbets, Megalema versicolor, fruit-eating birds something like small toucans, with a short, straight, bristly bill, and whose head and neck are variegated with patches of the most vivid blue and crimson. A day or two after, my hunter brought me a specimen of the green gaper, Calyptomena viridis, which is like a small cock of the rock, but entirely of the most vivid green, delicately marked on the wings with black bars. Handsome woodpeckers and gay kingfishers, green and brown cuckoos, with velvety red faces and green beaks, red-breasted doves and metallic honeysuckers were brought in day after day and kept me in a continual state of pleasurable excitement. After a fortnight, one of my servants was seized with fever, and on returning to Malacca, the same disease attacked the other, as well as myself. By a liberal use of quinine, I soon recovered, and obtaining other men, went to stay at the government bungalow of Ayr Panas, accompanied by a young gentleman, a native of the place, who had a taste for natural history. At Ayr Panas we had a comfortable house to stay in, and plenty of room to dry and preserve our specimens. But owing to there being no industrious Chinese to cut down timber, insects were comparatively scarce, with the exception of butterflies, of which I formed a very fine collection. The manner in which I obtained one fine insect was curious, and indicates how fragmentary and imperfect a traveller's collection must necessarily be. I was one afternoon walking along a favourite road through the forests with my gun, when I saw a butterfly on the ground. It was large, handsome, and quite new to me, and I got close to it before it flew away. I then observed that it had been settling on the dung of some carnivorous animal. Thinking it might return to the same spot, I next day after breakfast took my net, and as I approached the place was delighted to see the same butterfly sitting on the same piece of dung, and succeeded in capturing it. It was an entirely new species of great beauty, and has been named by Mr. Hewitson Nymphalis calidona. I never saw another specimen of it, and it was only after 12 years had elapsed that a second individual reached this country from the northwestern part of Borneo. Having determined to visit Mount Ophir, which is situated in the middle of the peninsula, about 50 miles east of Malacca, we engaged 6 Malays to accompany us and carry our baggage. As we meant to stay at least a week at the mountain, we took with us a good supply of rice, a little biscuit, butter, and coffee, some dried fish, and a little brandy, with blankets, a change of clothes, insect and bird boxes, nets, guns, and ammunition. The distance from Ayr Panas was supposed to be about 30 miles. Our first day's march lay through patches of forest, clearings, and Malay villages, and was pleasant enough. At night we slept at the house of a Malay chief, who lent us a veranda and gave us a fowl and some eggs. The next day the country got wilder and more hilly. We passed through extensive forests, along paths often up to our knees in mud, and were much annoyed by the leeches, for which this district is famous. These little creatures infest the leaves and herbage by the side of the paths, and when a passenger comes along they stretch themselves out at full length, and if they touch any part of his dress or body, quit their leaf and adhere to it. They then creep onto his feet, legs, or other part of his body, and suck their fill, the first puncture being rarely felt during the excitement of walking. On bathing in the evening we generally found half a dozen or a dozen on each of us, most frequently on our legs but sometimes on our bodies, and I had one who sucked his fill from the side of my neck, but who luckily missed the jugular vein. There are many species of these forest leeches. All are small, but some are beautifully marked with stripes of bright yellow. They probably attach themselves to deer or other animals which frequent the forest paths, and have thus acquired the singular habit of stretching themselves out at the sound of a footstep or of rustling foliage. Early in the afternoon we reached the foot of the mountain, and encamped by the side of a fine stream, whose rocky banks were overgrown with ferns. Our oldest Malay had been accustomed to shoot birds in this neighbourhood for the Malacca dealers, and had been to the top of the mountain, and while we amused ourselves shooting and insect hunting, he went with 2 others to clear the path for our ascent the next day. Early next morning we started after breakfast, carrying blankets and provisions, as we intended to sleep upon the mountain. After passing a little tangled jungle and swampy thickets through which our men had cleared a path, we emerged into a fine lofty forest, pretty clear of undergrowth, and in which we could walk freely. We ascended steadily up a moderate slope for several miles, having a deep ravine on our left. We then had a level plateau or shoulder to cross, after which the ascent was steeper and the forest denser, until we came out upon the Padang Batu, or stone field, a place of which we had heard much, but could never get anyone to describe intelligibly. We found it to be a steep slope of even rock, extending along the mountainside farther than we could see. Parts of it were quite bare, but where it was cracked and fissured there grew a most luxuriant vegetation, among which the pitcher plants were the most remarkable. These wonderful plants never seem to succeed well in our hothouses, and are there seen to little advantage. Here they grow up into half-climbing shrubs, their curious pitchers of various sizes and forms hanging abundantly from their leaves, and continually exciting our admiration by their size and beauty. A few coniferae of the genus Dacrydium here first appeared, and in the thickets just above the rocky surface we walked through groves of those splendid ferns, Dipterus horsfieldii and Metonia pectinata, which bear large spreading palmate fronds on slender stems 6 or 8 feet high. The Metonia is the tallest and most elegant, and is known only from this mountain, and neither of them is yet introduced into our hothouses. It was very striking to come out from the dark, cool, and shady forest in which we had been ascending since we started, onto this hot, open, rocky slope, where we seemed to have entered at one step from a lowland to an alpine vegetation. The height, as measured by a sympiosometer, was about 2,800 feet. We had been told we should find water at Padang Batu, as we were exceedingly thirsty, but we looked about for it in vain. At last we turned to the pitcher plants, but the water contained in the pitchers, about half a pint in each, was full of insects and otherwise uninviting. On tasting it, however, we found it very palatable, though rather warm, and we all quenched our thirst from these natural jugs. Farther on, we came to forest again, but of a more dwarf and stunted character than below, and alternately passing along ridges and descending into valleys, we reached a peak, separated from the true summit of the mountain by a considerable chasm. Here our porters gave in, and declared they could carry their loads no further, and certainly the ascent to the highest peak was very precipitous. But on the spot where we were there was no water, whereas it was well known that there was a spring close to the summit, so we determined to go on without them, and carry with us only what was absolutely necessary. We accordingly took a blanket each, and divided our food and other articles amongst us, and went on with only the old Malay and his son. After descending into the saddle between the two peaks, we have found the ascent very laborious, the slope being so steep as often to necessitate hand climbing. Besides a bushy vegetation, the ground was covered knee-deep with mosses, on a foundation of decaying leaves and rugged rock, and it was a hard hour's climb to the small ledge just below the summit, where an overhanging rock forms a convenient shelter, and a little basin collects the trickling water. Here we put down our loads, and in a few minutes more stood on the summit of Mount Ophir, 4,000 feet above the sea. The top is a small rocky platform, covered with rhododendrons and other shrubs. The afternoon was clear, and the view fine in its way. Ranges of hill and valley everywhere, covered with interminable forest, with glistening rivers winding among them. In a distant view, a forest country is very monotonous, and no mountain I have ever ascended in the tropics presents a panorama equal to that from Snowdon, while the views in Switzerland are immeasurably superior. When boiling our coffee, I took observations with a good boiling point thermometer, as well as with the sympiosometer, and we then enjoyed our evening meal and the noble prospect that lay before us. The night was calm and very mild, and having made a bed of twigs and branches over which we laid our blankets, we passed a very comfortable night. Our porters had followed us after a rest, bringing only their rice to cook, and luckily we did not require the baggage they left behind them. In the morning I caught a few butterflies and beetles, and my friend got a few land shells, and we then descended, bringing with us some specimens of the ferns and pitcher plants of Padang Batu. The place where we had first encamped at the foot of the mountain being very gloomy, we chose another in a kind of swamp, near a stream overgrown with zingiberaceous plants, in which a clearing was easily made. Here our men built 2 little huts without sides, that would just shelter us from the rain. We lived in them for a week, shooting and insect hunting, and roaming about the forests at the foot of the mountain. This was the country of the great Argus pheasant, and we continually heard its cry. On asking the old Malay to try and shoot one for me, he told me that although he had been for 20 years shooting birds in these forests, he had never yet shot one, and had never even seen one except after it had been caught. The bird is so exceedingly shy and wary, and runs along the ground in the densest part of the forest so quickly that it is impossible to get near it, and its sober colors and rich eye-like spots, which are so ornamental when seen in a museum, must harmonize well with the dead leaves among which it dwells, and render it very inconspicuous. All the specimens sold at Malacca are caught in snares, and my informant, though he had shot none, had snared plenty. The tiger and rhinoceros are still found here, and a few years ago elephants abounded, but they have lately all disappeared. We found some heaps of dung, which seemed to be that of elephants, and some tracks of the rhinoceros, but saw none of the animals. However, we kept a fire up all night in case any of these creatures should visit us, and 2 of our men declared that they did one day see a rhinoceros. When our rice was finished and our boxes full of specimens, we returned to Air Panas, and a few days afterwards went on to Malacca and thence to Singapore. Mount Ophir has quite a reputation for fever, and all our friends were astonished at our recklessness in staying so long at its foot. But none of us suffered in the least, and I shall ever look back with pleasure to my trip as being my first introduction to mountain scenery in the eastern tropics. The meagreness and brevity of the sketch I have here given of my visit to Singapore and the Malay Peninsula is due to my having trusted chiefly to some private letters and a notebook, which were lost, and to a paper on Malacca and Mount Ophir, which was sent to the Royal Geographical Society, but which was neither read nor printed, owing to press of matter at the end of a session, and the manuscript of which cannot now be found. I the less regret this, however, as so many works have been written on these parts, and I always intended to pass lightly over my travels in the western and better known portions of the archipelago, in order to devote more space to the remoter districts, about which hardly anything has been written in the English language. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 4. Borneo, the Orangutan. I arrived at Sarawak on November 1st, 1854, and left it on January 25th, 1856. In the interval, I resided at many different localities, and saw a good deal of the Dyak tribes as well as of the Borneo Malays. I was hospitably entertained by Sir James Brooke, and lived in his house whenever I was at the town of Sarawak in the intervals of my journeys. But so many books have been written about this part of Borneo since I was there, that I shall avoid going into details of what I saw and heard and thought of Sarawak and its ruler, confining myself chiefly to my experiences as a naturalist in search of shells, insects, birds, and the orangutan, and to an account of a journey through a part of the interior seldom visited by Europeans. The first 4 months of my visit were spent in various parts of the Sarawak River, from Santu Bong at its mouth up to the picturesque limestone mountains, and Chinese goldfields of Bo and Bedi. This part of the country has been so frequently described that I shall pass it over, especially as, owing to its being the height of the wet season, my collections were comparatively poor and insignificant. In March 1865, I determined to go to the coal works, which were being opened near the Semenjang River, a small branch of the Sadong, a river east of Sarawak, and between it and the Batang Lupar. The Semenjang enters the Sadong River about 20 miles up. It is very narrow and very winding, and much overshadowed by the lofty forest, which sometimes almost meets over it. The whole country between it and the sea is a perfectly level, forest-covered swamp, out of which arise a few isolated hills, at the foot of one of which the works are situated. From the landing place to the hill, a Dyak road had been formed, consisting solely of tree trunks laid end to end. Along these the barefooted natives walk and carry heavy burdens with the greatest ease, but to a booted European it is very slippery work, and when one's attention is constantly attracted by the various objects of interest around, a few tumbles into the bog are almost inevitable. During my first walk along this road, I saw few insects or birds, but noticed some very handsome orchids in flower, of the genus Coelogine, a group which I afterwards found to be very abundant and characteristic of the district. On the slope of the hill near its foot, a patch of forest had been cleared away, and several rude houses erected, in which were residing Mr. Coulson, the engineer, and a number of Chinese workmen. I was at first kindly accommodated in Mr. Coulson's house, but finding the spot very suitable for me and offering great facilities for collecting, I had a small house of 2 rooms and a veranda built for myself. Here I remained nearly 9 months, and made an immense collection of insects, to which class of animals I devoted my chief attention, owing to the circumstances being especially favorable. In the tropics, a large proportion of the insects of all orders, and especially of the large and favorite group of beetles, are more or less dependent on vegetation, and particularly on timber bark and leaves in various stages of decay. In the untouched virgin forest, the insects which frequent such situations are scattered over an immense extent of country, at spots where trees have fallen through decay and old age, or have succumbed to the fury of the tempest. And 20 square miles of country may not contain so many fallen and decayed trees as are to be found in any small clearing. The quantity and the variety of beetles and of many other insects that can be collected at a given time in any tropical locality will depend first upon the immediate vicinity of a great extent of virgin forest, and secondly upon the quantity of trees that for some months past have been, and which are still being cut down, and left to dry and decay upon the ground. Now, during my whole 12 years collecting in the western and eastern tropics, I never enjoyed such advantages in this respect as at the Simon John Coal Works. For several months, from 20 to 50 Chinamen and Dyaks were employed almost exclusively in clearing a large space in the forest, and in making a wide opening for a railroad to the Sedong River, 2 miles distant. Besides this, saw pits were established at various points in the jungle, and large trees were felled to be cut up into beams and planks. For hundreds of miles in every direction, a magnificent forest extended over plain and mountain, rock and morass, and I arrived at the spot just as the rains began to diminish and the daily sunshine to increase, a time which I have always found the most favorable season for collecting. The number of openings, sunny places, and pathways were also an attraction to wasps and butterflies, and by paying a cent each for all insects that were brought me, I obtained from the Dyaks and the Chinamen many fine locusts and phasmidae, as well as numbers of handsome beetles. When I arrived at the mines on the 14th of March, I had collected in the 4 preceding months 320 different kinds of beetles. In less than a fortnight, I had doubled this number, an average of about 24 new species every day. On one day, I collected 76 different kinds, of which 34 were new to me. By the end of April, I had more than 1,000 species, and they then went on increasing at a slower rate, so that I obtained altogether in Borneo about 2,000 distinct kinds, of which all but about 100 were collected at this place, and on scarcely more than a square mile of ground. The most numerous and most interesting groups of beetles were the longicorns and rhynchophora, both preeminently wood feeders. The former, characterized by their graceful forms and long antennae, were especially numerous, amounting to nearly 300 species, 9/10 of which were entirely new, and many of them remarkable for their large size, strange forms, and beautiful coloring. The latter correspond to our weevils and allied groups, and in the tropics are exceedingly numerous and varied, often swarming upon dead timber, so that I sometimes obtained 50 or 60 different kinds in a day. My Bornean collections of this group exceeded 500 species. My collection of butterflies was not large, but I obtained some rare and very handsome insects, the most remarkable being the Ornithoptera brookiana, one of the most elegant species known. This beautiful creature has very long and pointed wings, almost resembling a sphinx moth in shape. It is deep velvety black, with a curved band of spots of a brilliant metallic green color, extending across the wings from tip to tip, each spot being shaped exactly like a small triangular feather, and having very much the effect of a row of the wing coverts of the Mexican trogon, laid upon black velvet. The only other marks are a broad neck collar of vivid crimson, and a few delicate white touches on the outer margins of the hind wings. This species, which was then quite new, and which I named after Sir James Brooke, was very rare. It was seen occasionally flying swiftly in the clearings, and now and then settling for an instant at puddles and muddy places, so that I only succeeded in capturing 2 or 3 specimens. In some other parts of the country, I was assured it was abundant, and a good many specimens have been sent to England. But as yet all have been males, and we are quite unable to conjecture what the female may be like, owing to the extreme isolation of the species and its want of close affinity to any other known insect. One of the most curious and interesting reptiles which I met with in Borneo was a large tree frog, which was brought me by one of the Chinese workmen. He assured me that he had seen it come down in a slanting direction from a high tree, as if it flew. On examining it, I found the toes very long and fully webbed to their very extremity, so that when expanded they offered a surface much larger than the body. The forelegs were also bordered by a membrane, and the body was capable of considerable inflation. The back and limbs were of a very deep shining green color, the under surface and the inner toes yellow, while the webs were black, rayed with yellow. The body was about 4 inches long, while the webs of each hind foot, when fully expanded, covered a surface of 4 square inches, and the webs of all the feet together about 12 square inches. As the extremities of the toes have dilated discs for adhesion, showing the creature to be a true tree frog, it is difficult to imagine that this immense membrane of the toes can be for the purpose of swimming only, and the account of the Chinaman that it flew down from the tree becomes more credible. This is, I believe, the first instance known of a, quote, flying frog, end quote, and it is very interesting to Darwinians, as showing that the variability of the toes, which have been already modified for purposes of swimming and adhesive climbing, have been taken advantage of to enable an allied species to pass through the air, like the flying lizard. It would appear to be a new species of the genus Rhacophorus, which consists of several frogs of a much smaller size than this, and having the webs of the toes less developed. During my stay in Borneo, I had no hunter to shoot for me regularly, and, being myself fully occupied with insects, I did not succeed in obtaining a very good collection of the birds or mammalia, many of which, however, are well known, being identical with species found in Malacca. Among the mammalia were 5 squirrels and 2 tiger cats, the Gymnurus rafflesi, which looks like a cross between a pig and a polecat, and the Cynogalli benneti, a rare otter-like animal with a very broad muzzle clothed with long bristles. One of my chief objects in coming to stay at Simunjan was to see the orangutan, or great man-like ape of Borneo, in his native haunts, to study his habits, and obtain good specimens of the different varieties and species of both sexes, and of the adult and young animals. In all these objects I succeeded beyond my expectations, and will now give some account of my experience in hunting the orangutan, or myas, as it is called by the native. And as this name is short and easily pronounced, I shall generally use it in preference to Simia satirus, or orangutan. Just a week after my arrival at the mines, I first saw a myas. I was out collecting insects not more than a quarter of a mile from the house, when I heard a rustling in a tree near, and looking up, saw a large red-haired animal moving slowly along, hanging from the branches by its arms. It passed on from tree to tree until it was lost in the jungle, which was so swampy that I could not follow it. This mode of progression was, however, very unusual, and is more characteristic of the Hylobates than of the orang. I suppose there was some individual peculiarity in this animal, or the nature of the trees, just in this place, rendered it the most easy mode of progression. About a fortnight afterwards, I heard that one was feeding in a tree in the swamp, just below the house, and, taking my gun, was fortunate enough to find it in the same place. As soon as I approached, it tried to conceal itself among the foliage, but I got a shot at it, and the second barrel caused it to fall down almost dead, the 2 balls having entered the body. This was a male about half grown, being scarce 3 feet high. On April 26th, I was out shooting with 2 Dyaks when we found another about the same size. It fell at the first shot, but did not seem much hurt, and immediately climbed up the nearest tree, when I fired, and it again fell with a broken arm and a wound in the body. The 2 Dyaks now ran up to it, and each seized hold of a hand, telling me to cut a pole, and they would secure it. But although one arm was broken, and it was only a half-grown animal, it was too strong for these young savages, drawing them up towards its mouth notwithstanding all their efforts, so that they were again obliged to leave go, or they would have been seriously bitten. It now began climbing up the tree again, and to avoid trouble, I shot it through the heart. On May 2nd, I again found one on a very high tree, when I had only a small 80-bore gun with me. However, I fired at it, and on seeing me it began howling, in a strange voice, like a cough, and seemed in a great rage, breaking off branches with its hands and throwing them down, and then soon made off over the tree-tops. I did not care to follow it, as it was swampy and in parts dangerous, and I might easily have lost myself in the eagerness of pursuit. On the 12th of May I found another, which behaved in a very similar manner, howling and hooting with rage, and throwing down branches. I shot at it 5 times, and it remained dead on the top of the tree, supported in a fork in such a manner that it would evidently not fall. I therefore returned home, and luckily found some Dyaks, who came back with me and climbed up the tree for the animal. This was the first full-grown specimen I had obtained, but it was a female, and not nearly so large or remarkable as the full-grown males. It was, however, 3 feet 6 inches high, and its arms stretched out to a width of 6 feet 6 inches. I preserved the skin of this specimen in a cask of arrack, and prepared a perfect skeleton, which was afterwards purchased for the Derby Museum. Only 4 days afterwards, some Dyaks saw another Myas near the same place, and came to tell me. We found it to be a rather large one, very high up on a tall tree. At the second shot it fell rolling over, but almost immediately got up again and began to climb. At a third shot it fell dead. This was also a full-grown female, and while preparing to carry it home, we found a young one face downwards in the bog. This little creature was only about 1 foot long, and had evidently been hanging to its mother when she first fell. Luckily, it did not appear to have been wounded, and after we had cleaned the mud out of its mouth it began to cry out, and seemed quite strong and active. While carrying it home it got its hands in my beard, and grasped so tightly that I had great difficulty in getting free, for the fingers are habitually bent inwards at the last joint, so as to form complete hooks. In this time it had not a single tooth, but a few days afterward it cut its 2 lower front teeth. Unfortunately, I had no milk to give it, as neither Malays, Chinese, nor Dyaks ever use the article, and I in vain inquired for any female animal that could suckle my little infant. I was therefore obliged to give it rice water from a bottle, with a quill in the cork, which after a few trials it learned to suck very well. This was very meagre diet, and the little creature did not thrive well on it, although I added sugar and coconut milk occasionally to make it more nourishing. When I put my finger in its mouth it sucked with great vigor, drawing in its cheeks with all its might in the vain effort to extract some milk, and only after persevering a long time would it give up in disgust, and set up a scream very like that of a baby in similar circumstances. When handled or nursed, it was very quiet and contented, but when laid down by itself would invariably cry, and for the first few nights was very restless and noisy. I fitted up a little box for a cradle, with a soft mat for it to lie upon, which was changed and washed every day, and I soon found it necessary to wash the little Myas as well. After I had done so a few times, it came to like the operation, and as soon as it was dirty would begin crying and not leave off until I took it out and carried it to the spout, when it immediately became quiet, although it would wince a little at the first rush of the cold water, and make ridiculously wry faces while the stream was running over its head. It enjoyed the wiping and rubbing dry amazingly, and when I brushed its hair, seemed to be perfectly happy, lying quite still with its arms and legs stretched out, while I thoroughly brushed the long hair of its back and arms. For the first few days it clung desperately with all 4 hands to whatever it could lay hold of, and I had to be careful to keep my beard out of its way, as its fingers clutched hold of hair more tenaciously than anything else, and it was impossible to free myself without assistance. When restless, it would struggle about with its hands up in the air, trying to find something to take hold of, and, when it had got a bit of stick or rag in 2 or 3 of its hands, seemed quite happy. For want of something else, it would often seize its own feet, and after a time it would constantly cross its arms and grasp with each hand the long hair that grew just below the opposite shoulder. The great tenacity of its grasp soon diminished, and I was obliged to invent some means to give it exercise and strengthen its limbs. For this purpose I made a short ladder of 3 or 4 rungs, on which I put it to hang for a quarter of an hour at a time. At first it seemed much pleased, but it could not get all 4 hands in a comfortable position, and after changing about several times would leave hold of one hand after the other and drop onto the floor. Sometimes, when hanging only by 2 hands, it would loose one and cross it to the opposite shoulder, grasping its own hair, and as this seemed much more agreeable than the stick, it would then loose the other and tumble down, when it would cross both and lie on its back quite contentedly, never seeming to be hurt by its numerous tumbles. Finding it so fond of hair, I endeavored to make an artificial mother by wrapping up a piece of buffalo skin into a bundle and suspending it about a foot from the floor. At first this seemed to suit it admirably, as it could sprawl its legs about and always find some hair, which it grasped with the greatest tenacity. I was now in hopes that I had made the little orphan quite happy, and so it seemed for some time, until it began to remember its lost parent and try to suck. It would pull itself up close to the skin and try about everywhere for a likely place. But as it only succeeded in getting mouths full of hair and wool, it would be greatly disgusted and scream violently, and after 2 or 3 attempts let go altogether. One day it got some wool into its throat, and I thought it would have choked, but after much gasping it recovered, and I was obliged to take the imitation mother to pieces again and give up this last attempt to exercise the little creature. After the first week, I found I could feed it better with a spoon, and gave it a little more varied and more solid food. Well-soaked biscuit, mixed with a little egg and sugar, and sometimes sweet potatoes, were readily eaten, and it was a never-failing amusement to observe the curious changes of countenance by which it would express its approval or dislike of what was given to it. The poor little thing would lick its lips, draw in its cheeks, and turn up its eyes with an expression of the most supreme satisfaction when it had a mouthful particularly to its taste. On the other hand, when its food was not particularly sweet or palatable, it would turn the mouthful about with its tongue for a moment, as if trying to extract what flavor there was, and then push it all out between its lips. If the same food was continued, it would set up a scream and kick about violently, exactly like a baby in a passion. After I had had the little Mias about 3 weeks, I fortunately obtained a young hare-lipped monkey, Macaca cynomolgus, which though small was very active, and could feed itself. I placed it in the same box with the Mias, and they immediately became excellent friends, neither exhibiting the least fear of the other. The little monkey would sit upon the other's stomach, or even on its face, without the least regard to its feelings. While I was feeding the Mias, the monkey would sit by, picking up all that was spilt, and occasionally putting out its hands to intercept the spoon, and as soon as I had finished would pick off what was left sticking to the Mias's lips, and then pull open its mouth and see if any still remained inside, afterwards lying down on the poor creature's stomach as on a comfortable cushion. The little helpless Mias would submit to all these insults with the most exemplary patience, only too glad to have something warm near it, which it could clasp affectionately in its arms. It sometimes, however, had its revenge, for when the monkey wanted to go away, the Mias would hold on as long as it could by the loose skin of its back or head, or by its tail, and it was only after many vigorous jumps that the monkey could make his escape. It was curious to observe the different actions of these 2 animals, which could not have differed much in age. The Mias, like a very young baby, lying on its back quite helpless, rolling lazily from side to side, stretching out all 4 hands into the air, wishing to grasp something, but hardly able to guide its fingers to any definite object, and when dissatisfied, opening wide its almost toothless mouth, and expressing its wants by a most infantile scream. The little monkey, on the other hand, in constant motion, running and jumping about wherever it pleased, examining everything around it, seizing hold of the smallest object with the greatest precision, balancing itself on the edge of the box or running up a post, and helping itself to anything edible that came its way. There could hardly be a greater contrast, and the baby Mias looked more baby-like by the comparison. When I had had it about a month, it began to exhibit some signs of learning to run alone. When laid upon the floor, it would push itself along by its legs, or roll itself over, and thus make an unwieldy progression. When lying in the box, it would lift itself up to the edge into an almost erect position, and once or twice succeeded in tumbling out. And when dirty or hungry or otherwise neglected, it would scream violently until attended to, varied by a kind of coughing or pumping noise, very similar to that which is made by the adult animal. If no one was in the house, or its cries were not attended to, it would be quiet after a little while, but the moment it heard a footstep would begin again, harder than ever. After 5 weeks it cut its 2 upper front teeth, but in all this time it had not grown the least bit, remaining both in size and weight the same as when I first procured it. This was no doubt owing to the want of milk or other equally nourishing food. Rice water, rice, and biscuits were but a poor substitute, and the expressed milk of the coconut, which I sometimes gave it, did not quite agree with its stomach. To this I imputed an attack of diarrhea, from which the poor little creature suffered greatly, but a small dose of castor oil operated well and cured it. A week or 2 afterwards, it was again taken ill, and this time more seriously. The symptoms were exactly those of intermittent fever, accompanied by watery swellings on the feet and head. It lost all appetite for its food, and, after lingering for a week, a most pitiable object, died, after being in my possession for nearly 3 months. I much regretted the loss of my little pet, which I had at one time looked forward to bringing up to years of maturity and taking home to England. For several months it had afforded me daily amusement by its curious ways, and the inimitably ludicrous expression of its little countenance. Its weight was 3 pounds 9 ounces, its height 14 inches, and the spread of its arm 23 inches. I preserved its skin and skeleton, and in doing so found that when it fell from the tree it must have broken an arm and a leg, which had however united so rapidly that I had only noticed the hard swellings on the limbs where the irregular junction of the bones had taken place. Exactly a week after I had caught this interesting little animal, I succeeded in shooting a full-grown male orangutan. I had just come home from an entomologizing excursion when Charles Allen, an English lad of 16, accompanied me as an assistant, rushed in out of breath with running and excitement, and exclaimed, interrupted by gasps, "Give the gun, sir! Be quick! Such a large myas!" "Where is it?" I asked, taking hold of my gun as I spoke, which happened luckily to have one barrel loaded with ball. "Close by, sir, on the path to the mines. He can't get away." 2 Dyaks chanced to be in the house at the time, so I called them to accompany me and started off, telling Charlie to bring all the ammunition after me as soon as possible. The path from our clearing to the mines led along the side of the hill a little way up its slope, and parallel with it, at the foot, a wide opening had been made for a road, in which several Chinamen were working, so that the animal could not escape into the swampy forest below without descending to cross the road, or ascending to get round the clearings. We walked cautiously along, not making the least noise, and listening attentively for any sound which might betray the presence of the myas, stopping at intervals to gaze upwards. Charlie soon joined us at the place where he had seen the creature, and having taken the ammunition and put a bullet in the other barrel, we dispersed a little, feeling sure that it must be somewhere near, as it had probably descended the hill and would not now be likely to return again. After a short time I heard a very slight rustling sound overhead, but on gazing up could see nothing. I moved about in every direction to get a full view into every part of the tree under which I had been standing, when I again heard the same noise, but louder, and saw the leaves shaking as if caused by the motion of some heavy animal which moved off to an adjoining tree. I immediately shouted for all of them to come up and try and get a view, so as to allow me to have a shot. This was not an easy matter, as the myas had a knack of selecting places with dense foliage beneath. Very soon, however, one of the Dyaks called me and pointed upwards, and on looking I saw a great red hairy body and a huge black face gazing down from a great height, as if wanting to know what was making such a disturbance below. I instantly fired, and he made off at once, so that I could not then tell whether I had hit him. He now moved very rapidly and very noiselessly for so large an animal, so I told the Dyaks to follow and keep him in sight while I loaded. The jungle was here full of large angular fragments of rock from the mountain above, and thick with hanging and twisted creepers. Running, climbing, and creeping among these, we came up with the creature on the top of a high tree near the road where the Chinamen had discovered him, and were shouting their astonishment with open mouths "Ya, ya, tuan, orangutan, tuan." Seeing that he could not pass here without descending, he turned up again towards the hill, and I got 2 shots, and following quickly, had 2 more by the time he had again reached the path. But he was always more or less concealed by foliage, and protected by the large branch on which he was walking. Once while loading, I had a splendid view of him, moving along a large limb of a tree in a semi-erect position, and showing it to be an animal of the largest size. At the path he got on to one of the loftiest trees in the forest, and we could see one leg hanging down useless, having been broken by a ball. He now fixed himself in a fork, where he was hidden by thick foliage, and seemed disinclined to move. I was afraid he would remain and die in this position, and as it was nearly evening, I could not have got the tree cut down that day. I therefore fired again, and he then moved off, and going up the hill was obliged to get on to some lower trees, on the branches of one of which he fixed himself in such a position that he could not fall, and lay all in a heap as if dead or dying. I now wanted the Dyaks to go up and cut off the branch he was resting on, but they were afraid, saying he was not dead, and would come and attack them. We then shook the adjoining tree, pulled the hanging creepers, and did all we could to disturb him, but without effect, so I thought it best to send for 2 Chinamen with axes to cut down the tree. While the messenger was gone, however, one of the Dyaks took courage and climbed towards him, but the Mayas did not wait for him to get near, moving off to another tree, where he got onto a dense mass of branches and creepers, which almost completely hid him from our view. The tree was luckily a small one, so when the axes came, we soon had it cut through, but it was so held up by jungle ropes and climbers to adjoining trees that it only fell into a sloping position. The Mayas did not move, and I began to fear that after all we should not get him, as it was near evening, and 6 more trees would have to be cut down before the one he was on would fall. As a last resource, we all began pulling at the creepers, which shook the tree very much, and, after a few minutes, when we had almost given up all hope, down he came with a crash and a thud, like the fall of a giant. And he was a giant, his head and body being fully as large as a man's. He was the kind called by the Dyaks Mayas chapan or Mayas papan, which has the skin of the face broadened out to a ridge or fold at each side. His outstretched arms measured 7 feet 3 inches across, and his height, measured fairly from the top of the head to the heel, was 4 feet 2 inches. The body just below the arms was 3 feet 2 inches round, and was quite as long as a man's, the legs being exceedingly short in proportion. On examination, we found he had been dreadfully wounded. Both legs were broken, one hip joint and the root of the spine completely shattered, and 2 bullets were found flattened in his neck and jaws. Yet he was still alive when he fell. The 2 Chinamen carried him home tied to a pole, and I was occupied with Charlie the whole of the next day preparing the skin and boiling the bones to make a perfect skeleton, which are now preserved in the museum at Derby. About 10 days after this, on June 4th, some Dyaks came to tell us that the day before, a Mayas had nearly killed one of their companions. A few miles down the river, there is a Dyak house, and the inhabitants saw a large orang feeding on the young shoots of a palm by the riverside. On being alarmed, he retreated towards the jungle, which was close by, and a number of men, armed with spears and choppers, ran out to intercept him. The man who was in front tried to run his spear through the animal's body, but the Maya seized it in his hands, and in an instant got hold of the man's arm, which he seized in his mouth, making his teeth meet in the flesh above the elbow, which he tore and lacerated in a dreadful manner. Had not the others been close behind, the man would have been more seriously injured, if not killed, as he was quite powerless. But they soon destroyed the creature with their spears and choppers. The man remained ill for a long time, and never fully recovered the use of his arm. They told me the dead Mayas was still lying where it had been killed, so I offered them a reward to bring it up to our landing place immediately, which they promised to do. They did not come, however, until the next day, and then decomposition had commenced, and great patches of the hair came off, so that it was useless to skin it. This I regretted much, as it was a very fine full-grown male. I cut off the head and took it home to clean, while I got my men to make a closed fence of about 5 feet high around the rest of the body, which would soon be devoured by maggots, small lizards, and ants, leaving me the skeleton. There was a great gash in his face, which had cut deep into the bone, but the skull was a very fine one, and the teeth were remarkably large and perfect. On June 18th, I had another great success, and obtained a fine adult male. A Chinaman told me he had seen him feeding by the side of the paths to the river, and I found him at the same place as the first individual I had shot. He was feeding on an oval green fruit having a fine arillus, like the mace which surrounds the nutmeg, and which alone he seemed to eat, biting off the thick outer rind and dropping it in a continual shower. I had found the same fruit in the stomach of some others which I had killed. 2 shots caused this animal to lose his hold, but he hung for a considerable time by one hand, and then fell flat on his face and was half buried in the swamp. For several minutes he lay groaning and panting, while we stood close around, expecting every breath to be his last. Suddenly, however, by a violent effort, he raised himself up, causing us all to step back a yard or two, when, standing nearly erect, he caught hold of a small tree and began to ascend it. Another shot through the back caused him to fall down dead. A flattened bullet was found in his tongue, having entered the lower part of the abdomen and completely traversed the body, fracturing the first cervical vertebra. Yet it was after this fearful wound that he had risen and begun climbing with considerable facility. This was also a full-grown male of almost exactly the same dimensions as the other 2 I had measured. On June 21st, I shot another adult female, which was eating fruit in a low tree, and was the only one I ever killed by a single ball. On June 24th, I was called by a Chinaman to shoot a myas which, he said, was on a tree close by his house at the coal mines. Arriving at the place, we had some difficulty in finding the animal, as he had gone off into the jungle, which was very rocky and difficult to traverse. At last we found him up a very high tree, and could see that he was a male of the largest size. As soon as I had fired, he moved higher up the tree, and while he was doing so, I fired again, and we then saw that one arm was broken. He had now reached the very highest part of an immense tree, and immediately began breaking off boughs all around, and laying them across and across to make a nest. It was very interesting to see how well he had chosen his place, and how rapidly he stretched out his unwounded arm in every direction, breaking off good-sized boughs with the greatest ease, and laying them back across each other, so that in a few minutes he had formed a compact mass of foliage, which entirely concealed him from our sight. He was evidently going to pass the night here, and would probably get away early next morning, if not wounded too severely. I therefore fired again several times, in hopes of making him leave his nest. But though I felt sure I had hit him, as at each shot he moved a little, he would not go away. At length he raised himself up so that half his body was visible, and then gradually sank down, his head alone remaining on the edge of the nest. I now felt sure he was dead, and tried to persuade the Chinaman and his companion to cut down the tree. But it was a very large one, and they had all been at work all day, and nothing would induce them to attempt it. The next morning at daybreak I came to the place and found that the myas was evidently dead, as his head was visible in exactly the same position as before. I now offered 4 Chinamen a day's wages each to cut the tree down at once, as a few hours of sunshine would cause decomposition on the surface of the skin. But after looking at it and trying it, they determined that it was very big and very hard, and would not attempt it. Had I doubled my offer, they would probably have accepted it, as it would not have been more than 2 or 3 hours' work, and had I been on a short visit only, I would have done so. But as I was a resident and intended remaining several months longer, it would not have answered to begin paying too exorbitantly, or I should have got nothing done in the future at a lower rate. For some weeks after, a cloud of flies could be seen all day, hovering over the body of the dead myas. But in about a month all was quiet, and the body was evidently drying up under the influence of a vertical sun, alternating with tropical rains. 2 or 3 months later, 2 Malays, on the offer of $1, climbed the tree and let down the dried remains. The skin was almost entirely enclosing the skeleton, and inside were millions of pupa cases of flies and other insects, with thousands of 2 or 3 species of small necrophagous beetles. The skull had been much shattered by balls, but the skeleton was perfect, except one small wrist bone, which had probably dropped out and been carried away by a lizard. 3 days after I had shot this one, and lost it, Charles found 3 small orangs feeding together. We had a long chase after them, and had a good opportunity of seeing how they make their way from tree to tree by choosing those limbs whose branches are intermingled with those of some other tree, and then grasping several of the small twigs together before they venture to swing themselves across. Yet they do this so quickly and certainly that they make way among the trees at a rate of full 5 or 6 miles an hour, as we had continually to run to keep up with them. One of these we shot and killed, but it remained high up in the fork of a tree, and as young animals are of comparatively little interest, I did not have the tree cut down to get it. At this time I had the misfortune to slip among some fallen trees and hurt my ankle, and, not being careful enough at first, it became a severe inflamed ulcer which would not heal, and kept me a prisoner in the house the whole of July and part of August. When I could get out again, I determined to take a trip up a branch of the Simunjon River to Semabang, where there was said to be a large Dyak house, a mountain with abundance of fruit, and plenty of orangs and fine birds. As the river was very narrow, and I was obliged to go in a very small boat, with little luggage, I only took with me a Chinese boy as a servant. I carried a cask of medicated arrack to put Maya's skins in, and stores and ammunition for a fortnight. After a few miles, the stream became very narrow and winding, and the whole country on each side was flooded. On the banks were an abundance of monkeys, the common Macacus cynomologus, a black Semnopithecus, and the extraordinary long-nosed monkey, Nasalis larvatus, which is as large as a 3-year-old child, has a very long tail, and a fleshy nose longer than that of the biggest nosed man. The further we went on, the narrower and more winding the stream became. Fallen trees sometimes blocked our passage, and sometimes tangled branches and creepers met completely across it, and had to be cut away before we could get on. It took us 2 days to reach Semabang, and we hardly saw a bit of dry land all the way. In the latter part of the journey, I could touch the bushes on each side for miles, and we were often delayed by the screw pines, pandanus, which grow abundantly in the water, falling across the stream. In other places, dense rafts of floating grass completely filled up the channel, making our journey a constant succession of difficulties. Near the landing place we found a fine house, 250 feet long, raised high above the ground on posts, with a wide veranda and still wider platform of bamboo in front of it. Almost all the people, however, were away on some excursion after edible birds' nests or beeswax, and there only remained in the house 2 or 3 old men and women with a lot of children. The mountain or hill was close by, covered with a complete forest of fruit trees, among which the durian and mangosteen were very abundant, but the fruit was not yet quite ripe, except a little here and there. I spent a week at this place, going out every day in various directions about the mountain, accompanied by a Malay, who had stayed with me while the other boatmen returned. For 3 days we found no orangs, but shot a deer and several monkeys. On the 4th day, however, we found a myas feeding on a very lofty durian tree, and succeeded in killing it after 8 shots. Unfortunately, it remained in the tree, hanging by its hands, and we were obliged to leave it and return home, as it was several miles off. As I felt pretty sure it would fall during the night, I returned to the place early the next morning, and found it on the ground beneath the tree. To my astonishment and pleasure, it appeared to be a different kind from any I had yet seen, for although a full-grown male by its fully developed teeth and very large canines, it had no sign of the lateral protuberance on the face, and was about 1/10 smaller in all its dimensions than the other adult males. The upper incisors, however, appeared to be broader than in the larger species, a character distinguished by the simium morio of Professor Owen, which he had described from the cranium of a female specimen. As it was too far to carry the animal home, I set to work and skinned the body on the spot, leaving the head, hands, and feet attached to it, to be finished at home. This specimen is now in the British Museum. At the end of a week, finding no more orangs, I returned home, and taking in a few fresh stores, and this time accompanied by Charles, went up another branch of the river, very similar in character, to a place called Menil, where there are several small Dyak houses and one large one. Here the landing place was a bridge of rickety poles, over a considerable distance of water, and I thought it safer to leave my cask of arrack securely placed in the fork of a tree. To prevent the natives from drinking it, I let several of them see me put in a number of snakes and lizards, but I rather think this did not prevent them from tasting it. We were accommodated here in the veranda of the large house, in which were several baskets of dried human heads, the trophies of past generations of headhunters. Here also there was a little mountain covered with fruit trees, and there were some magnificent durian trees close by the house, the fruit of which was ripe. And as the Dyaks looked upon me as a benefactor in killing the myas, which destroys a great deal of their fruit, they let us eat as much as we liked. We revelled in this emperor of fruits in its greatest perfection. The very day after my arrival in this place, I was so fortunate as to shoot another adult male of the small orang, the Myas casir of the Dyaks. It fell when dead, but caught in the fork of the tree, and remained fixed. As I was very anxious to get it, I tried to persuade 2 young Dyaks, who were with me, to cut down the tree, which was tall, perfectly straight, and smooth-barked, and without a branch for 50 or 60 feet. To my surprise, they said they would prefer climbing up it, but it would be a good deal of trouble, and after a little talking together, they said they would try. They went first to a clump of bamboo that stood near, and cut down one of the largest stems. From this they chopped off a short piece, and splitting it, made a couple of stout pegs, about a foot long, and sharp at one end. Then, cutting a thick piece of wood for a mallet, they drove one of the pegs into the tree and hung their weight upon it. It held, and this seemed to satisfy them, for they immediately began making a quantity of pegs of the same kind, while I looked on with great interest, wondering how they could possibly ascend such a lofty tree by merely driving pegs in it, the failure of any one of which, at a good height, would certainly cause their death. When about 24 pegs were made, one of them began cutting some very long and slender bamboo from another clump, and also prepared some cord from the bark of a small tree. They now drove in a peg very firmly, at about 3 feet from the ground, and bringing one of the long bamboos, stood it upright close to the tree, and bound it firmly to the first 2 pegs, by means of the bark cord, and small notches near the head of each peg. One of the Dyaks now stood on the first peg and drove in a third, about level with his face, to which he tied the bamboo in the same way, and then mounted another step, standing on 1 foot, and holding by the bamboo at the peg immediately above him, while he drove in the next one. In this manner he ascended about 20 feet. When the upright bamboo was becoming thin, another was handed up by his companion, and this was joined by tying both bamboos to 3 or 4 of the pegs. When this was also nearly ended, a third was added, and shortly after, the lowest branches of the trees were reached, along which the young Dyaks scrambled, and soon sent the myas tumbling down headlong. I was exceedingly struck by the ingenuity of this mode of climbing, and the admirable manner in which the peculiar properties of the bamboo were made available. The ladder itself was perfectly safe, since if any one peg were loose or faulty and gave way, the strain would be thrown on several others above and below it. I now understood the use of the line of bamboo pegs sticking in trees, which I had often seen, and wondered for what purpose they could have been put there. This animal was almost identical in size and appearance with the one I had obtained at Semabang, and was the only other male specimen of the Simia morio which I obtained. It is now in the Derby Museum. I afterwards shot 2 adult females and 2 young ones of different ages, all of which I preserved. One of the females, with several young ones, was feeding on a durian tree with unripe fruit, and as soon as she saw us she began breaking off branches and the great spiny fruits with every appearance of rage, causing such a shower of missiles as effectually kept us from approaching too near the tree. This habit of throwing down branches, when irritated, has been doubted, but I have, as here narrated, observed it myself on at least 3 separate occasions. It was, however, always the female myas who behaved in this way, and it may be that the male, trusting more to his great strength and his powerful canine teeth, is not afraid of any other animal, and does not want to drive them away, while the parental instinct of the female leads her to adopt this mode of defending herself and her young ones. In preparing the skins and skeletons of these animals, I was much troubled by the Dyak dogs which, being always kept in a state of semi-starvation, are ravenous for animal food. I had a great iron pan in which I boiled bones to make skeletons, and at night I covered this over with boards and put heavy stones upon it. But the dogs managed to remove these and carried away the greater part of one of my specimens. On another occasion, they gnawed away a good deal of the upper leather of my strong boots, and even ate a piece of my mosquito curtain, where some lamp oil had been spilt over it some weeks before. On our return down the stream, we had the fortune to fall in with a very old myas, feeding on some low trees growing in the water. The country was flooded for a long distance, but so full of trees and stumps that the laden boat could not get in among them, and if it could have been, we should only have frightened the myas away. I therefore got into the water, which was nearly up to my waist, and waded on until I was near enough for a shot. The difficulty then was to load my gun again, for I was so deep in the water that I could not hold the gun sloping enough to pour the powder in. I therefore had to search for a shallow place, and after several hours under these trying circumstances, I was delighted to see the monstrous animal roll over into the water. I now towed him after me to the stream, but the Malays objected to having the animal put into the boat, and he was so heavy that I could not do it without their help. I looked about for a place to skin him, but not a bit of dry ground was to be seen, until at last I found a clump of 2 or 3 old trees and stumps, between which a few feet of soil had collected, just above the water, which was just large enough for us to drag the animal upon it. I first measured him and found him to be by far the largest I had yet seen, for though the standing height was the same as the others, 4 feet 2 inches, the outstretched arms were 7 feet 9 inches, which was 6 inches more than the previous one, and the immense broad face was 13 1/2 inches wide, whereas the widest I had hitherto seen was only 11 1/2 inches. The girth of the body was 3 feet 7 1/2 inches. I am inclined to believe, therefore, that the length and strength of the arms, and the width of the face, continues increasing to a very great age, while the standing height, from the sole of the foot to the crown of the head, rarely if ever exceeds 4 feet 2 inches. As this was the last myas I shot, and the last time I saw an adult living animal, I will give a sketch of its general habits, and any other facts connected with it. The orangutan is known to inhabit Sumatra and Borneo, and there is every reason to believe that it is confined to these 2 great islands, in the former of which, however, it seems to be much more rare. In Borneo it has a wide range, inhabiting many districts on the southwest, southeast, northeast, and northwest coasts, but appears to be chiefly confined to the low and swampy forests. It seems at first sight very inexplicable that the myas should be quite unknown in the Sarawak Valley, while it is abundant in Sambas on the west and Sadong on the east. But when we know the habits and mode of life of the animal, we see a sufficient reason for this apparent anomaly in the physical features of the Sarawak district. In the Sadong, where I observed it, the myas is only found when the country is low, level, and swampy, and at the same time covered with a lofty virgin forest. From these swamps rise many isolated mountains, on some of which the Dyaks have settled, and covered with plantations of fruit trees. These are a great attraction to the myas, which comes to feed on the unripe fruits, but always retires to the swamp at night. Where the country becomes slightly elevated and the soil dry, the myas is no longer to be found. For example, in all the lower part of the Sadong Valley it abounds, but as soon as we ascend above the limits of the tides, where the country, though still flat, is high enough to be dry, it disappears. Now the Sarawak Valley has this peculiarity. The lower portion, though swampy, is not covered with a continuous lofty forest, but is principally occupied by the nipa palm, and near the town of Sarawak, where the country becomes dry, it is greatly undulated in many parts, and covered with small patches of virgin forest, and much second-growth jungle on the ground, which has once been cultivated by the Malays or Dyaks. Now, it seems probable to me that a wide extent of unbroken and equally lofty virgin forest is necessary to the comfortable existence of these animals. Such forests form their open country, where they can roam in every direction with as much facility as the Indian on the prairie or the Arab on the desert, passing from treetop to treetop without ever being obliged to descend upon the earth. The elevated and the drier districts are more frequented by man, more cut up by clearings and low second-growth jungle, not adapted to its peculiar mode of progression, and where it would therefore be more exposed to danger and more frequently obliged to descend upon the earth. There is probably also a greater variety of fruit in the myas district. The small mountains which rise like islands out of it serving as gardens or plantations of a sort, where the trees of the uplands are to be formed in the very midst of the swampy plains. It is a singular and very interesting sight to watch a myas making his way leisurely through the forest. He walks deliberately along some of the larger branches in the semi-erect attitude which the greater length of his arms and the shortness of his legs cause him naturally to assume, and the disproportion between these limbs is increased by his walking on his knuckles, not on the palm of the hand, as we should do. He seems always to choose those branches which intermingle with an adjoining tree, on approaching which he stretches out his long arms, and seizing the opposite boughs grasps them together with both hands, seems to try their strength, and then deliberately swings himself across to the next branch, on which he walks along as before. He never jumps or springs, or even appears to hurry himself, and yet manages to get along almost as quickly as a person can run through the forest beneath. The long and powerful arms are of the greatest use to the animal, enabling it to climb easily up the loftiest trees, to seize fruits and young leaves from slender boughs, which will not bear its weight, and to gather leaves and branches with which to form its nest. I have already described how it forms a nest when wounded, but it uses a similar one to sleep on almost every night. This is placed low down, however, on a small tree not more than 20 to 50 feet from the ground, probably because it is warmer and less exposed to wind than higher up. Each myas is said to make a fresh one for himself every night, but I should think that is hardly probable, or their remains would be much more abundant. For though I saw several about the coal mines, there must have been many orangs about every day, and in a year their deserted nests would become very numerous. The Dyaks say that, when it is very wet, the myas covers himself over with leaves of pandanus, or large ferns, which has perhaps led to the story of his making a hut in the trees. The orang does not leave his bed until the sun is well risen, and has dried up the dew upon the leaves. He feeds all through the middle of the day, but seldom returns to the same tree 2 days running. They do not seem much alarmed at man, as they often stared down upon me for several minutes, and then only moved away slowly to an adjacent tree. After seeing one, I have often had to go half a mile or more to fetch my gun, and in nearly every case I have found it on the same tree, or within 100 yards when I returned. I never saw 2 full-grown animals together, but both males and females are always accompanied by half-grown young ones, while at other times 3 or 4 young ones were seen in company. Their food consists almost exclusively of fruit, with occasionally leaves, buds, and young shoots. They seemed to prefer unripe fruits, some of which were very sour, others intensely bitter, particularly the large, fleshy arillus, of one which seemed an especial favorite. In other cases, they eat only the small seed of a large fruit, and they almost always waste and destroy more than they eat, so that there is a continual rain of rejected portions below the tree they are feeding on. The durian is an especial favorite, and quantities of this delicious fruit are destroyed wherever it grows surrounded by forest. But they will not cross clearings to get at them. It seems wonderful how the animal can tear open this fruit, the outer covering of which is so thick and tough, and closely covered with strong conical spines. It probably bites off a few of these first, and then, making a small hole, tears open the fruit with its powerful fingers. The myas rarely descends to the ground, except when pressed by hunger. It seeks succulent shoots by the riverside, or in very dry river has to search after water, of which it generally finds sufficient in the hollows of leaves. Only once I saw 2 half-grown orangs on the ground in a dry hollow at the foot of Simunjon Hill. They were playing together, standing erect, and grasping each other by the arms. It may be safely stated, however, that the orang never walks erect, unless when using its hands to support itself by branches overhead or when attacked. Representations of its walking with a stick are entirely imaginary. The Dyaks all declare that the myas is never attacked by any animal in the forest, with 2 rare exceptions, and the accounts I received of these are so curious that I give them nearly in the words of my informants, old Dyak chiefs, who had lived all their lives in the places where the animal is most abundant. The first of whom I inquired said, quote, "No animal is strong enough to hurt the myas, and the only creature he ever fights with is the crocodile. When there is no fruit in the jungle, he goes to seek food on the banks of the river, where there are plenty of young shoots that he likes, and fruits that grow close to the water. Then the crocodile sometimes tries to seize him, but the myas gets upon him, and beats him with his hands and feet, and tears him and kills him." End quote. He added that he had once seen such a fight, and that he believes that the Mayas is always the victor. My next informant was the Orang Kaya, or chief of the Balo Dyaks, on the Simunjan River. He said, quote, "The Mayas has no enemies. No animals dare attack it but the crocodile and the python. He always kills the crocodile by main strength, standing upon it, pulling open its jaws, and ripping up its throat. If a python attacks a Mayas, he seizes it with his hands, and then bites it, and very soon kills it. The Mayas is very strong. There is no animal in the jungle so strong as he." End quote. It is very remarkable that an animal so large, so peculiar, and of such a high type of form as the orangutan should be confined to so limited a district, to 2 islands, and those almost the last inhabited by the higher mammalia. For east of Borneo and Java, the quadrumania, ruminants, carnivora, and many other groups of mammalia diminish rapidly, and soon entirely disappear. When we consider further that almost all other animals have in earlier ages been represented by allied yet distinct forms, that in the latter part of the tertiary period Europe was inhabited by bears, deer, wolves, and cats, Australia by kangaroos and other marsupials, South America by gigantic sloths and ant-eaters, all different from any now existing, although intimately allied to them, we have every reason to believe that the orangutan, the chimpanzee, and the gorilla have also had their forerunners. With what interest must every naturalist look forward to the time when the caves and tertiary deposits of the tropics may be thoroughly examined, and the past history and earliest appearance of the great man-like apes be made known at length. I will now say a few words as to the supposed existence of a Bornean orang as large as the gorilla. I have myself examined the bodies of 17 freshly killed orangs, all of which were carefully measured, and of 7 of them I preserved the skeleton. I also obtained 2 skeletons killed by other persons. Of this extensive series, 16 were fully adult, 9 being males and 7 females. The adult males of the large orangs only varied from 4 feet 1 inch to 4 feet 2 inches in height, measured fairly to the heel, so as to give the height of the animal if it stood perfectly erect. The extent of the outstretched arms, from 7 feet 2 inches to 7 feet 8 inches, and the width of the face from 10 inches to 13 1/2 inches. The dimensions given by other naturalists closely agree with mine. The largest orang measured by Temminck was 4 feet high. Of 25 specimens collected by Schlegel and Müller, the largest old male was 4 feet 1 inch, and the largest skeleton in the Calcutta Museum was, according to Mr. Blythe, 4 feet 1 1/2 inch. My specimens were all from the northwest coast of Borneo, those of the Dutch from the west and south coasts, and no specimen has yet reached Europe exceeding these dimensions, although the total number of skins and skeletons must amount to over 100. Strange to say, however, several persons declare that they have measured orangs of a much larger size. Temminck, in his monograph of the orang, says he has just received news of the capture of a specimen 5 feet 3 inches high. Unfortunately, it never seems to have reached Holland, for nothing has since been heard of any such animal. Mr. St. John, in his Life of the Forests of the Far East, Volume 2, page 237, tells us of an orang shot by a friend of his, which was 5 feet 2 inches, from the heel to the top of the head, the arm 17 inches in girth, and the wrist 12 inches. The head alone was brought to Sarawak, and Mr. St. John tells us that he assisted to measure this, and that it was 15 inches broad by 14 long. Unfortunately, even this skull appears not to have been preserved, for no specimen corresponding to these dimensions has yet reached England. In a letter from Sir James Brooke, dated October 1857, in which he acknowledges the receipt of my papers on the orang, published in the Annals and Magazine of Natural History, he sends me the measurements of a specimen killed by his nephew, which I will give exactly as I received it. Quote, September 3rd, 1867. Killed female orangutan. Height, from head to heel, 4 feet 6 inches. Stretch from fingers to fingers across the body, 6 feet 1 inch. Breadth of face, including callosities, 11 inches. End quote. Now in these dimensions there is palpably one error, for in every orang yet measured by any naturalist, An expanse of arms of 6 feet 1 inches corresponds to a height of about 3 feet 6 inches, while the largest specimens of 4 feet to 4 feet 2 inches high always have the extended arms as much as 7 feet 3 inches to 7 feet 8 inches. It is in fact one of the characteristics of the genus to have the arms so long that an animal standing nearly erect can rest its fingers on the ground. A height of 4 feet 6 inches would require, therefore, a stretch of arms of at least 8 feet. If it were only 6 feet to that height, as given in the dimensions quoted, the animal would not be an orang at all, but a new genus of apes, differing materially in habits and mode of progression. But Mr. Johnson, who shot this animal, and who knows orangs well, evidently considered it to be one, and we have therefore to judge whether it is more probable that he made a mistake of 2 feet in the stretch of the arms, or of 1 foot in the height. The latter error is certainly the easiest to make, and it will bring his animal into agreement as to the proportions and size with all those which exist in Europe. How easy it is to be deceived as to the height of these animals is well shown in the case of the Sumatran orang, the skin of which was described by Dr. Clark Abel. The captain and crew who killed this animal declared that when alive he exceeded the tallest man, and looked so gigantic that they thought he was 7 feet high, but that when he was killed and lay upon the ground, they found he was only about 6 feet. Now, it will hardly be credited that the skin of this identical animal exists in the Calcutta Museum, and Mr. Blythe, the late curator, states, quote, that it is by no means one of the largest size, end quote, which means that it is about 4 feet high. Having these undoubted examples of error in the dimension of orangs, it is not too much to conclude that Mr. St. John's friend made a similar error of measurement, or rather, perhaps of memory, for we are not told that the dimensions were noted down at the time they were made. The only figures given by Mr. St. John on his own authority are that, quote, the head was 15 inches broad by 14 inches long, end quote, as my largest male was 13.5 broad across the face, measured as soon as the animal was killed. I can quite understand that when the head arrived at Sarawak from the Batang Lupar, after 2 or 3 days' voyage, it was so swollen by decomposition as to measure an inch more than when it was fresh. On the whole, therefore, I think it will be allowed that up to this time we have not the least reliable evidence of the existence of orangs in Borneo more than 4 feet 2 inches high. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 5. Borneo, Journey into the Interior. November 1855 to January 1856. As the wet season was approaching, I determined to return to Sarawak, sending all my collections with Charles Allen around by sea, while I myself proposed to go up to the sources of the Sedong River and descend by the Sarawak Valley. As the route was somewhat difficult, I took the smallest quantity of baggage, and only one servant, a Malay lad named Bujon, who knew the language of the Sedong Dyaks, with whom he had traded. We left the mines on the 27th of November, and the next day reached the Malay village of Gudong, where I stayed a short time to buy fruit and eggs, and called upon the Datu Bandar, or Malay governor, of the place. He lived in a large and well-built house, very dirty, outside and in, and was very inquisitive about my business, and particularly about the coal mines. These puzzle the natives exceedingly, as they cannot understand the extensive and costly preparations for working coal, and cannot believe it is to be used only as fuel when wood is so abundant and so easily obtained. It was evident that Europeans seldom visited here, for numbers of women skeltered away as I walked through the village, and one girl, about 10 or 12 years old, who had just brought a bamboo full of water from the river, threw it down with a cry of horror and alarm the moment she caught sight of me, turned around and jumped into the stream. She swam beautifully, and kept looking back as if expecting I would follow her, screaming violently all the time, while a number of men and boys were laughing at her ignorant terror. At Jahi, the next village, the stream became so swift in consequence of a flood that my heavy boat could make no way, and I was obliged to send it back and go on in a very small open one. So far, the river had been very monotonous, the banks being cultivated as rice fields, and little thatched huts alone breaking the unpicturesque line of muddy bank, crowned with tall grasses, and backed by the top of the forest, behind the cultivated ground. A few hours beyond Jahi, we passed the limits of cultivation, and had the beautiful virgin forest coming down to the water's edge, with its palms and creepers, its noble trees, its ferns and epiphytes. The banks of the river were, however, still generally flooded, and we had some difficulty in finding a dry spot to sleep on. Early in the morning we reached Empugnan, a small Malay village, situated at the foot of an isolated mountain, which had been visible from the mouth of the Simunjan River. Beyond here the tides are not felt, and we now entered upon a district of elevated forest, with a finer vegetation. Large trees stretch out their arms across the stream, and the steep, earthy banks are clothed with ferns and zingiberaceous plants. Early in the afternoon we arrived at Tabokan, the first village of the hill Dyaks. On an open space near the river, about 20 boys were playing at a game something like what we call prisoner's base. Their ornaments of beads and brass wire, and their gay-coloured kerchiefs and waistcloths, showing to much advantage, and forming a very pleasing sight. On being called by Bujan, they immediately left their game to carry my things up to the head house, a circular building attached to most Dyak villages, and serving as a lodging for strangers, the place for trade, the sleeping room for the unmarried youths, and the general council chamber. It is elevated on lofty posts, has a large fireplace in the middle, and windows in the roof all round, and forms a very pleasant and comfortable abode. In the evening it was crowded with young men and boys who came to look at me. They were mostly fine young fellows, and I could not help admiring the simplicity and elegance of their costume. Their only dress is the long chawat, or waistcloth, which hangs down before and behind. It is generally of blue cotton, ending in 3 broad bands of red, blue, and white. Those who can afford it wear a handkerchief on the head, which is either red, with a narrow border of gold lace, or of 3 colors like the chawat. The large, flat, moon-shaped brass earrings, the heavy necklace of white or black beads, rows of brass rings on the arms and legs, and armlets of white shell, all serve to relieve and set off the pure reddish-brown skin and jet black hair. Add to this the little pouch containing materials for betel chewing, and a long slender knife, both invariably worn at the side, and you have the everyday dress of the young Dyak gentleman. The Orangutan, or rich man, as the chief of the tribe is called, now came in with several of the older men, and the bicara, or talk, commenced, about getting a boat and men to take me on the next morning. As I could not understand a word of their language, which is very different from Malay, I took no part in the proceedings, but was represented by my boy Bujon, who translated to me most of what was said. A Chinese trader was also in the house, and he too wanted men the next day. But on his hinting this to the Orangutan, he was sternly told that a white man's business was now being discussed, and he must wait another day before his could be thought about. After the bicara was over and the old chiefs gone, I asked the young men to play or dance or amuse themselves in their accustomed way, and after some little hesitation they agreed to do so. They first had a trial of strength, 2 boys sitting opposite each other, foot being placed against foot, and a stout stick grasped by both their hands. Each then tried to throw himself back, so as to raise his adversary up from the ground, either by main strength or by a sudden effort. Then one of the men would try his strength against 2 or 3 of the boys, and afterwards they each grasped their own ankle with a hand, and while one stood as firm as he could, the other swung himself around on one leg, so as to strike the other's free leg and try to overthrow him. When these games had been played all around, with varying success, we had a novel kind of concert. Some placed a leg across the knee, and struck the fingers sharply on the ankle. Others beat their arms against their sides like a cock when he is going to crow, this making a great variety of clapping sounds, while another with his hand under his armpit produced a deep trumpet note, and, as they all kept time very well, the effect was by no means unpleasing. This seemed quite a favourite amusement with them, and they kept it up with much spirit. The next morning we started in a boat about 30 feet long and only 28 inches wide. The stream here suddenly changes its character. Hitherto, though swift, it had been deep and smooth, and confined by steep banks. Now it rushed and rippled over a pebbly, sandy, or rocky bed, occasionally forming miniature cascades and rapids, and throwing up, on one side or the other, broad banks of finely coloured pebbles. No paddling could make way here, but the Dyaks with bamboo poles propelled us along with great dexterity and swiftness, never losing their balance in such a narrow and unsteady vessel, though standing up and exerting all their force. It was a brilliant day, and the cheerful exertions of the men, the rushing of the sparkling waters, with the bright and varied foliage, which from either bank stretched over our heads, produced an exhilarating sensation which recalled my canoe voyages on the grander waters of South America. Early in the afternoon we reached the village of Borotoi, and, though it would have been easy to reach the next one before night, I was obliged to stay, as my men wanted to return, and others could not possibly go on with me without the preliminary talking. Besides, a white man was too great a rarity to be allowed to escape them, and their wives would never have forgiven them if, when they returned from the fields, they found that such a curiosity had not been kept for them to see. On entering the house to which I was invited, a crowd of 60 or 70 men, women, and children gathered around me, and I sat for half an hour like some strange animal, submitted for the first time to the gaze of an inquiring public. Brass rings were here in the greatest profusion, many of the women having their arms completely covered with them, as well as their legs from the ankle to the knee. Round the waist they wear a dozen or more coils of fine rattan stained red, to which the petticoat is attached. Below this are generally a number of coils of brass wire, a girdle of small silver coins, and sometimes a broad belt of brass ring armor. On their heads they wear a conical hat, without a crown, formed of variously colored beads, kept in shape by rings of rattan, and forming a fantastic but not unpicturesque headdress. Walking out to a small hill near the village, cultivated as a rice field, I had a very fine view of the country, which was becoming quite hilly, and towards the south mountainous. I took bearings and sketches of all that was visible, an operation which caused much astonishment to the Dyaks, who accompanied me and produced a request to exhibit the compass when I returned. I was then surrounded by a larger crowd than before, and when I took my evening meal in the midst of a circle of about 100 spectators, anxiously observing every movement and criticizing every mouthful, my thoughts involuntarily recurred to the lion at feeding time. Like those noble animals, I too was used to it, and it did not affect my appetite. The children here were more shy than at Tabokan, and I could not persuade them to play. I therefore turned showman myself, and exhibited the shadow of a dog's head eating, which pleased them so much that all in the village in succession came out to see it. The rabbit on the wall does not do in Borneo, as there is no animal it resembles. The boys had tops shaped something like whipping tops, but spun with a string. The next morning we proceeded as before, but the river had become so rapid and shallow, and the boats were all so small, that though I had nothing with me but a change of clothes, a gun, and a few cooking utensils, 2 were required to take me on. The rock which appeared here and there on the river bank was an indurated clay slate, sometimes crystalline, and thrown up almost vertically. Right and left of us rose isolated limestone mountains, their white precipices glistening in the sun, and contrasting beautifully with the luxuriant vegetation that elsewhere clothed them. The riverbed was a mass of pebbles, mostly pure white quartz, but with abundance of jasper and agate, presenting a beautifully variegated appearance. It was only 10 in the morning when we arrived at Budwa, and though there were plenty of people about, I could not induce them to allow me to go on to the next village. The orang kaya said that if I insisted on having men, of course he would get them, but when I took him at his word and said I must have them, there came a fresh remonstrance, and the idea of my going on that day seemed so painful that I was obliged to submit. I therefore walked out over the rice fields, which are here very extensive, covering a number of the little hills and valleys, into which the whole country seems broken up, and obtained a very fine view of hills and mountains in every direction. In the evening, the Orang Kaya came in full dress, a spangled velvet jacket but no trousers, and invited me over to his house, where he gave me a seat of honor under a canopy of white calico and colored handkerchiefs. The veranda was crowded with people, and large plates of rice with cooked and fresh eggs were placed on the ground as presents for me. A very old man then dressed himself in bright-colored cloths and many ornaments, and sitting at the door, murmured a long prayer or invocation, sprinkling rice from a basin he held in his hand, while several large gongs were loudly beaten, and a salute of muskets fired off. A large jar of rice wine, very sour, but with an agreeable flavor, was then handed around, and I asked to see some of their dances. These were, like most savage performances, very dull and ungraceful affairs, the men dressing themselves absurdly like women, and the girls making themselves as stiff and ridiculous as possible. All the time 6 or 8 large Chinese gongs were being beaten by the vigorous arms of as many young men, producing such a deafening discord that I was glad to escape to the roundhouse, where I slept very comfortably, with a half-dozen smoke-dried human skulls suspended over my head. The river was now so shallow that boats could hardly get along. I therefore preferred walking to the next village, expecting to see something of the country, but was much disappointed, as the path lay almost entirely through dense bamboo thickets. The Dyaks get 2 crops off the ground in succession, one of rice and the other of sugarcane, maize, and vegetables. The ground then lies fallow 8 or 10 years, and becomes covered with bamboos and shrubs, which often completely arch over the path, and shut out everything from their view. 3 hours' walking brought us to the village of Senan Khan, where I was again obliged to remain the whole day, which I agreed to do on the promise of the Orang Kaya that his men should next day take me through 2 other villages across to Sena at the head of the Sarawak River. I amused myself as I best could till evening by walking about the high ground near, to get views of the country and bearings of the chief mountains. There was then another public audience with gifts of rice and eggs, and drinking of rice wine. These Dyaks cultivate a great extent of ground, and supply a good deal of rice to Sarawak. They are rich in gongs, brass trays, wire, silver coins, and other articles in which a Dyak's wealth consists, and their women and children are all highly ornamented with bead necklaces, shells, and brass wire. In the morning I waited some time, but the men that were to accompany me did not make their appearance. On sending to the Orang Kaya, I found that both he and another headman had gone out for the day, and on inquiring the reason was told that they could not persuade any of their men to go with me because the journey was a long and fatiguing one. As I was determined to get on, I told the few men that had remained that the chiefs had behaved very badly, and that I should acquaint the Rajah with their conduct, and I wanted to start immediately. Every man present made some excuse, but others were sent for, and by dint of threats and promises, and the exertion of all Bujan's eloquence, we succeeded in getting off after 2 hours' delay. For the first few miles our path lay over a country cleared for rice fields, consisting entirely of small but deep and sharply cut ridges, and valleys without a yard of level ground. After crossing the Cayenne River, a main branch of the Sadong, we got on to the lower slopes of the Sebaran mountain, and the path lay along a sharp and moderately steep ridge, affording an excellent view of the country. Its features were exactly those of the Himalayas in miniature, as they are described by Dr. Hooker and other travellers, and looked like a natural model of some parts of those vast mountains on a scale of about 1/10, thousands of feet being here represented by hundreds. I now discovered the source of the beautiful pebbles which had so pleased me in the riverbed. The slaty rocks had ceased, and these mountains seemed to consist of a sandstone conglomerate, which was in some places a mere mass of pebbles cemented together. I might have known that such small streams could not produce such vast quantities of well-rounded pebbles of the very hardest materials. They had evidently been formed in past ages, by the action of some continental stream or seabed, before the great island of Borneo had risen from the ocean. The existence of such a system of hills and valleys, reproducing in miniature all the features of a great mountain region, has an important bearing on the modern theory that the form of the ground is mainly due to atmospheric rather than to subterranean action. When we have a number of branching valleys and ravines running in many different directions within a square mile, it seems hardly possible to impute their formation, or even their origin, to rents and fissures produced by earthquakes. On the other hand, the nature of the rock, so easily decomposed and removed by water, and the known action of the abundant tropical rains, are in this case at least quite sufficient causes for the production of such valleys. But the resemblance between their forms and outlines, their mode of divergence, and the slopes and ridges that divide them, and those of the grand mountain scenery of the Himalayas, is so remarkable that we are forcibly led to the conclusion that the forces at work in the two cases have been the same, differing only in the time they have been in action, and the nature of the material they have to work upon. About noon we reached the village of Malay, beautifully situated on a spur of the mountain, about 600 feet above the valley, and affording a delightful view of the mountains of this part of Borneo. I here got a sight of Penrisen Mountain, at the head of the Sarawak River, and one of the highest in the district, rising to about 6,000 feet above the sea. To the south, the Rowan, and further off the Untoan Mountains in the Dutch territory, appeared equally lofty. Descending from Malay, we again crossed the Kayan, which bends round the spur, and ascended to the pass which divides the Sedong and Sarawak valleys, and which is about 2,000 feet high. The descent from this point was very fine. A stream, deep in a rocky gorge, rushed on each side of us, to one of which we gradually descended, passing over many lateral gullies and along the faces of some precipices by means of native bamboo bridges. Some of these were several hundred feet long and 50 or 60 high, a single smooth bamboo 4 inches diameter forming the only pathway, while a slender handrail of the same material was often so shaky that it could only be used as a guide rather than a support. Late in the afternoon we reached Sodos, situated on a spur between two streams, but so surrounded by fruit trees that little could be seen of the country. The house was spacious, clean, and comfortable, and the people very obliging. Many of the women and children had never seen a white man before, and were very skeptical as to my being the same color all over as my face. They begged me to show them my arms and body, and they were so kind and good-tempered that I felt bound to give them some satisfaction. So I turned up my trousers and let them see the color of my leg, which they examined with great interest. In the morning, early, we continued our descent along a fine valley, with mountains rising 2,000 or 3,000 feet in every direction. The little river rapidly increased in size until we reached Senna, when it had become a fine pebbly stream, navigable for small canoes. Here again the upheaved slaty rock appeared, with the same dip and direction as in the Sedong River. On inquiring for a boat to take me down the stream, I was told that the Senna Dyaks, although living on the river banks, never made or used boats. They were mountaineers who had only come down into the valley about 20 years before, and had not yet got into new habits. They are of the same tribe as the people of Malay and Sodos. They make good paths and bridges, and cultivate much mountain land, and thus give a more pleasing and civilized aspect to the country than where the people move about only in boats, and confine their cultivation to the banks of the streams. After some trouble I hired a boat from a Malay trader, and found 3 Dyaks who had been several times with Malays to Sarawak, and thought they could manage it very well. They turned out very awkward, constantly running aground, striking against rocks, and losing their balance so as almost to upset themselves and the boat, offering a striking contrast to the skill of the sea Dyaks. At length we came to a really dangerous rapid, where boats were often swamped, and my men were afraid to pass it. Some Malays with a boatload of rice here overtook us, and after safely passing down, kindly sent back one of their men to assist me. As it was, my Dyaks lost their balance in the critical part of the passage, and had they been alone would certainly have upset the boat. The river now became exceedingly picturesque, the ground on each side being partially cleared for rice fields, affording a good view of the country. Numerous little granaries were built high up in the trees overhanging the river, and having a bamboo bridge sloping up to them from the bank, and here and there bamboo suspension bridge crossed the stream, where overhanging trees favoured their construction. I slept that night in the village of the Sibungau Dyaks, and the next day reached Sarawak, passing through a most beautiful country, where limestone mountains with their fantastic forms and white precipices shot up on every side, draped and festooned with luxuriant vegetation. The banks of the Sarawak River are everywhere covered with fruit trees, which supply the Dyaks with a great deal of their food. The mangosteen, lansat, rambutan, jack, jambu, and blimbing are all abundant. But most abundant and most esteemed is the durian, a fruit about which very little is known in England, but which both by natives and Europeans in the Malay Archipelago is reckoned superior to all others. The old traveller Linshot, writing in 1599, says, quote, "It is of such an excellent taste that it surpasses in flavour all the other fruits of the world, according to those who have tasted it." End quote. And Dr. Paludanus adds, quote, "This fruit is of a hot and humid nature. To those not used to it, it seems at first to smell like rotten onions. But immediately when they have tasted it, they prefer it to all other food. The natives give it honourable titles, exalt it, and make verses on it." End quote. When brought into a house, the smell is often so offensive that some persons can never bear to taste it. This was my own case when I first tried it in Malacca. But in Borneo I found a ripe fruit on the ground, and eating it out of doors, I at once became a confirmed durian eater. The durian grows on a large and lofty forest tree, somewhat resembling an elm in its general character, but with a more smooth and scaly bark. The fruit is round or slightly oval, about the size of a large coconut, and of a green colour, and covered all over with short, stout spines, the bases of which touch each other, and are consequently somewhat hexagonal, while the points are very strong and sharp. It is so completely armed that if the stalk is broken off, it is a difficult matter to lift one from the ground. The outer rind is so thick and tough that from whatever height it may fall, it is never broken. From the base to the apex, 5 very faint lines may be traced, over which the spines arch a little. These are the sutures of the carpels, and show where the fruit may be divided with a heavy knife and a strong hand. The 5 cells are satiny white within, and are each filled with an oval mass of cream-coloured pulp, embedded in which are 2 or 3 seeds, about the size of chestnuts. This pulp is the eatable part, and its consistency and flavour are indescribable. A rich, butter-like custard, highly flavoured with almonds, gives the best general idea of it. But intermingled with it comes wafts of flavours that call to mind cream cheese, onion sauce, brown sherry, and other incongruities. Then there is a rich glutinous smoothness in the pulp which nothing else possesses, but which adds to its delicacy. It is neither acid nor sweet nor juicy, yet one feels the want of none of these qualities, for it is perfect as it is. It produces no nausea or other bad effect, and the more you eat of it, the less you feel inclined to stop. In fact, to eat durian is a new sensation, worth a voyage to the East to experience. When the fruit is ripe, it falls of itself, and the only way to eat durians in perfection is to get them as they fall, and the smell is then less overpowering. When unripe, it makes a very good vegetable if cooked, and it is also eaten by the Dyaks raw. In a good fruit season, large quantities are preserved salted, in jars and bamboos, and kept the year round, when it acquires a most disgusting odour to Europeans, but the Dyaks appreciate it highly as a relish with their rice. There are in the forest 2 varieties of wild durians, with much smaller fruits, one of them orange-coloured inside, and these are probably the origin of the large and fine durians, which are never found wild. It would not perhaps be correct to say that the durian is the best of all fruits, because it cannot supply the place of the sub-acid juicy kinds, such as the orange, grape, mango, and mangosteen, whose refreshing and cooling qualities are so wholesome and grateful. But as producing a food of the most exquisite flavour, it is unsurpassed. If I had to fix on 2 only, as representing the perfection of the 2 classes, I should certainly choose the durian and the orange as the king and queen of fruits. The durian is, however, sometimes dangerous. When the fruit begins to ripen, it falls daily and almost hourly, and accidents not unfrequently happen to persons walking or working under the trees. When a durian strikes a man in its fall, it produces a dreadful wound, the strong spines tearing open the flesh, while the blow itself is very heavy. But from this very circumstance death rarely ensues, the copious effusion of blood preventing the inflammation which might otherwise take place. A Dyak chief informed me that he had been struck down by a durian falling on his head, which he thought would certainly have caused his death, yet he recovered in a very short time. Poets and moralists, judging from our English trees and fruits, have thought that small fruits always grew on lofty trees, so that their fall should be harmless to man, while the large ones trailed on the ground. Two of the largest and heaviest fruits known, however, the Brazil nut fruit, Bertholletia, and the durian, grow on lofty forest trees, from which they fall as soon as they are ripe, and often wound or kill the native inhabitants. From this we may learn two things. First, not to draw general conclusions from a very partial view of nature, and secondly, that trees and fruits, no less than the varied productions of the animal kingdom, do not appear to be organized with exclusive reference to the use and convenience of man. During my many journeys in Borneo, and especially during my various residences among the Dyaks, I first came to appreciate the admirable qualities of the bamboo. In those parts of South America which I had previously visited, these gigantic grasses were comparatively scarce, and where found but little used, their place being taken as to one class of uses by the great variety of palms, and as to another by calabashes and gourds. Almost all tropical countries produce bamboos, and wherever they are found in abundance the natives apply them to a variety of uses. Their strength, lightness, smoothness, straightness, roundness, and hollowness, the facility and regularity with which they can be split, their many different sizes, the varying length of their joints, the ease with which they can be cut, and with which holes can be made through them, their hardness outside, their freedom from any pronounced taste or smell, their great abundance, and the rapidity of their growth and increase, are all qualities which render them useful for 100 different purposes, to serve which other materials would require much more labor and preparation. The bamboo is one of the most wonderful and most beautiful productions of the tropics, and one of nature's most valuable gifts to uncivilized man. The Dyak houses are all raised on posts, and are often 200 or 300 feet long and 40 or 50 feet wide. The floor is always formed of strips split from large bamboo, so that each may be nearly flat and about 3 inches wide, and these are firmly tied down with rattan to the joists beneath. When well made, this is a delightful floor to walk upon barefooted, the rounded surfaces of the bamboo being very smooth and agreeable to the feet, while at the same time affording a firm hold. But what is more important, they form, with a mat over them, an excellent bed, the elasticity of the bamboo and its rounded surface being far superior to a more rigid and a flatter floor. Here we at once find a use for bamboo which cannot be supplied so well by another material without a vast amount of labor, palms and other substitutes requiring much cutting and smoothing, and not being equally good when finished. When, however, a flat, close floor is required, excellent boards are made by splitting open large bamboos on one side only, and flattening them out so as to form slabs 18 inches wide and 6 feet long, with which some Dyaks floor their houses. These, with constant rubbing of the feet and the smoke of years, become dark and polished, like walnut or old oak, so that their real material can hardly be recognized. What labor is here saved to a savage whose only tools are an axe and a knife, and who, if he wants boards, must hew them out of the solid trunk of a tree, and must give days and weeks of labor to obtain a surface as smooth and beautiful as the bamboo thus treated affords him. Again, if a temporary house is wanted, either by the native in his plantation or by the traveller in the forest, nothing is so convenient as the bamboo, with which a house can be constructed with a quarter of the labor and time than if other materials are used. As I have already mentioned, the hill Dyaks in the interior of Sarawak make paths for long distances from village to village and to their cultivated grounds, in the course of which they have to cross many gullies and ravines, and even rivers, or sometimes, to avoid a long circuit, to carry the path along the face of a precipice. In all these cases the bridges they construct are of bamboo, and so admirably adapted is the material for this purpose that it seems doubtful whether they ever would have attempted such works if they had not possessed it. The Dyak bridge is simple but well designed. It consists merely of stout bamboos crossing each other at their roadway like the letter X, and rising a few feet above it. At the crossing they are firmly bound together, and to a large bamboo which lays upon them and forms the only pathway, with a slender and often very shaky one to serve as a handrail. When a river is to be crossed, an overhanging tree is chosen from which the bridge is partly suspended and partly supported by diagonal struts from the bank, so as to avoid placing posts in the stream itself, which would be liable to be carried away by floods. In carrying a path along the face of a precipice, trees and roots are made use of for suspension. Struts arise from suitable notches or crevices in the rocks, and if these are not sufficient, immense bamboos 50 or 60 feet long are fixed on the banks or on the branch of a tree below. These bridges are traversed daily by men and women carrying heavy loads, so that any insecurity is soon discovered, and, as the materials are close at hand, immediately repaired. When a path goes over very steep ground and becomes slippery in very wet or very dry weather, the bamboo is used in another way. Pieces are cut about a yard long, and opposite notches being made at each end, holes are formed through which pegs are driven, and firm and convenient steps are thus formed with the greatest ease and celerity. It is true that much of this will decay in 1 or 2 seasons, but it can be so quickly replaced as to make it more economical than using a harder and more durable wood. One of the most striking uses to which bamboo is applied by the Dyaks is to assist them in climbing lofty trees by driving in pegs in the way I have already described at page 85. This method is constantly used in order to obtain wax, which is one of the most valuable products of the country. The honeybee of Borneo very generally hangs its combs under the branches of the tapan, a tree which towers above all others in the forest, and whose smooth, cylindrical trunk often rises 100 feet without a branch. The Dyaks climb these lofty trees at night, building up their bamboo ladder as they go, and bringing down gigantic honeycombs. These furnish them with a delicious feast of honey and young bees, besides the wax, which they sell to traders, and with the proceeds buy the much coveted brass wire, earrings, and bold-edged handkerchiefs with which they love to decorate themselves. In ascending durian and other fruit trees which branch at from 30 to 40 feet from the ground, I've seen them use the bamboo pegs only, without the upright bamboo, which renders them so much more secure. The outer rind of the bamboo, split and shaved thin, is the strongest material for baskets, hen coops, and bird cages, and conical fish traps are very quickly made from a single joint, by splitting off the skin in narrow strips left attached to one end, while rings of the same material, or of rattan, are twisted in at regular distances. Water is brought to the houses by little aqueducts formed of large bamboos split in half and supported on crossed sticks of various heights, so as to give it a regular fall. Thin, long-jointed bamboos form the Dyaks' only water vessels, and a dozen of them stand in the corner of every house. They are clean, light, and easily carried, and are in many ways superior to earthen vessels for the same purpose. They also make excellent cooking utensils. Vegetables and rice can be boiled in them to perfection, and they are often used when traveling. Salted fish or fruit, sugar, vinegar, and honey are preserved in them instead of in jars or bottles. In a small bamboo case, prettily carved and ornamented, the Dyak carries his sirah and lime for betel chewing, and his little long-bladed knife has a bamboo sheath. His favorite pipe is a huge hubble-bubble, which he will construct in a few minutes by inserting a small piece of bamboo for a bowl, obliquely, into a large cylinder about 6 inches from the bottom, containing water, through which the smoke passes to a long, slender bamboo tube. There are many other matters for which bamboo is daily used, but enough has now been mentioned to show its value. In other parts of the archipelago, I have myself seen it applied to many new uses, and it is probable that my limited means of observation did not make me acquainted with 1/2 the ways in which it is serviceable to the Dyaks of Sarawak. While upon the subject of plants, I may here mention a few of the more striking vegetable productions of Borneo. The wonderful pitcher plants, forming the genus Nepenthes of botanists, here reach their greatest development. Every mountain top abounds with them, running along the ground or climbing over shrubs and stunted trees. There are elegant pitchers hanging in every direction. Some of these are long and slender, resembling in form the beautiful Philippine lace sponge, Euplectella, which has now become so common. Others are broad and short. Their colors are green, variously tinted and mottled with red or purple. The finest yet known were obtained on the summit of Kinabalu in northwest Borneo. One of the broad sort, Nepenthes Rajah, will hold 2 quarts of water in its pitcher. Another, Nepenthes edwardiana, has a narrow pitcher 20 inches long, while the plant itself grows to a length of 20 feet. Ferns are abundant, but not so varied as on the volcanic mountains of Java, and tree ferns are neither so plentiful nor so large as on that island. They grow, however, quite down to the level of the sea, and are generally slender and graceful plants, from 8 to 15 feet high. Without devoting much time to the search, I collected 50 species of ferns in Borneo, and I have no doubt a good botanist would have obtained twice the number. The interesting group of orchids is very abundant, but, as is generally the case, 9/10 of the species have small and inconspicuous flowers. Among the exceptions are the fine coelogynes, whose large clusters of yellow flowers ornament leguminous forests, and that most extraordinary plant, Vandaloi, which last is particularly abundant near some hot springs at the foot of the Peninjau mountain. It grows on the lower branches of trees, and its strange pendant flower spires often hang down so as almost to reach the ground. These are generally 6 or 8 feet long, bearing large and handsome flowers 3 inches across, and varying in color from orange to red, with deep purple spots. I measured one spike which reached the extraordinary length of 9 feet 8 inches, and bore 36 flowers, spirally arranged upon a slender, thread-like stalk. Specimens grown in our English hothouses have produced flower spikes of equal length, and with a much larger number of blossoms. Flowers were scarce, as is usual in equatorial forests, and it was only at rare intervals that I met with anything striking. A few fine climbers were sometimes seen, especially a handsome crimson and yellow Aschinanthus, and fine leguminous plant with clusters of large cassia-like flowers of a rich purple color. Once I found a number of small annunaceous trees of the genus Polyalthea, producing a most striking effect in the gloomy forest shades. They were about 30 feet high, and their slender trunks were covered with large, star-like crimson flowers, which clustered over them like garlands and resembled some artificial decoration more than a natural product. The forests abound with gigantic trees with cylindrical, buttressed, or furrowed stems, while occasionally the traveler comes upon a wonderful fig tree, whose trunk is itself a forest of stems and aerial roots. Still more rarely are found trees which appear to have begun growing in mid-air, and from the same point send out widespread branches above and a complicated pyramid of roots, descending for 70 or 80 feet to the ground below, and so spreading on every side that one can stand in the very center with the trunk of the tree immediately overhead. Trees of this character are found all over the archipelago, and the accompanying illustration, taken from one which I often visited in the Aru Islands, will convey some idea of their general character. I believe that they originate as parasites, from seeds carried by birds and dropped in the fork of some lofty tree, hence descend aerial roots, clasping and ultimately destroying the supporting tree, which is in time entirely replaced by the humble plant which was at first dependent upon it. Thus we have an actual struggle for life in the vegetable kingdom, not less fatal to the vanquished than the struggles among animals, which we can so much more easily observe and understand. The advantage of quicker access to light and warmth and air, which is granted in one way by climbing plants, is here obtained by a forest tree, which has the means of starting in life at an elevation which others can only attain after many years of growth, and then only when the fall of some other tree has made room for them. Thus it is that in the warm and moist and equable climate of the tropics, each available station is seized upon and becomes the means of developing new forms of life, especially adapted to occupy it. On reaching Sarawak early in December, I found there would not be an opportunity of returning to Singapore until the latter end of January. I therefore accepted Sir James Brooks's invitation to spend a week with him and Mr. St. John at his cottage at Peninjau. This is a very steep pyramidal mountain of crystal and basaltic rock, about 1,000 feet high, and covered with luxuriant forest. There are 3 Dyak villages upon it, and on a little platform near the summit is a rude wooden lodge where the English Rajah was accustomed to go for relaxation and cool fresh air. It is only 20 miles up the river, but the road up the mountain is a succession of ladders on the face of precipices, bamboo bridges over gullies and chasms, and slippery paths over rocks and tree trunks, and huge boulders as big as houses. A cool spring under an overhanging rock, just below the cottage, furnished us with refreshing baths and delicious drinking water, and the Dyaks brought us daily heaped-up baskets of mangosteens and lancets, two of the most delicious of the subacid tropical fruits. We returned to Sarawak for Christmas, the second I had spent with Sir James Brooke, when all the Europeans, both in the town and from the outstations, enjoyed the hospitality of the Rajah, who possessed in a preeminent degree the art of making everyone around him comfortable and happy. A few days afterwards, I returned to the mountain with Charles and a Malay boy named Ali, and stayed there 3 weeks for the purpose of making a collection of land shells, butterflies and moths, ferns and orchids. On the hill itself, ferns were tolerably plentiful, and I made a collection of about 40 species. But what occupied me most was the great abundance of moths, which on certain occasions I was able to capture. As during the whole of my 8 years' wanderings in the East, I never found another spot where these insects were at all plentiful, it will be interesting to state the exact conditions under which I here obtained them. On one side of the cottage there was a veranda, looking down the whole side of the mountain, and to its summit on the right, all densely clothed with forest. The boarded sides of the cottage were whitewashed, and the roof of the veranda was low, and also boarded and whitewashed. As soon as it got dark, I placed my lamp on the table against the wall, and with pins, insect forceps net, and collecting boxes by my side, sat down with a book. Sometimes, during the whole evening, only one solitary moth would visit me, while on other nights they would pour in a continual stream, keeping me hard at work catching and pinning till past midnight. They came literally by the thousands. These good nights were very few. During the 4 weeks that I spent altogether on the hill, I only had 4 really good nights, and these were always rainy, and the best of them soaking wet. But wet nights were not always good, for a rainy moonlight night produced next to nothing. All the chief tribes of moths were represented, and the beauty and variety of the species was very great. On good nights I was able to capture from 100 to 250 moths, and these comprised on each occasion from half to 2/3 that number of distinct species. Some of them would settle on the wall, some on the table, while many would fly up to the roof, and give me a chase all over the veranda before I could secure them. In order to show the curious connection between the state of weather and the degree in which moths were attracted to light, I add a list of my captures each night of my stay on the hill. Date in 1855. Number of moths and remarks. December 13, 1 moth, fine, starlight. December 14th, 75 moths, drizzly and fog. December 15th, 41 moths, showery, cloudy. December 16th, 158, 120 species, steady rain. December 17th, 82 moths, wet, rather moonlight. December 18th, 9 moths, fine, moonlight. December 19th, 2 moths, fine, clear moonlight. December 31st, 200, 130 species, dark and windy, heavy rain. Date, 1856. January 1st, 185 moths, very wet. January 2nd, 68 moths, cloudy and showers. January 3rd, 50 moths, cloudy. January 4th, 12 moths, fine. January 5th, 10 moths, fine. January 6th, 8 moths, very fine. January 7th, 8 moths, very fine. January 8th, 10 moths, fine. January 9th, 36 moths, showery. January 10th, 30 moths, showery. January 11th, 260 moths, heavy rain all night and dark. January 12th, 56 moths, showery. January 13th, 44 moths, showery, some moonlight. January 14th, 4 moths, fine, moonlight. January 15th, 24 moths, rain, moonlight. January 16th, 6 moths, showers, moonlight. January 17th, 6 moths, showers, moonlight. January 18th, 1 moth, showers, moonlight. Total, 1,386. It thus appears that on 26 nights I collected 1,386 moths, but that more than 800 of them were collected on 4 very wet and dark nights. My success here led me to hope that by similar arrangements I might on every island be able to obtain an abundance of these insects. But strange to say, during the 6 succeeding years, I was never once able to make any collections at all approaching those at Sarawak. The reason for this I can pretty well understand to be owing to the absence of some one or other essential condition that were here all combined. Sometimes the dry season was the hindrance. More frequently, residence in a town or village, not close to virgin forest, and surrounded by other houses whose lights were a counter-attraction. Still more frequently, residence in a dark palm-thatched house, with a lofty roof, in whose recesses every moth was lost the instant it entered. This last was the greatest drawback, and the real reason why I never again was able to make a collection of moths, for I never afterwards lived in a solitary jungle house, with a low-boarded and whitewashed veranda, so constructed as to prevent insects at once escaping into the upper part of the house, quite out of reach. After my long experience, my numerous failures, and my one success, I feel sure that if any party of naturalists ever make a yacht voyage to explore the Malayan Archipelago or any other tropical region, making entomology one of their chief pursuits, it would well repay them to carry a small framed veranda, or a veranda-shaped tent of white canvas, to set up in every favorable situation, as a means of making a collection of nocturnal Lepidoptera, and also of obtaining rare specimens of Coleoptera and other insects. I make the suggestion here because no one would suspect the enormous difference in results that such an apparatus would produce, and because I consider it one of the curiosities of a collector's experience to have found out that some such apparatus is required. When I returned to Singapore, I took with me the Malay lad named Ali, who subsequently accompanied me all over the archipelago. Charles Allen preferred staying at the mission house, and afterwards obtained employment in Sarawak and in Singapore, until he again joined me 4 years later at Amboina in the Moluccas. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 6. Borneo, the Dyaks. The manners and customs of the aborigines of Borneo have been described in great detail, and with much fuller information than I possess, in the writings of Sir James Brooke, Messrs. Lowe, St. John, Johnson, Brooke, and many others. I do not propose to go over the ground again, but shall confine myself to a sketch, from personal observation, of the general character of the Dyaks, and of such physical, moral, and social characteristics as have been less frequently noticed. The Dyak is closely allied to the Malay, and more remotely to the Siamese, Chinese, and other Mongol races. All these are characterized by a reddish-brown or yellowish-brown skin of various shades, by jet-black straight hair, by the scanty or deficient beard, by the rather small and broad nose, and high cheekbones. But none of the Malayan races have the oblique eyes, which are characteristic of the more typical Mongols. The average stature of the Dyaks is rather more than that of the Malays, while it is considerably under that of most Europeans. Their forms are well proportioned, their feet and hands small, and they rarely or never attain the bulk of body so often seen in Malays and Chinese. I am inclined to rank the Dyaks above the Malays in mental capacity, while in moral character they are undoubtedly superior to them. They are simple and honest, and become the prey of the Malay and Chinese traders, who cheat and plunder them continually. They are more lively, more talkative, less secretive, and less suspicious than the Malay, and are therefore pleasanter companions. The Malay boys have little inclination for active sports and games, which form quite a feature, in the life of the Dyak youths, who, besides outdoor games of skill and strength, possess a variety of indoor amusements. One wet day in a Dyak house, when a number of boys and young men were about me, I thought to amuse them with something new, and showed them how to make cat's cradle with a piece of string. Greatly to my surprise, they knew all about it, and more than I did. For after Charles and I had gone through all the changes we could make, one of the boys took it off my hand and made several new figures which quite puzzled me. They then showed me a number of other tricks with pieces of string, which seemed a favorite amusement with them. Even these apparently trifling matters may assist us to form a truer estimate of the Dyak's character and social condition. We learn thereby that these people have passed beyond that first stage of savage life, in which the struggle for existence absorbs all of the faculties, and in which every thought and idea is connected with war or hunting, or the provision for their immediate necessities. These amusements indicate a capability of civilization, an aptitude to enjoy other than mere sensual pleasures, which might be taken of to elevate their whole intellectual and social life. The moral character of the Dyaks is undoubtedly high, a statement which will seem strange to those who have heard of them only as headhunters and pirates. The Hill Dyaks, of whom I am speaking, however, have never been pirates, since they never go near the sea, and headhunting is a custom originating in the petty wars of village with village and tribe with tribe, which no more implies a bad moral character than did the custom of the slave trade 100 years ago imply want of general morality in all who participated in it. Against this one stain on their character, which in the case of the Sarawak Dyaks no longer exists, we have to set many good points. They are truthful and honest to a remarkable degree. From this cause it is often very impossible to get from them any definite information, or even an opinion. They say, quote, "If I were to tell you what I don't know, I might tell a lie," end quote. And whenever they voluntarily relate any matter of fact, you may be sure they are speaking the truth. In a Dyak village, the fruit trees each have their owner, and it has often happened to me, on asking an inhabitant to gather me some fruit, to be answered, quote, "I can't do that, for the owner of the tree is not here," end quote, never seeming to contemplate the possibility of acting otherwise. Neither will they take the smallest thing belonging to an European. When living at Simunjon, they continually came to my house, and would pick up scraps of torn newspaper or crooked pins that I had thrown away, and ask as a great favor whether they might have them. Crimes of violence, other than headhunting, are almost unknown, for in 12 years under Sir James Brooke's rule there had been only one case of murder in a Dyak tribe, and that one was committed by a stranger who had been adopted into the tribe. In several other matters of morality they rank above the most uncivilized, and even many civilized nations. They are temperate in food and drink, and the gross sensuality of the Chinese and Malays is unknown among them. They have the usual fault of all people in a half-savage state, apathy and dilatoriness, but, however annoying this may be to Europeans who come in contact with them, it cannot be considered a very grave offense, or be held to outweigh their many excellent qualities. During my residence among the Hill Dyaks, I was much struck by the apparent absence of those causes which are generally supposed to check the increase of population, although there were plain indications of stationary or but slowly increasing numbers. The conditions most favorable to a rapid increase of population are an abundance of food, a healthy climate, and early marriages. Here these conditions all exist. The people produce far more food than they consume, and exchange the surplus for gongs and brass cannon, ancient jars, and gold and silver ornaments, which constitute their wealth. On the whole, they appear very free from disease. Marriages take place early, but not too early, and old bachelors and old maids are alike unknown. Why, then, we must inquire, has not a greater population been produced? Why are the Dyak villages so small and so widely scattered, while 9/10 of the country is still covered with forest? Of all the checks to population among savage nations mentioned by Malthus, starvation, disease, war, infanticide, immorality, and infertility of the women, The last is that which he seems to think least important and of doubtful efficacy. And yet, it is the only one that seems to me capable of accounting for the state of the population among the Sarawak Dyaks. The population of Great Britain increases so as to double itself in about 50 years. To do this, it is evident that each married couple must average 3 children who live to be married at the age of about 25. Add to these those who die in infancy, and those who never marry, or those who marry late in life and have no offspring. The number of children born to each marriage must average 4 or 5, and we know that families of 7 or 8 are very common, and of 10 and 12 by no means rare. But from inquiries at almost every Dyak tribe I visited, I ascertained that the women rarely had more than 3 or 4 children, and an old chief assured me that he had never known a woman to have more than 7. In a village consisting of 150 families, only 1 consisted of 6 children living, and only 6 of 5 children, the majority of families appearing to be 2, 3, or 4. Comparing this with the known proportions in European countries, it is evident that the number of children to each marriage can hardly average more than 3 or 4. And as even in civilized countries half the population die before the age of 25, we should have only 2 left to replace their parents. And so long as this state of things continued, the population must remain stationary. Of course, this is a mere illustration, but the facts I have stated seem to indicate that something of the kind really takes place, and if so, there is no difficulty in understanding the smallness and almost stationary population of the Dyak tribes. We have next to inquire what is the cause of the small number of births and of living children in a family. Climate and race may have something to do with this, but a more real and efficient cause seems to me to be the hard labor of the women, and the heavy weights they constantly carry. A Dyak woman generally spends the whole day in the field, and carries home every night a heavy load of vegetables and firewood, often for several miles, over rough and hilly paths, and not unfrequently has to climb up a rocky mountain by ladders, and over slippery stepping stones, to an elevation of 1,000 feet. Besides this, she has an hour's work every evening to pound the rice with a heavy wooden stamper, which violently strains every part of her body. She begins this kind of labor when 9 or 10 years old, and it never ceases but with the extreme decrepitude of age. Surely we need not wonder at the limited number of her progeny, but rather be surprised at the successful efforts of nature to prevent the extermination of the race. One of the surest and most beneficial effects of advancing civilization will be the amelioration of the condition of these women. The precept and example of higher races will make the Dyak ashamed of his comparatively idle life, while his weaker partner labors like a beast of burden. As his wants become increased and his tastes refined, the women will have more household duties to attend to, and will then cease to labor in the field, a change which has already to a great extent taken place in the allied Malay, Javanese, and Bugis tribes. Population will then certainly increase more rapidly. Improved systems of agriculture and some division of labor will become necessary in order to provide the means of existence, and a more complicated social state will take the place of the simple conditions of society which now occur among them. But with the sharper struggle for existence that will then arise, will the happiness of the people as a whole be increased or diminished? Will not evil passions be aroused by the spirit of competition, and crimes and vices, now unknown or dormant, be called into active existence? These are problems that time alone can solve, but it is to be hoped that education and a high-class European example may obviate much of the evil that too often arises in analogous cases, and that we may at length be able to point to one instance of an uncivilized people who have not become demoralized and finally exterminated by contact with European civilization. A few words in conclusion about the government of Sarawak. Sir James Brooke found the Dyaks oppressed and ground down by the most cruel tyranny. They were cheated by the Malay traders and robbed by the Malay chiefs. Their wives and children were often captured and sold into slavery, and hostile tribes purchased permission from their cruel rulers to plunder, enslave, and murder them. Anything like justice or redress for these injuries was utterly unattainable. From the time Sir James obtained possession of the country, all this was stopped. Equal justice was awarded to Malay, Chinaman, and Dyak. The remorseless pirates from the rivers further east were punished and finally shut up within their own territories, and the Dyak for the first time could sleep in peace. His wife and children were now safe from slavery. His house was no longer burned over his head. His crops and his fruits were now his own to sell or consume as he pleased, and the unknown stranger who had done all this for them and asked for nothing in return, what could he be? How was it possible for them to realize his motives? Was it not natural that they should refuse to believe he was a man? For of pure benevolence combined with great power, they had had no experience among men. They naturally concluded that he was a superior being, come down upon earth to confer blessings on the afflicted. In many villages where he had not been seen, I was asked strange questions about him. Was he not as old as the mountains? Could he not bring the dead to life? And they firmly believe that he can give them good harvests and make their fruit trees bear an abundant crop. In forming a proper estimate of Sir James Brooke's government, it must ever be remembered that he held Sarawak solely by the goodwill of the native inhabitant. He had to deal with two races, one of whom, the Mahometan Malays, looked upon the other race, the Dyaks, as savages and slaves, only fit to be robbed and plundered. He has effectually protected the Dyaks, and has invariably treated them as, in his sight, equal to the Malays, and yet he has secured the affection and goodwill of both. Notwithstanding the religious prejudice of the Mahometans, he has induced them to modify many of their worst laws and customs, and to assimilate their criminal code to that of the civilized world. That his government still continues, after 27 years, notwithstanding his frequent absences from ill health, notwithstanding conspiracies of Malay chiefs and insurrections of Chinese gold diggers, all of which have been overcome by the support of the native population, and notwithstanding financial, political, and domestic troubles, is due, I believe, solely to the many admirable qualities which Sir James Brooke possessed, and especially to his having convinced the native population by every action of his life that he ruled them, not for his own advantage, but for their good. Since these lines were written, his noble spirit has passed away, but though, by those who knew him not, he may be sneered at as an enthusiastic adventurer, abused as a hard-hearted despot, the universal testimony of everyone who came in contact with him in his adopted country, whether European, Malay, or Dyak, will be that Rajah Brooke was a great, a wise, and a good ruler, a true and faithful friend, a man to be admired for his talents, respected for his honesty and courage, and loved for his genuine hospitality, his kindness of disposition, and his tenderness of heart. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 7. Java. I spent 3 months and a half in Java, from July 18th to October 31st, 1861, and shall briefly describe my own movements and my observations of the people and the natural history of the country. To all those who wish to understand how the Dutch now govern Java, and how it is that they are enabled to derive a large annual revenue from it, while the population increases and the inhabitants are contented, I recommend the study of Mr. Money's excellent and interesting work, How to Manage a Colony. The main facts and conclusions of that work I most heartily concur in, and I believe that the Dutch system is the very best that can be adopted when a European nation conquers or otherwise acquires possession of a country inhabited by an industrious but semi-barbarous people. In my account of Northern Celebes, I shall show how successfully the same system has been applied to a people in a very different state of civilization from the Javanese, and in the meanwhile will state in the fewest possible words what that system is. The mode of government now adopted in Java is to retain the whole series of native rulers, from the village chief up to princes, who, under the name of regents, are the heads of districts about the size of a small English county. With each regent is placed a Dutch resident, or assistant resident, who is considered to be his elder brother, and whose orders take the form of recommendations, which are, however, implicitly obeyed. Along with each assistant resident is a controller, a kind of inspector of all the lower native rulers, who periodically visits every village in the district, examines the proceedings of the native courts, hears complaints against the headmen or other native chiefs, and superintends the government plantations. This brings us to the culture system, which is the source of all the wealth the Dutch derive from Java, and is the subject of much abuse in this country, because it is the reverse of free trade. To understand its uses and beneficial effects, it is necessary first to sketch the common results of free European trade with uncivilized peoples. Natives of tropical climates have few wants and, when these are supplied, are disinclined to work for superfluities without some strong incitement. With such a people, the introduction of any new or systematic cultivation is almost impossible, except by the despotic orders of chiefs whom they have been accustomed to obey, as children obey their parents. The free competition of European traders, however, introduces two powerful inducements to exertion. Spirits or opium is a temptation too strong for most savages to resist, and to obtain these he will sell whatever he has, and will work to get more. Another temptation he cannot resist is goods on credit. The trader offers him gay cloths, knives, gongs, guns, and gunpowder, to be paid for by some crop perhaps not yet planted, or some product yet in the forest. He has not sufficient forethought to take only a moderate quantity, and not enough energy to work early and late in order to get out of debt. And the consequence is that he accumulates debt upon debt, and often remains for years or for life a debtor and almost a slave. This is a state of things which occurs very largely in every part of the world in which men of a superior race freely trade with men of a lower race. It extends trade, no doubt, for a time, but it demoralizes the native, checks true civilization, and does not lead to any permanent increase in the wealth of the country, so that the European government of such a country must be carried on at a loss. The system introduced by the Dutch was to induce the people, through their chiefs, to give a portion of their time to the cultivation of coffee, sugar, and other valuable products. A fixed rate of wages, low indeed, but about equal to that of all places where European competition has not artificially raised it, was paid to the laborers engaged in clearing the ground and forming the plantations under government superintendence. The produce is sold to the government at a low fixed price. Out of the net profit, a percentage goes to the chiefs, and the remainder is divided among the workmen. This surplus in good years is something considerable. On the whole, the people are well fed and decently clothed, and have acquired habits of steady industry and the art of scientific cultivation, which must be of service to them in the future. It must be remembered that the government expended capital for years before any return was obtained, and if they now derive a large revenue, it is in a way which is far less burthensome and far more beneficial to the people than any tax that could be levied. But although the system may be a good one, and as well adapted to the development of arts and industry in a half-civilized people as it is to the material advantage of the governing country, it is not pretended that in practice it is perfectly carried out. The oppressive and servile relations between chiefs and people, which have continued for perhaps 1,000 years, cannot be at once abolished, and some evil must result from those relations, until the spread of education and the gradual infusion of European blood causes it naturally and insensibly to disappear. It is said that the residents, desirous of showing a large increase in the products of their districts, have sometimes pressed the people to such continued labor on the plantations that their rice crops have been materially diminished, and famine has been the result. If this has happened, it is certainly not a common thing, and is to be set down to the abuse of the system by the want of judgment or want of humanity in the resident. A tale has lately been written in Holland and translated into English, entitled Max Havelaar, or Coffee Auctions of the Dutch Trading Company, and with our usual one-sidedness in all relating to the Dutch colonial system, this work has been excessively praised, both for its own merits and for its supposed crushing exposure of the iniquities of the Dutch government of Java. Greatly to my surprise, I found it a very tedious and long-winded story, full of rambling digressions, and whose only point is to show that the Dutch residents and assistant residents wink at the extortions of the native princes, and that in some districts the natives do have to work without payment, and have their goods taken away from them without compensation. Every statement of this kind is thickly interspersed with italics and capital letters. But as the names are all fictitious and neither dates, figures, nor details are ever given, it is impossible to verify or answer them. Even if not exaggerated, the facts stated are not nearly so bad as those of the oppression by free trade indigo planters and torturing by native tax gatherers under British rule in India, with which the readers of English newspapers were familiar a few years ago. Such oppression, however, is not fairly to be imputed, in either case, to the particular form of government, but is rather due to the infirmity of human nature and to the impossibility of at once destroying all trace of ages of despotism on the one side and of slavish obedience to their chiefs on the other. It must be remembered that the complete establishment of the Dutch power in Java is much more recent than that of our rule in India, and that there have been several changes of government, and in the mode of raising revenue. The inhabitants have been so recently under the rule of their native princes that it is not easy at once to destroy the excessive reverence they feel for their old masters, or to diminish the oppressive exactions which the latter have always been accustomed to make. There is, however, one grand test of the prosperity, and even of the happiness of a community, which we can apply here: the rate of increase of the population. It is universally admitted that when a country increases rapidly in population, the people cannot be very greatly oppressed or very badly governed. The present system of raising a revenue by the cultivation of coffee and sugar, sold to government at a fixed price, began in 1832. Just before this, in 1826, the population by census was 5,500,000, while at the beginning of the century it was estimated at 3,500,000. In 1850, when the cultivation system had been in operation 18 years, the population by census was over 9,500,000, or an increase of 73% in 24 years. At the last census, in 1865, it amounted to 14,168,416, an increase of very nearly 50% in 15 years, a rate which would double the population in about 26 years. As Java, with Mandurah, contains about 38,500 geographical square miles, this will give an average of 368 persons to the square mile, just double that of the populous and fertile Bengal Presidency, as given in Thornton's Gazetteer of India, and fully 1/3 more than that of Great Britain and Ireland at the last census. If, as I believe, this vast population is on the whole contented and happy, the Dutch government should consider well before abruptly changing a system which has led to such great results. Taking it as a whole and surveying it from every point of view, Java is probably the very finest and most interesting tropical island in the world. It is not first in size, but it is more than 600 miles long and from 60 to 120 miles wide, and in area is very nearly equal to England. And it is undoubtedly the most fertile, the most productive, and the most populous island within the tropics. Its whole surface is magnificently varied with mountain and forest scenery. It possesses 38 volcanic mountains, several of which rise to 10 or 12,000 feet high. Some of these are in constant activity, and one or other of them displays almost every phenomenon produced by the action of subterranean fires, except regular lava streams, which never occur in Java. The abundant moisture and tropical heat of the climate causes these mountains to be clothed with luxuriant vegetation, often to their very summits, while forests and plantations cover their lower slopes. The animal productions, especially the birds and insects, are beautiful and varied, and present many peculiar forms found nowhere else upon the globe. The soil throughout the island is exceedingly fertile, and all the productions of the tropics, together with many of the temperate zones, can be easily cultivated. Java, too, possesses a civilization, a history, and antiquities of its own, of great interest. The Brahminical religion flourished in it from an epoch of unknown antiquity until about the year 1478, when that of Mohammed superseded it. The former religion was accompanied by a civilization which has not been equaled by the conquerors, for, scattered through the country, especially in the eastern part of it, are found buried in lofty forests, temples, tombs, and statues of great beauty and grandeur, and the remains of extensive cities, where the tiger, the rhinoceros, and the wild bull now roam undisturbed. A modern civilization of another type is now spreading over the land. Good roads run through the country from end to end. European and native rulers work harmoniously together, and life and property are as well secured as in the best governed states of Europe. I believe, therefore, that Java may fairly claim to be the finest tropical island in the world, and equally interesting to the tourist seeking after new and beautiful scenes. To the naturalist who desires to examine the variety and beauty of tropical nature, or to the moralist and the politician who want to solve the problem of how man may be best governed under new and varied conditions. The Dutch mail steamer brought me from Ternate to Surabaya, the chief town and port in the eastern part of Java, and after a fortnight spent in packing up and sending off my last collections, I started on a short journey into the interior. Traveling in Java is very luxurious, but very expensive, the only way being to hire or borrow a carriage, and then pay half a crown a mile for post horses, which are changed at regular posts every 6 miles, and will carry you at the rate of 10 miles an hour from one end of the island to the other. Bullock carts or coolies are required to carry extra baggage. As this kind of traveling would not suit my means, I determined on making only a short journey to the district at the foot of Mount Arunja, where I was told there were extensive forests, and where I hoped to be able to make some good collections. The country for many miles behind Surabaya is perfectly flat, and everywhere cultivated, being a delta or alluvial plain, watered by many branching streams. Immediately around the town the evident signs of wealth and of an industrious population were very pleasing. But as we went on, the constant succession of open fields, skirted by rows of bamboos, with here and there white buildings and a tall chimney of a sugar mill, became monotonous. The roads ran in straight lines for several miles at a stretch, and are bordered by rows of dusty tamarind trees. At each mile there are little guard-houses, where a policeman is stationed, and there is a wooden gong, which by means of concerted signals may be made to convey information over the country with great rapidity. About every 6 or 7 miles is a post-house, where the horses are changed as quickly as were those of the mail in the old coaching days in England. I stopped at Mojokerto, a small town about 40 miles south of Surabaya, and the nearest point on the high road to the district I wished to visit. I had a letter of introduction to Mr. Ball, an Englishman, long resident in Java and married to a Dutch lady, and he kindly invited me to stay with him until I could fix on a place to suit me. A Dutch assistant resident, as well as a regent or native Javanese prince, lived here. The town was neat, and had a nice open grassy space like a village green, on which stood a magnificent fig tree, allied to the banyan of India, but more lofty, under whose shade a kind of market is continually held, and where the inhabitants meet together to lounge and to chat. The day after my arrival, Mr. Ball drove me over to the village of Mojo Agong, where he was building a house and premises for the tobacco trade, which is carried on here by a system of native cultivation and advance purchase, somewhat similar to the indigo trade in British India. On our way, we stayed to look at a fragment of the ruins of the ancient city of Mojo Pahit, consisting of 2 lofty brick masses, apparently the sides of a gateway. The extreme perfection and beauty of the brickwork astonished me. The bricks are exceedingly fine and hard, with sharp angles and true surfaces. They are laid with great exactness, without visible mortar or cement, yet somehow fastened together so that the joints are hardly perceptible, and sometimes the two surfaces coalesce in a most incomprehensible manner. Such admirable brickwork I have never seen before or since. There was no sculpture here, but an abundance of bold projections and finely worked mouldings. Traces of buildings exist for many miles in every direction, and almost every road and pathway shows a foundation of brickwork beneath it. The paved roads of the old city, in the house of the Waidono or district chief at Mojo Agong, I saw a beautiful figure carved in high relief out of a block of lava, and which had been found buried in the ground near the village. On my expressing a wish to obtain some such specimen, Mr. B. asked the chief for it, and much to my surprise he immediately gave it to me. It represented the Hindu goddess Durga, called in Java Lora Jonggrang, the Exalted Virgin. She has 8 arms and stands on the back of a kneeling bull. Her lower right hand holds the tail of the bull, while the corresponding left hand grasps the hair of a captive Duth Mahi Kusur, the personification of vice, who has attempted to slay her bull. He has a cord round his waist and crouches at her feet in an attitude of supplication. The other hands of the goddess hold, on her right side, a double hook or small anchor, a broad straight sword, and a noose of thick cord. On her left, a girdle or armlet of large beads or shells, an unstrung bow, and a standard or war flag. This deity was a special favorite among the old Javanese, and her image is often found in the ruined temples, which abound in the eastern part of the island. The specimen I had obtained was a small one, about 2 feet high, weighing perhaps 100 weight, and the next day we had it conveyed to Mojokerto to await my return to Surabaya. Having decided to stay some time at Wonos Alem, on the lower slopes of the Arjuna mountain, where I was informed I should find forest and plenty of game, I had first to obtain a recommendation from the assistant resident to the regent, and then an order from the regent to the Waidono, and when after a week's delay, when I arrived with my baggage and men at Mojo Agong, I found them all in the midst of a 5 days' feast to celebrate the circumcision of the Waidono's younger brother and cousin, and had a small room in an outhouse given me to stay in. The courtyard and the great open reception shed were full of natives coming and going, and making preparations for a feast which was to take place at midnight, to which I was invited, but preferred to go to bed. A native bang, or gamelan, was playing almost all the evening, and I had a good opportunity of seeing the instruments and musicians. The former were chiefly gongs of various sizes, arranged in sets from 8 to 12 on low wooden tables. Each set is played by one performer with 1 or 2 drumsticks. There are also some very large gongs, played singly or in pairs, and taking the place of our drums and kettle drums. Other instruments are formed by broad metallic bars, supported on strings stretched across frames, and others again of strips of bamboo, similarly placed, and producing the highest notes. Besides these, there were a flute and a curious 2-stringed violin, requiring in all 24 performers. There was a conductor who led off and regulated the time, and each performer took his part, coming in occasionally with a few bars so as to form a harmonious combination. The pieces played were long and complicated, and some of the players were mere boys who took their parts with great precision. The general effect was very pleasing, but, owing to the similarity of most of the instruments, more like a gigantic musical box than one of our bands. And in order to enjoy it thoroughly, it is necessary to watch the large number of performers who are engaged in it. The next morning, while I was waiting for the men and horses who were to take me and my baggage to my destination, the 2 lads, who were about 14 years old, were brought out, clothed in a sarong from the waist downward, and having the whole body covered with yellow powder and profusely decked with white blossoms in wreaths, necklaces, and armlets, looking at first sight very like savage brides. They were conducted by 2 priests to a bench placed in front of the house in the open air, and the ceremony of circumcision was then performed before the assembled crowd. The road to Wono Salem led through a magnificent forest, in the depths of which we passed a fine ruin of what appeared to have been a royal tomb or mausoleum. It is formed entirely of stone and elaborately carved. Near the base is a course of boldly projecting blocks, sculptured in high relief, with a series of scenes which are probably incidents in the life of the defunct. These are all beautifully executed, some of the figures of animals in particular being easily recognizable and very accurate. The general design, as far as the ruined state of the upper part will permit of its being seen, is very good, effect being given by an immense number and variety of projecting or retreating courses of squared stones in place of mouldings. The size of this structure is about 30 feet square by 20 high, and as the traveller comes suddenly upon it, on a small elevation by the roadside, overshadowed by gigantic trees, overrun with plants and creepers, and closely backed by the gloomy forest, he is struck by the solemnity and picturesque beauty of the scene, and is led to ponder on the strange law of progress, which looks so like retrogression, and which in so many parts of the world has exterminated or driven out a highly artistic and constructive race, to make room for one which, as far as we can judge, is very far its inferior. Few Englishmen are aware of the number and beauty of the architectural remains in Java. They have never been popularly illustrated or described, and it will therefore take most persons by surprise to learn that they far surpass those of Central America, perhaps even those of India. To give some idea of these ruins, and perchance to excite wealthy amateurs to explore them thoroughly, and obtain by photography an accurate record of their beautiful sculptures before it is too late, I will enumerate the most important, as briefly described in Sir Stamford Raffles' History of Java. Prambanan. Near the centre of Java, between the native capitals of Jokokerta and Surakarta, is the village of Prambanan, near which an abundance of ruins, the most important being the temples of Loro Jonggrang and Candi Siwa. At Loro Jonggrang there were 20 separate buildings, 6 large and 14 small temples. They are now a mass of ruins, but the largest temples are supposed to have been 90 feet high. They were all constructed of solid stone, everywhere decorated with carvings and bas-reliefs, and adorned with numbers of statues, many of which still remain entire. At Candi Siwa, or the 1,000 Temples, are many fine colossal figures. Captain Baker, who surveyed these ruins, said he had never in his life seen, quote, such stupendous and finished specimens of human labor, and of the science and taste of ages long since forgot, crowded together in so small a compass as in this spot. End quote. They cover a space of nearly 600 square feet, and consist of an outer row of 84 small temples, a second row of 76, a third of 64, a fourth of 44, and the fifth forming an inner parallelogram of 28. In all, 296 small temples, disposed in 5 regular parallelograms. In the center is a large cruciform temple, surrounded by lofty flights of steps richly ornamented with sculpture, and containing many apartments. The tropical vegetation has ruined most of the smaller temples, but some remain tolerably perfect, from which the effect of the whole may be imagined. About half a mile off is another temple, called Candi Kali Bening, 72 feet square and 60 feet high, in very fine preservation, and covered with sculptures of Hindu mythology, surpassing any that exist in India. Other ruins of palaces, halls, and temples, with abundance of sculptured deities, are found in the same neighborhood. Borobudur. About 80 miles westward, in the province of Kidu, is the great temple of Borobudur. It is built upon a small hill, and consists of a central dome and 7 ranges of terraced walls, covering the slope of the hill, and forming open galleries, each below the other, and communicating by steps and gateways. The central dome is 50 feet in diameter. Around it is a triple circle of 72 towers, and the whole building is 620 feet square and about 100 feet high. In the terraced walls are niches containing cross-legged figures, larger than life to the number of about 400, and both sides of all the terrace walls are covered with bas-reliefs crowded with figures, and carved in hard stone, and which must therefore occupy an extent of nearly 3 miles in length. The amount of human labor and skill expended on the Great Pyramid of Egypt sinks into insignificance when compared with that required to complete this sculptured hill temple in the interior of Java. Gunung Prau. About 40 miles southwest of Semarang, on a mountain called Gunung Prau, an extensive plateau is covered with ruins. To reach these temples, 4 flights of stone steps were made up the mountain from opposite directions, each flight consisting of more than 1,000 steps. Traces of nearly 400 temples have been found here, and many, perhaps all, were decorated with rich and delicate sculptures. The whole country between this and Prambanan, a distance of 60 miles, abounds with ruins, so that finely sculptured images may be seen lying in the ditches or built into the walls of enclosures. In the eastern part of Java, at Kediri, and in Malang, there are equally abundant traces of antiquity, but the buildings themselves have been mostly destroyed. Sculptured figures, however, abound, and the ruins of forts, palaces, baths, aqueducts, and temples can be everywhere traced. It is altogether contrary to the plan of this book to describe what I have not myself seen, but having been led to mention them, I felt bound to do something to call attention to these marvelous works of art. One is overwhelmed by the contemplation of these innumerable sculptures, worked with delicacy and artistic feeling in a hard, intractable, trachytic rock, and all found in one tropical island. What could have been the state of society, what the amount of population, what the means of subsistence which rendered such gigantic works possible, will perhaps ever remain a mystery. And it is a wonderful example of the power of religious ideas in social life, that in the very country where 500 years ago these grand works were being yearly executed, the inhabitants now only build rude houses of bamboo and thatch, and look upon these relics of their forefathers with ignorant amazement, as the undoubted productions of giants or of demons. It is much to be regretted that the Dutch government does not take vigorous steps for the preservation of these ruins from the destroying agency of tropical vegetation, and for the collection of the fine sculptures which are everywhere scattered over the land. Wono Salem is situated about 1,000 feet above the sea, but unfortunately it is at a distance from the forest, and is surrounded by coffee plantations, thickets of bamboo, and coarse grasses. It was too far to walk back daily to the forest, and in other directions I could find no collecting ground for insects. The place was, however, famous for peacocks, and my boy soon shot several of these magnificent birds, whose flesh we found to be tender, white, and delicate, and similar to that of a turkey. The Java peacock is a different species from that of India, the neck being covered with scale-like green feathers, and the crest of a different form, but the eyed train is equally large and equally beautiful. It is a singular fact in geographical distribution that the peacock should not be found in Sumatra or Borneo, while the superb argus, fire-backed, and ocellated pheasants of those islands are equally unknown in Java. Exactly parallel is the fact that in Ceylon and southern India, where the peacock abounds, there are none of the splendid lophofori and other gorgeous pheasants which inhabit northern India. It would seem as if the peacock can admit of no rivals in its domain. Were these birds rare in their native country, and unknown alive in Europe, they would assuredly be considered as the true princes of the feathered tribes, and altogether unrivaled for stateliness and beauty. As it is, I suppose, scarcely anyone, if asked to fix upon the most beautiful bird in the world, would name the peacock, any more than the Papuan savage or the Bugis trader would fix upon the bird of paradise for the same honor. 3 days after my arrival at Wono Salem, my friend Mr. Ball came to pay me a visit. He told me that 2 evenings before, a boy had been killed and eaten by a tiger close to Mojo Agong. He was riding on a cart drawn by bullocks, and was coming home about dusk on the main road, and when not half a mile from the village, a tiger sprang upon him, carried him off into the jungle close by, and devoured him. Next morning his remains were discovered, consisting only of a few mangled bones. The Waidono had got together about 700 men, and were in chase of the animal, which I afterwards heard they found and killed. They only use spears when in pursuit of a tiger in this way. They surround a large tract of country, and draw gradually together until the animal is enclosed in a compact ring of armed men. When he sees there is no escape, he generally makes a spring, and is received on a dozen spears, and almost instantly stabbed to death. The skin of an animal thus killed is of course worthless, and in this case the skull, which I had begged Mr. Ball to secure for me, was hacked to pieces to divide the teeth, which are worn as charms. After a week at Wonosalem, I returned to the foot of the mountain, to a village named Japan Nan, which was surrounded by several patches of forest, and seemed altogether pretty well suited to my pursuits. The chief of the village had prepared 2 small bamboo rooms on one side of his own courtyard to accommodate me, and seemed inclined to assist me as much as he could. The weather was exceedingly hot and dry, no rain having fallen for several months, and there was in consequence a great scarcity of insects, and especially of beetles. I therefore devoted myself chiefly to obtaining a good set of birds, and succeeded in making a tolerable collection. All the peacocks we had hitherto shot had had short or imperfect tails, but I now obtained 2 magnificent specimens, more than 7 feet long, one of which I preserved entire, while I kept the train only attached to the tail of 2 or 3 others. When this bird is seen feeding on the ground, it appears wonderful how it can rise into the air with such a long and cumbersome train of feathers. It does so, however, with great ease, by running quickly for a short distance, and then rising obliquely, and will fly over trees of a considerable height. I also obtained here a specimen of the rare green jungle fowl, Gallus furcatus, whose back and neck are beautifully scaled with bronzy feathers, and whose smooth-edged oval comb is of a violet-purple color, changing to green at the base. It is also remarkable in possessing a single large wattle beneath its throat, brightly colored in 3 patches of red, yellow, and blue. The common jungle cock, Gallus bankiva, was also obtained here. It is almost exactly like a common gamecock, but the voice is different, being much shorter and more abrupt. Hence its native name is bikiko. 6 different kinds of woodpeckers and 4 kingfishers were found here. The fine hornbill Buceros lunatus, more than 4 feet long, and the pretty little lorikeet, Loriculus pusillus, scarcely more than as many inches. One morning, as I was preparing and arranging specimens, I was told there was to be a trial, and presently 4 or 5 men came in and squatted down on a mat under the audience shed in the court. The chief then came in with his clerk and sat down opposite them. Each spoke in turn, telling his own tale, and then I found that those who first entered were the prisoner, accuser, policeman, and witness, and that the prisoner was indicated solely by having a loose piece of cord twined round his wrists, but not tied. It was a case of robbery, and after the evidence was given and a few questions had been asked by the chief, the accused said a few words, and then the sentence was pronounced, which was a fine. The parties then got up and walked away together, seeming quite friendly, and throughout there was nothing in the manner of any one present indicating passion or ill feeling, a very good illustration of the Malayan type of character. In a month's collecting at Wonosalam and Japanan, I accumulated 98 species of birds, but a most miserable lot of insects. I then determined to leave East Java and try the more moist and luxuriant districts at the western extreme of the island. I returned to Surabaya by water, in a roomy boat, which brought myself, servants, and baggage at 1/5 the expense it had cost me to come to Mojokerto. The river has been rendered navigable by being carefully banked up, but with the usual effect of rendering the adjacent country liable occasionally to severe floods. An immense traffic passes down this river, and at a lock we passed through a mile of laden boats, were waiting 2 or 3 deep, which passed through in their turn 6 at a time. A few days afterwards I went by steamer to Batavia, where I stayed about a week at the chief hotel, while I made arrangements for a trip into the interior. The business part of the city is near the harbor, but the hotels, and all the residences of the officials and European merchants are in a suburb 2 miles off, laid out in wide streets and squares, so as to cover a great extent of ground. This is very inconvenient for visitors, as the only public conveyances are handsome 2-horse carriages, whose lowest charge is 5 guilders, 8 shillings 4 pence, for half a day, so that an hour's business in the morning and a visit in the evening costs 16 shillings 8 pence a day for carriage hire alone. Batavia agrees very well with Mr. Money's graphic account of it, except that its, quote, clear canals, end quote, were all muddy, and his, quote, smooth gravel drives, end quote, up to the houses were one and all formed of coarse pebbles, very painful to walk upon, and hardly explained by the fact that in Batavia everyone drives, as it can hardly be supposed that people never walk in their gardens. The Hôtel des Indes was very comfortable, each visitor having a sitting room and bedroom opening on a veranda, where he can take his morning coffee and afternoon tea. In the center of the quadrangle is a building containing a number of marble baths, always ready for use, and there is an excellent table d'hôte breakfast at 10 and dinner at 6, for all which there is a moderate charge per day. I went by coach to Buitenzorg, 40 miles inland, and about 1,000 feet above the sea, celebrated for its delicious climate and its botanical gardens. With the latter I was somewhat disappointed. The walks were all of loose pebbles, making any lengthened wanderings about them very tiring and painful under a tropical sun. The gardens are no doubt wonderfully rich in tropical and especially in Malayan plants, but there is a great absence of skillful laying out. There are not enough men to keep the place thoroughly in order, and the plants themselves are seldom to be compared for luxuriance and beauty to the same species grown in our hothouses. This can easily be explained. The plants can rarely be placed in natural or very favorable conditions. The climate is either too hot or too cool, too moist or too dry, for a large proportion of them, and they seldom get the exact quantity of shade or the right quality of soil to suit them. In our stoves, these varied conditions can be supplied to each individual plant far better than in a large garden, where the fact that the plants are most of them growing in or near their native country is supposed to preclude the necessity of giving them much individual attention. Still, however, there is much to admire here. There are avenues of stately palms and clumps of bamboo of perhaps 50 different kinds, and an endless variety of tropical shrubs and trees with strange and beautiful foliage. As a change from the excessive heat of Batavia, Buitenzorg is a delightful abode. It is just elevated enough to have deliciously cool evenings and nights, but not so much as to require any change of clothing, and to a person long resident in the hotter climate of the plains, the air is always fresh and pleasant, and admits of walking at almost any hour of the day. The vicinity is most picturesque and luxuriant, and the great volcano of Gunung Salak, with its truncated and jagged summit, forms a characteristic background to many of the landscapes. A great mud eruption took place in 1699, since which date the mountain has been entirely inactive. On leaving Buitenzorg, I had coolies to carry my baggage and a horse for myself, both to be changed every 6 or 7 miles. The road rose gradually, and after the first stage of the hills closed in a little on each side, forming a broad valley, and the temperature was so cool and agreeable, and the country so interesting, that I preferred walking. Native villages embedded in fruit trees and pretty villas inhabited by planters or retired Dutch officials gave this district a very pleasing and civilized aspect. But what most attracted my attention was the system of terrace cultivation, which is here universally adopted, and which is, I should think, hardly equalled in the world. The slopes of the main valley and of its branches were everywhere cut in terraces up to a considerable height, and when they wound round the recesses of the hills, produced all the effect of magnificent amphitheatres. Hundreds of square miles of country are thus terraced, and convey a striking idea of the industry of the people and the antiquity of their civilization. These terraces are extended year by year as the population increases, by the inhabitants of each village working in concert under the direction of their chiefs, and it is perhaps by this system of village culture alone that such extensive terracing and irrigation has been rendered possible. It was probably introduced by the Brahmins from India, since in those Malay countries, where there is no trace of a previous occupation by a civilized people, the terraced system is unknown. I first saw this mode of cultivation in Bali and Lombock, and as I shall have to describe it in some detail there, see Chapter 10, I need say no more about it in this place, except that, owing to the finer outlines and greater luxuriance of the country in West Java, it produces there the most striking and picturesque effect. The lower slopes of the mountains in Java possess such a delightful climate and luxuriant soil, living is so cheap, and life and property are so secure that a considerable number of Europeans who have been engaged in government service settle permanently in the country instead of returning to Europe. They are scattered everywhere throughout the more accessible parts of the island, and tend greatly to the gradual improvement of the native population and to the continued peace and prosperity of the whole country. 20 miles beyond Buitenzorg, the post road passes over the Megamendong mountain at an elevation of about 4,500 feet. The country is finely mountainous, and there is much virgin forest still left upon the hills, together with some of the oldest coffee plantations in Java, where the plants have attained almost the dimensions of forest trees. About 500 feet below the summit level of the pass, there is a road-keeper's hut, half of which I hired for a fortnight, as the country looked promising for making collections. I almost immediately found that the productions of West Java were remarkably different from those of the eastern part of the island, and that all the more remarkable and characteristic Javanese birds and insects were to be found here. On the very first day my hunters obtained for me the elegant yellow and green trogon, Harpactes reinwardii, the gorgeous little minivet flycatcher, Pericocotus miniatus, which looks like a flame of fire as it flutters among the bushes, and the rare and curious black and crimson oriole, Analcyptus sanguinolentus. All of these species which are found only in Java, and even seem to be confined to its western portion. In a week I obtained no less than 24 species of birds, which I had not found in the east of the island, and in a fortnight this number increased to 40 species, almost all of which are peculiar to the Javanese fauna. Large and handsome butterflies were also tolerably abundant. In dark ravines and occasionally on the roadside, I captured the superb Papilio arjuna, whose wings seem powdered with grains of golden green, condensed into bands and moon-shaped spots, while the elegantly formed Papilio cohen was sometimes to be found fluttering slowly along the shaded pathways. See figure at page 201. One day, a boy brought me a butterfly between his fingers, perfectly unhurt. He had caught it as it was sitting with wings erect, sucking up the liquid from a muddy spot by the roadside. Many of the finest tropical butterflies have this habit, and they are generally so intent upon their meal that they can easily be reached and captured. It proved to be the rare and curious Charaxes cadeni, remarkable for having on each hind wing 2 curved tails like a pair of calipers. It was the only specimen I ever saw, and is still the only representative of its kind in English collections. In the east of Java I had suffered from the intense heat and drought of the dry season, which had been very inimical to the insect life. Here I had got into the other extreme of damp, wet, and cloudy weather, which was equally unfavorable. During the month which I spent in the interior of West Java, I never had a really hot, fine day throughout. It rained almost every afternoon, or dense mists came down from the mountains, which equally stopped collecting, and rendered it most difficult to dry my specimens, so that I really had no chance of getting a fair sample of Javanese entomology. By far the most interesting incident in my trip to Java was a trip to the summit of the Pangarango and Gede Mountains, the former an extinct volcanic cone about 10,000 feet high, the latter an active crater on a lower portion of the same mountain range. Chipanas, about 4 miles over the Menamindong Pass, is at the foot of the mountain. A small country house for the Governor-General and a branch of the Botanic Gardens are situated here, the keeper of which accommodated me with a bed for a night. There are many beautiful trees and shrubs planted here, and large quantities of European vegetables are grown for the Governor-General's table. By the side of a little torrent that bordered the garden, quantities of orchids were cultivated, attached to the trunks of trees, or suspended from the branches, forming an interesting open-air orchid house. As I intended to stay 2 or 3 nights on the mountain, I engaged 2 coolies to carry my baggage, and with my 2 hunters we started early the next morning. The first mile was over open country, which brought us to the forest that covers the whole mountain, from a height of about 5,000 feet. The next mile or 2 was a tolerably steep ascent through a grand virgin forest, the trees being of great size, and the undergrowth consisting of fine herbaceous plants, tree ferns, and shrubby vegetation. I was struck by the immense number of ferns that grew by the side of the road. Their variety seemed endless, and I was continually stopping to admire some new and interesting forms. I could now well understand what I had been told by the gardener, that 300 species had been found on this one mountain. A little before noon we reached the small plateau of Chiburong, at the foot of the steeper part of the mountain, where there is a plank house for the accommodation of travelers. Close by is a picturesque waterfall and a curious cavern, which I had not time to explore. Continuing our ascent, the road became narrow, rugged, and steep, winding zigzag up the cone, which is covered with irregular masses of rock and overgrown with a dense, luxuriant, but less lofty vegetation. We passed a torrent of water, which is not much lower than the boiling point, and has a most singular appearance as it foams over its rugged bed, sending up clouds of steam, and often concealed by the overhanging herbage of ferns and lycopodia, which here thrive with more luxuriance than elsewhere. At about 7,500 feet, we came to another hut of open bamboos, at a place called Kandang Badak, or Rhinoceros Field, which we were going to make our temporary abode. Here was a small clearing with abundance of tree ferns, and some young plantations of chinchoa. As there was now a thick mist and drizzling rain, I did not attempt to go on to the summit that evening, but made 2 visits to it during my stay, as well as one to the active crater of Gede. This is a vast semicircular chasm, bounded by black perpendicular walls of rock, and surrounded by miles of rugged scoria-covered slopes. The crater itself is not very deep. It exhibits patches of sulfur and variously colored volcanic products, and emits from several vents continual streams of smoke and vapor. The extinct cone of Pangirango was to me more interesting. The summit is an irregular undulating plain with a low bordering ridge and one deep lateral chasm. Unfortunately, there was perpetual mist and rain, either above or below us, all the time I was on the mountain, so that I never once saw the plain below, or had a glimpse of the magnificent view which in fine weather is to be obtained from its summit. Notwithstanding this drawback, I enjoyed the excursion exceedingly, for it was the first time I had been high enough on a mountain near the equator to watch the change from a tropical to a temperate flora. I will now briefly sketch these changes as I observed them in Java. On ascending the mountain, we first meet with temperate forms of herbaceous plants, so low as 3,000 feet, where strawberries and violets begin to grow, but the former are tasteless and the latter have very small and pale flowers. Weedy composites also begin to give a European aspect to the wayside herbage. It is between 2,000 and 5,000 feet that the forest and ravines exhibit the most development of tropical luxuriance and beauty. The abundance of noble tree ferns, sometimes 50 feet high, contributes greatly to the general effect, since of all the forms of tropical vegetation, they are certainly the most striking and beautiful. Some of the deep ravines, which have been cleared of large timber, are full of them from top to bottom, and where the road crosses one of these valleys, the view of their feathery crowns in varied positions above and below the eye offers a spectacle of picturesque beauty never to be forgotten. The splendid foliage of the broad-leaved musaceae and zingiberaceae, with their curious and brilliant flowers, and the elegant and varied forms of plants allied to begonia and melastoma, continually attract the attention in this region. Filling in the spaces between the trees and larger plants, on every trunk and stump and branch, are hosts of orchids, ferns, and lycopods, which wave and hang and intertwine in ever-varying complexity. At about 5,000 feet, I first saw horsetails, equisetum, very like our own species. At 6,000 feet, raspberries abound, and thence to the summit of the mountain there are 3 species of edible rubus. At 7,000 feet, cypresses appear, and the forest trees become reduced in size, and more covered with mosses and lichens. From this point upward these rapidly increase, so that the blocks of rock and scoria that form the mountain slope are completely hidden in a mossy vegetation. At about 5,000 feet, European forms of plants become abundant. Several species of honeysuckle, St. John's wort, and guelder rose abound. And at about 9,000 feet, we first meet with the rare and beautiful royal cowslip, Primula imperialis, which is said to be found nowhere else in the world but on this solitary mountain summit. It has a tall, stout stem, sometimes more than 3 feet high. The root leaves are 18 inches long, and it bears several whorls of cowslip-like flowers instead of a terminal cluster only. The forest trees, gnarled and dwarfed to the dimensions of bushes, reach up to the very rim of the old crater, but do not extend over the hollow on its summit. Here we find a good deal of open ground, with thickets of shrubby artemisias and nephaliums, like our southernwood and cudweed, but 6 or 8 feet high, while buttercups, violets, whortleberries, sow thistles, chickweed, white and yellow cruciferæ, plantain, and annual grasses everywhere abound. Where there are bushes and shrubs, the St. John's wort and honeysuckle grow abundantly, while the imperial cowslip only exhibits its elegant blossoms under the damp shade of the thickets. Mr. Motley, who visited the mountain in the dry season and paid much attention to botany, gives the following list of genera of European plants found on or near the summit: 2 species of violet, 3 of ranunculus, 3 of impatiens, 8 or 10 of rubus, and species of primula, hypericum, swertia, convallaria, lily of the valley, vaccinium, cranberry, rhododendron, nephalium, polygonum, digitalis, foxglove, lonicera, honeysuckle, plantago, ribgrass, artemisia, wormwood, lobelia, oxalis, wood sorrel, quercus, oak, and taxus, yew. A few of the smaller plants, Plantago major and lanceolata, Sancus oleraceus, and Artemisia vulgaris, are identical with European species. The fact of a vegetation so closely allied with that of Europe, occurring on isolated mountain peaks, in an island south of the equator, while all the lowlands for thousands of miles around are occupied by a flora of a totally different character, is very extraordinary, and has only recently received an intelligible explanation. The peak of Teneriffe, which rises to a greater height, and is much nearer to Europe, contains no such alpine flora, nor do the mountains of Bourbon and Mauritius. The case of the volcanic peaks of Java is therefore somewhat exceptional, but there are several analogous, if not exactly parallel cases, that will enable us better to understand in what way the phenomena may possibly have been brought about. The higher peaks of the Alps and even of the Pyrenees contain a number of plants absolutely identical with those of Lapland, but nowhere found in the intervening plains. On the summit of the White Mountains in the United States, every plant is identical with species growing in Labrador. In these cases, all ordinary means of transport fail. Most of the plants have heavy seeds, which could not possibly be carried such immense distances by the wind, and the agency of birds in so effectually stalking these alpine heights is equally out of the question. The difficulty was so great that some naturalists were driven to believe that these species were all separately created twice over on these distant peaks. The determination of a recent glacial epoch, however, soon offered a much more satisfactory solution, and one that is now universally accepted by men of science. At this period, when the mountains of Wales were full of glaciers, and the mountainous parts of Central Europe, and much of America north of the Great Lakes, were covered with snow and ice, and had a climate resembling that of Labrador and Greenland at the present day, and Arctic flora covered all these regions. As this epoch of cold passed away and the snowy mantle of the country, with the glaciers that descended from every mountain summit, receded up their slopes and towards the North Pole, the plants receded also, always clinging, as now, to the margins of the perpetual snow line. Thus it is that the same species are now found on the summits of the mountains of temperate Europe and America, and in the barren North Polar regions. But there is another set of facts which help us on another step towards the case of the Javanese mountain flora. On the higher slopes of the Himalayas, on the tops of the mountains of central India and of Abyssinia, A number of plants occur which, though not identical with those of European mountains, belong to the same genera, and are said by botanists to represent them, and most of these could not exist in the warm intervening plains. Mr. Darwin believes that this class of facts can be explained in the same way, for during the greatest severity of the glacial epoch, temperate forms of plants will have extended to the confines of the tropics, and on its departure will have retreated up these southern mountains, as well as northward to the plains and hills of Europe. But in this case the time elapsed, and the great change of conditions have allowed many of these plants to become so modified that we now consider them to be distinct species. A variety of other facts of a similar nature have led him to believe that the depression of temperature was at one time sufficient to allow a few north temperate plants to cross the equator by the most elevated routes, and to reach the Antarctic regions, where they are now found. The evidence on which this belief rests will be found in the latter part of Chapter 2 of The Origin of Species, and accepting it for the present as an hypothesis, it enables us to account for the presence of a flora of European type on the volcanoes of Java. It will, however, naturally be objected that there is a wide expanse of sea between Java and the continent, which would have eventually prevented the immigration of temperate forms of plants during the glacial epoch. This would undoubtedly be a fatal objection, were there not abundant evidence to show that Java has been formerly connected with Asia, and that the union must have occurred at about the epoch required. The most striking proof of such a junction is that the great mammalia of Java, the rhinoceros, the tiger, and the banteng, or wild ox, also occur in Siam and Burma, and these would certainly not have been introduced by man. The Javanese peacock and several other birds are also common to these two countries. But in the majority of cases the species are distinct, though closely allied, indicating that a considerable time required for such modification has elapsed since the separation, while it has not been so long as to cause an entire change. Now this exactly corresponds with the time we should require since the temperate forms of plants entered Java. These are now almost distinct species, but the changed conditions under which they are now forced to exist, and the probability of some of them having since died out on the continent of India, sufficiently accounts for the Javanese species being different. In my more special pursuits, I had very little success upon the mountain, owing perhaps to the excessively unpropitious weather and the shortness of my stay. At from 7,000 to 8,000 feet elevation, I obtained one of the most lovely of the small fruit pigeons, Ptilonopus rosiacolus, whose entire head and neck are of an exquisite rosy pink color, contrasting finely with its otherwise green plumage, and on a very summit, feeding on the ground among the strawberries that have been planted there, I obtained a dull-colored thrush, with the form and habits of a starling, Turdus fumidus. Insects were almost entirely absent, owing no doubt to the extreme dampness, and I did not get a single butterfly the whole trip. Yet I feel sure that, during the dry season, a week's residence on this mountain would well repay the collector in every department of natural history. After my return to Toego, I endeavored to find another locality to collect in, and removed to a coffee plantation some miles to the north, and tried in succession higher and lower stations on the mountain, but I never succeeded in obtaining insects in any abundance, and birds were far less plentiful than on the Megamendong mountain. The weather now became more rainy than ever, and as the wet season seemed to have set in earnest, I returned to Batavia, packed up and sent off my collections, and left by steamer on November 1st for Banca and Sumatra. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 8. Sumatra, November 1861 to January 1862. The mail steamer from Batavia to Singapore took me to Montauk, or as on English maps, Minto, the chief town and port of Banca. Here I stayed a day or two, until I could obtain a boat to take me across the straits and up the river to Palembang. A few walks into the country showed me that it was very hilly and full of granitic and laterite rocks, with a dry and stunted forest vegetation, and I could find very few insects. A good-sized, open sailing boat took me across to the mouth of the Palembang River where, at a fishing village, a rowing boat was hired to take me up to Palembang, a distance of nearly 100 miles by water. Except when the wind was strong and favourable, we could only proceed with the tide, and the banks of the river were generally flooded nipa swamps, so that the hours we were obliged to lay at anchor passed very heavily. Reaching Palembang on the 8th of November, I was lodged by the doctor, to whom I had brought a letter of introduction, and endeavoured to ascertain where I could find a good locality for collecting. Everyone assured me that I should have to go a very long way further to find any dry forest, for at this season the whole country for many miles inland was flooded. I therefore had to stay a week at Palembang before I could determine my future movements. The city is a large one, extending for 3 or 4 miles along a fine curve of the river, which is as wide as the Thames at Greenwich. The stream is, however, much narrowed by the houses which project into it upon piles, and within these again there is a row of houses built upon great bamboo rafts, which are moored by rattan cables to the shore or to piles, and rise and fall with the tide. The whole riverfront on both sides is chiefly formed of such houses, and they are mostly shops, open to the water, and only raised a foot above it, so that by taking a small boat it is easy to go to market and purchase anything that is to be had in Palembang. The natives are true Malays, never building a house on dry land, if they can find water to set it in, and never going anywhere on foot if they can reach the place in a boat. A considerable portion of the population are Chinese and Arabs, who carry on all the trade, while the only Europeans are the civil and military officials of the Dutch government. The town is situated at the head of the delta of the river, and between it and the sea there is very little ground elevated above high water mark, while for many miles further inland the banks of the main stream and its numerous tributaries are swampy, and in the wet season flooded for a considerable distance. Palembang is built on a patch of elevated ground, a few miles in extent, on the north bank of the river. At a spot about 3 miles from the town this turns into a little hill, the top of which is held sacred by the natives, shaded by some fine trees, and inhabited by a colony of squirrels, who have become half tame. On holding out a few crumbs of bread or any fruit, they come running down the trunk, taking the morsel out of your fingers, and dart away instantly. Their tails are carried erect, and the hair, which is ringed with grey, yellow, and brown, radiates uniformly around them, and looks exceedingly pretty. They have somewhat of the motions of mice, coming on with little starts and gazing intently with their large black eyes, before venturing to advance further. The manner in which Malays often obtain the confidence of wild animals is a very pleasing trait in their character, and is due in some degree to the quiet deliberation of their manners, and their love of repose rather than of action. The young are obedient to the wishes of their elders, and seem to feel none of that propensity to mischief which European boys exhibit. How long would tame squirrels continue to inhabit trees in the vicinity of an English village, even if close to the church? They would soon be pelted and driven away, or snared and confined in a whirling cage. I have never heard of these pretty animals being tamed in this way in England, but I should think it might be easily done in any gentleman's park, and they would certainly be as pleasing and attractive as they would be uncommon. After many inquiries, I found that a day's journey by water, above Palembang, there commenced a military road which extended up to the mountains, and even across to Bencoolen, and I determined to take this route and travel on until I found some tolerable collecting ground. By this means I should secure dry land and a good road, and avoid the rivers, which at this season are very tedious to ascend owing to their powerful currents, and very unproductive to the collector, owing to most of the lands in their vicinity being under water. Leaving early in the morning, we did not reach Lombock, the village where the road begins, until late at night. I stayed there a few days, but found that almost all the ground in the vicinity not under water was cultivated, and that the only forest was in swamps, which were now inaccessible. The only bird new to me which I obtained at Lombock was the fine long-tailed parakeet, Palaeornis longicauda. People here assured me that the country was just the same as this for a very long way, more than a week's journey, and they seemed hardly to have any concept of an elevated, forest-clad country, so that I began to think it would be useless going on, as the time at my disposal was too short to make it worth my while to spend much more of it in moving about. At length, however, I found a man who knew the country and was more intelligent, and he at once told me that if I wanted forest, I must go to the district of Rembang, which I found on inquiry was about 25 or 30 miles off. The road is divided into regular stages of 10 or 12 miles each, and without sending on in advance to have coolies ready, only this distance can be travelled in a day. At each station there are houses for the accommodation of passengers, with cooking house and stables, and 6 or 8 men always on guard. There is an established system for coolies at fixed rates, the inhabitants of the surrounding villages all taking their turn to be subject to coolie service, as well as that of guards at the station for 5 days at a time. This arrangement makes travelling very easy, and was a great convenience for me. I had a pleasant walk of 10 or 12 miles in the morning, and the rest of the day could stroll about and explore the village and neighbourhood, having a house ready to occupy without any formalities whatever. In 3 days I reached Muardua, the first village in Rembang, and finding the country dry and undulating with a good sprinkling of forest, I determined to remain a short time and try the neighbourhood. Just opposite the station was a small but deep river, and a good bathing place, and beyond the village was a fine patch of forest, through which the road passed, overshadowed by magnificent trees, which partly tempted me to stay. But after a fortnight I could find no good place for insects, and very few birds different from the common species of Malacca. I therefore moved on another stage to Lobo Raman, where the guard-house is situated quite by itself in the forest, nearly a mile from each of 3 villages. This was very agreeable to me, as I could move about without having every motion watched by crowds of men, women, and children, and I had also a much greater variety of walks to each of the villages and the plantations around them. The villages of the Sumatran Malays are somewhat peculiar and very picturesque. A space of some acres is surrounded with a high fence, and over this area the houses are thickly strewn, without the least attempt at regularity. Tall cocoa-nut trees grow in abundance between them, and the ground is bare and smooth with the trampling of many feet. The houses are raised about 6 feet on posts, the best being entirely built of planks, others of bamboo. The former are always more or less ornamented with carving, and have high-pitched roofs and overhanging eaves. The gable ends and all the chief posts and beams are sometimes covered with exceedingly tasteful carved work, and this is still more the case in the district of Minangkabau, further west. The floor is made of split bamboo, and is rather shaky, and there is no sign of anything we should call furniture. There are no benches or chairs or stools, but merely the level floor covered with mats, on which the inmates sit or lie. The aspect of the village itself is very neat, the ground being often swept before the chief houses, but very bad odours abound, owing to there being under every house a stinking mud-hole formed by all waste liquids and refuse matter poured down through the floor above. In most other things Malays are tolerably clean, in some scrupulously so, and this peculiar and nasty custom, which is almost universal, arises, I have little doubt, from their having been originally a maritime and water-loving people, who built their houses on posts in the water, and only migrated gradually inland, first up the rivers and streams, and then into the dry interior. Habits which were once so convenient and so cleanly, and which had been so long practised as to become a portion of the domestic life of the nation, were of course continued when the first settlers built their houses inland, and without a regular system of drainage the arrangement of the villages is such that any other system would be very inconvenient. In all these Sumatran villages I found considerable difficulty in getting anything to eat. It was not the season for vegetables, and when, after much trouble, I managed to procure some lambs of a curious variety, I found them hard and scarcely eatable. Fowls were very scarce, and fruit was reduced to one of the poorest kinds of banana. The natives, during the wet season at least, live exclusively on rice, as the poorer Irish do on potatoes. A pot of rice, cooked very dry and eaten with salt and red peppers twice a day, forms their entire food during a large part of the year. This is no sign of poverty, but is simply custom, for their wives and children are loaded with silver armlets from wrist to elbow, and carry dozens of silver coins strung round their necks or suspended from their ears. As I had moved away from Palembang, I had found the Malay spoken by the common people less and less pure, until at length it became quite unintelligible, although the continual recurrence of many well-known words assured me it was a form of Malay, and enabled me to guess at the main subject of conversation. This district had a very bad reputation a few years ago, and travelers were frequently robbed and murdered. Fights between village and village were also of frequent occurrence, and many lives were lost, owing to disputes about boundaries or intrigues with women. Now, however, since the country has been divided into districts under controllers, who visit every village in turn to hear complaints and settle disputes, such things are heard of no more. This is one of the numerous examples I have met with of the good effects of the Dutch government. It exercises a strict surveillance over its most distant possessions, establishes a form of government well adapted to the character of the people, reforms abuses, punishes crimes, and makes itself everywhere respected by the native population. Lobo Raman is a central point of the east end of Sumatra, being about 120 miles from the sea to the east, north, and west. The surface is undulating, with no mountains or even hills, and there is no rock, the soil being generally a red, friable clay. Numbers of small streams and rivers intersect the country, and it is pretty equally divided between open clearings and patches of forest, both virgin and second growth, with abundance of fruit trees, and there is no lack of paths to get about in any direction. Although it is the very country that would promise most for a naturalist, and I feel sure that at a more favorable time of year it would prove exceedingly rich, but it was now the rainy season when, in the very best of localities, insects are always scarce, and there being no fruit on the trees, there was also a scarcity of birds. During a month's collecting I added only 3 or 4 new species to my list of birds, although I obtained very fine specimens of many, which were rare and interesting. In butterflies I was rather more successful, obtaining several fine specimens quite new to me, and a considerable number of very rare and beautiful insects. I will give here some account of 2 species of butterflies, which, though very common in collections, present us with peculiarities of the highest interest. The first is the handsome Papiliomemnon, a splendid butterfly of a deep black color, dotted over with lines, and groups of scales of a clear ashy blue. Its wings are 5 inches in expanse, and the hind wings are rounded with scalloped edges. This applies to the males, but the females are very different and vary so much that they were once supposed to form several distinct species. They may be divided into 2 groups, those which resemble the male in shape, and those which differ entirely from him in the outline of the wings. The first very much in color, being often nearly white with dusky yellow and red markings. But such differences often occur in butterflies. The second group are much more extraordinary, and would never be supposed to be the same insect, since the hind wings are lengthened out into large spoon-shaped tails, no rudiment of which is ever to be perceived in the male, or in the ordinary form of females. These tailed females are never of the dark and blue-glossed tints, which prevail in the male, and often occur in the females of the same form, but are invariably ornamented with stripes and patches of white or buff, occupying the larger part of the surface of the hind wings. This peculiarity of coloring led me to discover that this extraordinary female closely resembles, when flying, another butterfly of the same genus, but of a different group, Papilio-Cohen, and that we have here a case of mimicry, similar to those so well illustrated and explained by Mr. Bates. Transactions of the Linnaean Society, volume XVIII, page 495, quote, Naturalist on the Amazons, end quote, volume 1, page 290. That the resemblance is not accidental is sufficiently proved by the fact that in the north of India, where Papilio-Cohen is replaced by an allied form, Papilio-Doubledei, having red spots in place of yellow, a closely allied species or variety of Papiliomemnon, P. androgeus, has the tailed female also red-spotted. The use and reason of this resemblance appears to be that the butterflies imitated belong to a section of the genus Papilio, which from some cause or other are not attacked by birds, and by so closely resembling these in form and color, the female of Memnon and its ally also escape persecution. 2 other species of this same section, Papilio antiphus and Papilio polyphonetes, are so closely imitated by 2 female forms of Papilio theseus, which comes in the same section with Memnon, that they completely deceived the Dutch entomologist De Haan, and he accordingly classed them as the same species. But the most curious fact connected with these distinct forms is that they are both the offspring of either form. A single brood of larvae were bred in Java by a Dutch entomologist, and produced males as well as tailed and tailless females, and there is every reason to believe that this is always the case, and that forms intermediate in character never occur. To illustrate these phenomena, let us suppose a roaming Englishman in some remote island to have 2 wives, one black-haired, red-skinned Indian, the other a woolly-headed, sooty-skinned negress, and that instead of the children being mulattoes of brown or dusky tints, mingling the characteristics of each parent in varying degrees, all the boys should be as fair-skinned and blue-eyed as their father, while the girls should altogether resemble their mothers. This would be thought strange enough, but the case of these butterflies is yet more extraordinary, for each mother is capable not only of producing male offspring, like the father, and female like herself, but also other females like her fellow wife, and altogether differing from herself. The other species to which I have to direct attention is the Calima paralecta, a butterfly of the same family group as our purple emperor, and of about the same size or larger. Its upper surface is of a rich purple, variously tinged with ash color, and across the forewings there is a broad bar of deep orange, so that when on the wing it is very conspicuous. This species was not uncommon in dry woods and thickets, and I often endeavored to capture it without success, for after flying a short distance it would enter a bush among dry or dead leaves, and however carefully I crept up to the spot, I could never discover it until it would suddenly start out again, and then disappear in a similar place. If at length I was fortunate enough to see the exact spot where the butterfly settled, and thought I lost sight of it for some time, I would discover that it was close before my eyes, but that in its position of repose it so closely resembled a dead leaf attached to a twig as almost certainly to deceive the eye even when gazing full upon it. I captured several specimens on the wing, and was able fully to understand the way in which this wonderful resemblance is produced. The end of the upper wing terminates in a fine point, just as the leaves of many tropical shrubs and trees are pointed, while the lower wings are somewhat more obtuse, and are lengthened out into a short thick tail. Between these 2 points there runs a dark curved line, exactly resembling the midrib of a leaf, and from this radiate on each side a few oblique marks, which well imitate the lateral veins. These marks are seen more clearly on the outer portion of the base of the wings, and on the inner side towards the middle and apex, and they are produced by striae and markings which are very common in allied species, but which are here modified and strengthened, so as to imitate more exactly the venation of a leaf. The tint of the undersurface varies much, but it is always some ashy brown or reddish color, which matches with those of dead leaves. The habit of the species is always to rest on a twig, and among dead or dry leaves, and in this position with the wings closely pressed together, their outline is exactly that of a moderately sized leaf, slightly curved or shriveled. The tail of the hind wings forms a perfect stalk, and touches the stick while the insect is supported by the middle pair of legs, which are not noticed among the twigs and fibers that surround it. The head and antennae are drawn back between the wings, so as to be quite concealed, and there is a little notch hollowed out at the very base of the wings, which allows the head to be retracted sufficiently. All these very details combine to provide a disguise that is so complete and marvelous as to astonish everyone who observes it. And the habits of the insects are such as to utilize all these peculiarities, and render them available in such a manner as to remove all doubt of the purpose of this singular case of mimicry, which is undoubtedly a protection to the insect. Its strong and swift flight is sufficient to save it from its enemies when on the wing, but if it were equally conspicuous when at rest, it could not long escape extinction, owing to the attacks of the insectivorous birds and reptiles that abound in the tropical forests. A very closely allied species, Calima inachus, inhabits India, where it is very common, and specimens are sent in every collection from the Himalayas. On examining a number of these, it will be seen that no 2 are alike, but all the variations correspond to those of dead leaves. Every tint of yellow, ash, brown, and red is found here, and in many specimens there occur patches and spots formed of small black dots, so closely resembling the way in which minute fungi grow on leaves, that it is almost impossible at first not to believe that fungi have grown on the butterflies themselves. If such an extraordinary adaptation as this stood alone, it would be very difficult to offer any explanation of it. But although it is perhaps the most perfect case of protective imitation known, there are hundreds of similar resemblances in nature, and from these it is possible to deduce a general theory of the manner in which they have been slowly brought about. The principle of variation and that of, quote, natural selection, end quote, or survival of the fittest, as elaborated by Mr. Darwin in his celebrated Origin of Species, offers the foundation for such a theory, and I have myself endeavored to apply it to all the chief cases of imitation in an article published in the Westminster Review for 1867, entitled, quote, Mimicry, and Other Protective Resemblances Among Animals, end quote, to which any reader is referred who wishes to know more about this subject. In Sumatra, monkeys are very abundant, and at Lombock they are used to frequent the trees which overhang the guardhouse, and give me a fine opportunity of observing their gambols. 2 species of Semnopithecus are most plentiful, monkeys of a slender form with very long tails. Not being much shot at, they are rather bold, and remain quite unconcerned when natives alone are present. But when I came out to look at them, they would stare for a minute or two, and then make off. They take tremendous leaps, from the branches of one tree to those of another, a little lower, and it is very amusing when one strong leader takes a bold jump to see the others following with more or less trepidation, and it often happens that 1 or 2 of the last seem quite unable to make up their minds to leap until the rest are disappearing, when, as if in desperation at being left alone, they throw themselves frantically into the air and often go crashing through the slender branches and fall to the ground. A very curious ape, the siamang, was also rather abundant, but it is much less bold than the monkeys, keeping to the virgin forests and avoiding villages. This species is allied to the little long-armed apes of the genus Hyobates, but is considerably larger and differs from them by having 2 first fingers of the feet united together nearly to the end, as does its Latin name, Siamanga syndactyla. It moves much slower than the active Hyobates, keeping lower down in trees and not indulging in such tremendous leaps. But it is still very active, and by means of its immense long arms, 5 feet 6 inches across in an adult, about 3 feet high, can swing itself along among the trees at a great rate. I purchased a small one, which had been caught by the natives, and tied up so tightly as to hurt it. It was rather savage at first and tried to bite, but when we had released it and given it 2 poles under the veranda to hang upon, securing it by a short cord running along the pole with a ring so that it could move easily, it became more contented and would swing itself about with great rapidity. It ate almost any kind of fruit and rice, and I was in hopes to have brought it to England, but it died just before I started. It took a dislike to me at first, which I tried to get over by feeding it constantly myself. One day, however, it bit me so sharply while giving it food that I lost patience and gave it rather a severe beating, which I regretted afterwards, as from that time it disliked me more than ever. It would allow my Malay boys to play with it, and for hours together would swing by its arms from pole to pole and onto the rafters of the veranda, with so much ease and rapidity that it was a constant source of amusement to us. When I returned to Singapore, it attracted great attention, as no one had seen a siamang alive before, although it is not uncommon in some parts of the Malay Peninsula. As the orangutan is known to inhabit Sumatra, and was in fact first discovered there, I made many inquiries about it, but none of the natives had ever heard of such an animal, nor could I find any of the Dutch officials who knew anything about it. We may conclude, therefore, that it does not inhabit the great forest plains in the east of Sumatra, where one would naturally expect to find it, but is probably confined to a limited region in the northwest part of the island, entirely in the hands of native rulers. The other great mammalia of Sumatra, the elephant and the rhinoceros, are more widely distributed, but the former is much more scarce than it was a few years ago, and seems to retire rapidly before the spread of cultivation. Lombock tusks and bones are occasionally found about in the forest, but the living animal is now never seen. The rhinoceros, Rhinoceros sumatranus, still abounds, and I continually saw its tracks and its dung, and once disturbed one feeding, which went crashing away through the jungle, only permitting me a momentary glimpse of it through the dense underwood. I obtained a tolerably perfect cranium and a number of teeth, which were picked up by the natives. Another curious animal, which I had met with in Singapore and in Borneo, but which was more abundant here, is the Galeopithecus, or flying lemur. This creature has a broad membrane extending all around its body to the extremities of the toe and to the point of the rather long tail. This enables it to pass obliquely through the air from one tree to another. It is sluggish in its motions, at least by day, going up a tree by short runs of a few feet, and then stopping a moment, as if the action was difficult. It rests during the day, clinging to the trunks of trees, where its olive or brown fur, mottled with irregular whitish spots and blotches, resembles closely the color of mottled bark, and no doubt helps to protect it. Once in a bright twilight I saw one of these animals run up a trunk in a rather open place, and then glide obliquely through the air to another tree, on which it alighted near its base, and immediately began to ascend. I paced the distance from the one tree to the other and found it to be 70 yards, and the amount of descent I estimated at not more than 35 or 40 feet, or less than 1 in 5. This, I think, proves that the animal must have some power of gliding itself through the air. Otherwise, in so long a distance, it would have little chance of alighting exactly upon the trunk. Like the cuscus of the Malaccas, the Galeopithecus feeds chiefly on leaves, and possesses a very voluminous stomach and long convoluted intestines. The brain is very small, and the animal possesses such remarkable tenacity of life that it is exceedingly difficult to kill it by any ordinary means. The tail is prehensile, and is probably made use of as an additional support while feeding. It is said to have only a single young, one at a time, and my own observation confirms this statement, for I once shot a female with a very small blind and naked little creature clinging close to its breast, which was quite bare and much wrinkled, reminding me of the young of marsupials, to which it seemed to form a transition. On the back and extending over the limbs and membrane, the fur of these animals is short but exquisitely soft, resembling in its texture that of the chinchilla. I returned to Palembang by water, and while staying a day at a village, while a boat was being made watertight, I had the good fortune to obtain a male, female, and young bird of one of the large hornbills. I had sent my hunters to shoot, and while I was at breakfast they returned, bringing me a fine large male of the Buceros bicornis, which one of them assured me he had shot while feeding the female, which was shut up in a hole in a tree. I had often read of this curious habit, and immediately returned to the place accompanied by several of the natives. After crossing a stream and a bog, we found a large tree leaning over some water, and on its lower side, at a height of about 20 feet, appeared a small hole, and what looked like a quantity of mud, which I was assured had been used in stopping up the large hole. After a while we heard the harsh cry of a bird inside, and could see the white extremity of its beak put out. I offered a rupee to anyone who would go up and get the bird out, with the egg or young one, but they all declared it was too difficult, and they were afraid to try. I, therefore, very reluctantly came away. About an hour afterwards, much to my surprise, a tremendous, loud, hoarse screaming was heard, and the bird was brought me together with a young one which had been found in the hole. This was a most curious object, as large as a pigeon, but without a particle of plumage on any part of it. It was exceedingly plump and soft, and with a semi-transparent skin, so that it looked more like a bag of jelly with a head and feet stuck on than like a real bird. The extraordinary habit of the male in plastering up the female with her egg and feeding her during the whole time of incubation, and until the young one is fledged, is common to several of the large hornbills, and is one of those strange facts in natural history which are, quote, stranger than fiction, end quote. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 9. Natural History of the Indo-Malay Islands. In the first chapter of this work, I have stated generally the reasons which lead us to conclude that the large islands in the western portion of the archipelago, Java, Sumatra, and Borneo, as well as the Malay Peninsula and the Philippine Islands, have been recently separated from the continent of Asia. I now propose to give a sketch of the natural history of these, which I term the Indo-Malay Islands, and to show how far it supports this view, and how much information it is able to give us of the antiquity and origin of the separate islands. The flora of the archipelago is at present so imperfectly known, and I have myself paid so little attention to it, that I cannot draw from it many facts of importance. The Malayan type of vegetation is, however, a very important one, and Dr. Hooker informs us in his Flora Indica that it spreads over all the moister and more equable parts of India, and that many plants found in Ceylon, the Himalayas, the Nilgiri, and Cassia Mountains are identical with those of Java and the Malay Peninsula. Among the more characteristic forms of this flora are the rattans, climbing palms of the genus Calamus, and a great variety of tall as well as stemless palms. Orchids, Araceae, Gingiberaceae, and ferns are especially abundant, and the genus Grammatophyllum, a gigantic epiphytical orchid, whose clusters of leaves and flower stems are 10 or 12 feet long, is peculiar to it. Here, too, is the domain of the wonderful pitcher plants, Nepenthaceae, which are only represented elsewhere by solitary species in Ceylon, Madagascar, the Seychelles, Celebes, and the Moluccas. Those celebrated fruits, the mangosteen and the durian, are natives of this region and will hardly grow out of the archipelago. The mountain plants of Java have already been alluded to as showing a former connection with the continent of Asia, and a still more extraordinary and more ancient connection with Australia has been indicated by Mr. Lowe's collections from the summit of Kinabalu, the loftiest mountain in Borneo. Plants have much greater facilities for passing across arms of the sea than animals. The lighter seeds are easily carried by the winds, and many of them are specially adapted to be so carried. Others can float a long time unhurt by the water, and are drifted by winds and currents to distant shores. Pigeons and other fruit-eating birds are also the means of distributing plants, since the seeds readily germinate after passing through their bodies. It thus happens that plants which grow on shores and lowlands have a wide distribution, and it requires an extensive knowledge of the species of each island to determine the relations of their floras with any approach to accuracy. At present, we have no such complete knowledge of the botany of the several islands of the archipelago, and it is only by such striking phenomena as the occurrence of northern and even European genera on the summits of the Javanese mountains that we can prove the former connection of that island with the Asiatic continent. With land animals, however, the case is very different. Their means of passing a wide expanse of sea are far more restricted. Their distribution has been more accurately studied, and we possess a much more complete knowledge of such groups as mammals and birds in most of the islands than we do of the plants. It is these two classes which will supply us with most of our facts as to the geographical distribution of organized beings in this region. The number of mammalia known to inhabit the Indo-Malay region is very considerable, exceeding 170 species. With the exception of the bats, none of these have any regular means of passing arms of the sea many miles in extent, and a consideration of their distribution must therefore greatly assist us in determining whether these islands have ever been connected with each other or with a continent since the epoch of existing species. The Quadrumana or monkey tribe form one of the most characteristic features of this region. 24 distinct species are known to inhabit it, and these are distributed with tolerable uniformity over the islands, 9 being found in Java, 10 in the Malay Peninsula, 11 in Sumatra, and 13 in Borneo. The great man-like orangutans are found only in Sumatra and Borneo. The curious siamang, next to them in size, in Sumatra and Malacca. The long-nosed monkey only in Borneo, while every island has representatives of the gibbons or long-armed apes and of monkeys. The lemur-like animals, Nyctibus, Tarsius, and Galeopithecus, are found on all the islands. 7 species found on the Malay Peninsula extend also into Sumatra, 4 into Borneo, and 3 into Java, while 2 range into Siam and Burma, and 1 into North India. With the exception of the orangutan, the siamang, the Tarsius spectrum, and the Galeopithecus, all the Malayan genera of Quadrumana are represented in India by closely allied species, although, owing to the limited range of most of these animals, so few are absolutely identical. Of carnivora, 33 species are known from the Indo-Malay region, of which about 8 are found also in Burma and India. Among these are the tiger, leopard, a tiger cat, civet, and otter. While out of the 20 genera of Malayan carnivora, 13 are represented in India by more or less closely allied species. As an example, the Malayan bear is represented in North India by the Tibetan bear both of which may be seen alive at the Zoological Society's gardens. The hoofed animals are 22 in number, of which about 7 extend into Burma and India. All the deer are of peculiar species except 2, which range from Malacca into India. Of the cattle, 1 Indian species reaches Malacca, while the Bos Sundiacus of Java and Borneo is also found in Siam and Burma. A goat-like animal is found in Sumatra, which has its representative in India, while the 2-horned rhinoceros of Sumatra and the single-horned species of Java, long supposed to be peculiar to these islands, are now both ascertained to exist in Burma, Pegu, and Mowal Mine. The elephant of Sumatra, Borneo, and Malacca is now considered to be identical with that of Ceylon and India. In all other groups of mammalia the same general phenomena recur. A few species are identical with those of India. A much larger number are closely allied or representative forms, while there are always a small number of peculiar genera, consisting of animals unlike those found in any other part of the world. There are about 50 bats, of which less than 1/4 are Indian species, 34 rodents, squirrels, rats, etc., of which 6 or 8 only are Indian, and 10 insectivora, with one exception, peculiar to the Malay region. The squirrels are very abundant and characteristic. Only 2 species out of 25 extend into Siam and Burma. The tupaias are curious insect eaters which closely resemble squirrels, and are almost confined to the Malay Islands, as are the small feather-tailed Tyloceras loi of Borneo, and the curious long-snouted and naked-tailed Gymnurus rafflesi. As the Malay Peninsula is a part of the continent of Asia, the question of the former union of the islands to the mainland will be best elucidated by studying the species which are found in the former district, and also in some of the islands. Now, if we entirely leave out of consideration the bats, which have the power of flight, there are still 48 species of mammals common to the Malay Peninsula and the 3 large islands. Among these are 7 quadrumana, apes, monkeys, and lemurs, animals who pass their whole existence in forests, who never swim, and who would be quite unable to traverse a single mile of sea. 19 carnivora, some of which no doubt might cross by swimming, but we cannot suppose so large a number to have passed in this way across a strait which, except at one point, is from 30 to 50 miles wide, and 5 hoofed animals, including the tapir, 2 species of rhinoceros, and an elephant. Besides these, there are 13 rodents and 4 insectivora, including a shrew mouse and 6 squirrels, whose unaided passage over 20 miles of sea is even more inconceivable than that of the larger animals. But when we come to the cases of the same species inhabiting 2 of the more widely separated islands, the difficulty is much increased. Borneo is distant nearly 150 miles from Biliton, which is about 50 miles from Bangka, and this 15 from Sumatra. Yet there are no less than 36 species of mammals common to Borneo and Sumatra. Java, again, is more than 250 miles from Borneo, yet these 2 islands have 22 species in common, including monkeys, lemurs, wild oxen, squirrels, and shrews. These facts seem to render it absolutely certain that there has been at some former period a connection between all these islands and the mainland, and the fact that most of the animals common to 2 or more of them show little or no variation, but are often absolutely identical, indicates that the separation must have been recent in a geological sense, that is, not earlier than the newer Pliocene epoch, at which time land animals began to assimilate closely with those now existing. Even bats furnish an additional argument, if one were needed, to show that the islands could not have been peopled from each other and from the continent without some former connection. For if such had been the mode of stocking them with animals, it is quite certain that creatures which can fly long distances would be the first to spread from island to island, and thus produce an almost perfect uniformity of species over the whole region. But no such uniformity exists, and the bats of each island are almost, if not quite, as distinct as the other mammals. For example, 16 species are known in Borneo, and of these 10 are found in Java and 5 in Sumatra, a proportion about the same as that of the rodents, which have no direct means of migration. We learn from this fact that the seas which separate the islands from each other are wide enough to prevent the passage even of flying animals, and that we must look to the same causes as having led to the present distribution of both groups. The only sufficient cause we can imagine is the former connection of all the islands with the continent, and such a change is in perfect harmony with what we know of the earth's past history, and is rendered probable by the remarkable fact that a rise of only 300 feet would convert the wide seas that separate them into an immense winding valley or plain about 300 miles wide and 1,200 long. It may perhaps be thought that birds, which possess the power of flight in so preeminent a degree, would not be limited in their range by arms of the sea, and would thus afford few indications of the former union or separation of the islands they inhabit. This, however, is not the case. A large number of birds appear to be as strictly limited by watery barriers as are quadrupeds, and as they have been so much more attentively collected, we have more complete materials to work upon, and are able to deduce from them still more definite and satisfactory results. Some groups, however, such as the aquatic birds, the waders, and the birds of prey, are great wanderers. Other groups are little known except to ornithologists. I shall therefore refer chiefly to a few of the best known and most remarkable families of birds, as a sample of the conclusions furnished by the entire class. The birds of the Indo-Malay region have a close resemblance to those of India, for though a very large proportion of the species are quite distinct, there are only about 15 peculiar genera, and not a single family group confined to the former district. If, however, we compare the islands with the Burmese, Siamese, and Malayan countries, we shall find still less difference, and shall be convinced that all are closely united by the bond of a former union. In such well-known families as the woodpeckers, parrots, trogons, barbets, kingfishers, pigeons, and pheasants, we find some identical species spreading over all India as far as Java and Borneo, while a very large proportion are common to Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula. The force of these facts can only be appreciated when we come to treat the islands of the Austro-Malay region and show how similar barriers have entirely prevented the passage of birds from one island to another, so that out of at least 350 land birds inhabiting Java and Borneo, not more than 10 have passed eastwards into Celebes. Yet the Straits of Makassar are not nearly so wide as the Java Sea, and at least 100 species are common to Borneo and Java. I will now give 2 examples to show how a knowledge of the distribution of animals may reveal unsuspected facts in the past history of the earth. At the eastern extremity of Sumatra, and separated from it by a strait about 15 miles wide, is the small rocky island of Bangka, celebrated for its tin mines. One of the Dutch residents there sent some collections of birds and animals to Leiden, and among them were found several species distinct from those of the adjacent coast of Sumatra. One of these was a squirrel, Sciurus bancanus, closely allied to 3 other species, inhabiting respectively the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, and Borneo, but quite as distinct from them all as they are from each other. There were also 2 new ground thrushes of the genus Pitta, closely allied to, but quite distinct from, 2 other species inhabiting both Sumatra and Borneo, and which did not perceptibly differ in these large and widely separated islands. This is just as if the Isle of Man possessed a peculiar species of thrush and blackbird, distinct from the birds which are common to England and Ireland. These curious facts would indicate that Bangka may have existed as a distinct island even longer than Sumatra and Borneo, and there are some geological and geographical facts which renders this not so improbable as it would at first seem to be. Although on the map Bangka appears so close to Sumatra, this does not arise from its having been recently separated from it, for the adjacent district of Palembang is new land, being a great alluvial swamp formed by torrents from the mountains 100 miles distant. Bangka, on the other hand, agrees with Malacca, Singapore, and the intervening island of Lingen, in being formed of granite and laterite, and these have all most likely once formed an extension of the Malay Peninsula. As the rivers of Borneo and Sumatra have been for ages filling up the intervening sea, we may be sure that its depth has recently been greater, and it is very probable that those large islands were never directly connected with each other except through the Malay Peninsula. At that period the same species of squirrel and pitta may have inhabited all these countries, But when the subterranean disturbances occurred which led to the elevation of the volcanoes of Sumatra, the small island of Bangka may have been separated first, and its productions being thus isolated might be gradually modified before the separation of the larger islands had been completed. As the southern part of Sumatra extended eastward and formed the narrow straits of Bangka, many birds and insects and some mammalia would cross from one to the other, and thus produce a general similarity of productions, while a few of the older inhabitants remained, to reveal by their distinct forms their different origin. Unless we suppose some such changes in physical geography to have occurred, the presence of peculiar species of birds and mammals in such an island as Bangka is a hopeless puzzle, and I think I have shown that the changes required are by no means so improbable as a mere glance at the map would lead us to suppose. For our next example, let us take the great islands of Sumatra and Java. These approach so closely together, and the chain of volcanoes that runs through them gives such an air of unity to the two, that the idea of their having been recently dissevered is immediately suggested. The natives of Java, however, go further than this, for they actually have a tradition of the catastrophe which broke them asunder, and fix its date at not more than 1,000 years ago. It becomes interesting, therefore, to see what support is given to this view by the comparison of their animal productions. The mammalia have not been collected with sufficient completeness in both islands to make a general comparison of much value, and so many species have been obtained only as live specimens in captivity that their locality has often been erroneously given, the island in which they were obtained being substituted for that from which they originally came. Taking into consideration only those whose distribution is more accurately known, we learn that Sumatra is, in a zoological sense, more nearly related to Borneo than it is to Java. The great man-like apes, the elephant, the tapir, and the Malay bear, are all common to the two former countries, while they are absent from the latter. Of the 3 long-tailed monkeys, Semnopithecus, inhabiting Sumatra, one extends into Borneo, but the 2 species of Java are both peculiar to it. So also the great Malay deer, Rusa equina, and the small Tragulus canchil are common to Sumatra and Borneo, but do not extend into Java, where they have been replaced by Tragulus javanicus. The tiger, it is true, is found in Sumatra and Java, but not in Borneo. But as this animal is known to swim well, it may have found its way across the Straits of Sunda, or it may have inhabited Java before it was separated from the mainland, and from some unknown cause have ceased to exist in Borneo. In ornithology, there is little uncertainty, owing to the birds of Java and Sumatra being much better known than those of Borneo. But the ancient separation of Java as an island is well exhibited by the large number of its species, which are not found in any of the other islands. It possesses no less than 7 pigeons, peculiar to itself, while Sumatra has only 1. Of its 2 parrots, 1 extends into Borneo, but neither into Sumatra. Of the 15 species of woodpeckers inhabiting Sumatra, only 4 reach Java, while 8 of them are found in Borneo and 12 in the Malay Peninsula. The 2 trogons found in Java are peculiar to it, while of those inhabiting Sumatra at least 2 extend to Malacca and 1 to Borneo. There are a very large number of birds, such as the great Argus pheasant, the fire-backed and ocellated pheasants, the crested partridge, Rolulus coronatus, the small Malacca parrot, Citinus incertus, the great helmeted hornbill, Buceroturus galeatus, the pheasant ground cuckoo, Carpococcix radiatus, the rose-crested bee-eater, Nyctiornis amicta, the great gaper, Corydon sumatranus, and the green-crested gaper, Calyptomena viridis, and many others which are common to Malacca, Sumatra, and Borneo, but are entirely absent from Java. On the other hand, we have the peacock, the green jungle cock, 2 blue ground thrushes, Argina cyanea, and Myophonus flavirostris, the fine pink-headed dove, Ptilonopus porphyrius, 3 broad-tailed ground pigeons, Macropygia, and many other interesting birds which are found nowhere in the archipelago out of Java. Insects furnish similar facts wherever sufficient data are to be had, but owing to the abundant collections that have been made in Java, an unfair preponderance may be given to that island. This does not, however, seem to be the case with the true Papilionidae, or swallow-tailed butterflies, whose large size and gorgeous coloring has led to their being collected more frequently than other insects. 27 species are known from Java, 29 from Borneo, and only 21 from Sumatra. 4 are entirely confined to Java, while only 2 are peculiar to Borneo and 1 to Sumatra. The isolation of Java will, however, be best shown by grouping the islands in pairs and indicating the number of species common to each pair. Thus, Borneo, 29 species. Sumatra, 21 species. 20 species common to both islands. Borneo, 29 species. Java, 27 species. 20 species common to both islands. Sumatra, 21 species. Java, 27 species. 11 species common to both islands. Making some allowance for our imperfect knowledge of the Sumatran species, we see that Java is more isolated from the 2 larger islands than they are from each other, thus entirely confirming the results given by the distribution of birds and mammalia, and rendering it almost certain that the last named island was the first to be completely separated from the Asiatic continent, and that the native tradition of its having been recently separated from Sumatra is entirely without foundation. We are now able to trace out with some probability the course of events. Beginning at the time when the whole of the Java Sea, the Gulf of Siam, and the Straits of Malacca were dry land, forming with Borneo, Sumatra, and Java a vast southern prolongation of the Asiatic continent, the first movement would be the sinking down of the Java Sea and the Straits of Sunda, consequent on the activity of the Javanese volcanoes along the southern extremity of the land, and leading to the complete separation of that island. As the volcanic belt of Java and Sumatra increased in activity, more and more of the land was submerged, until first Borneo and afterwards Sumatra became entirely severed. Since the epoch of the first disturbance, several distinct elevations and depressions may have taken place, and the islands may have been more than once joined with each other or with the mainland, and again separated. Successive waves of immigration may thus have modified their animal productions, and led to those abnormalities in distribution which are so difficult to account for by any single operation of elevation or submergence. The form of Borneo, consisting of radiating mountain chains with intervening broad alluvial valleys, suggests the idea that it has once been much more submerged than it is at present, when it would have somewhat resembled Celebes or Gilolo in outline, and has been increased to its present dimensions by the filling up of its gulf with sedimentary material, assisted by gradual elevation of the land. Sumatra has also been evidently much increased in size by the formation of alluvial plains along its northeastern coasts. There is one peculiarity in the productions of Java that is very puzzling: the occurrence of several species or groups, characteristic of the Siamese countries or of India, but which do not occur in Borneo or Sumatra. Among mammals, the rhinoceros javanicus is the most striking example, for a distinct species is found in Borneo and Sumatra, while the Javanese species occurs in Burma and even in Bengal. Among birds, the small ground dove, Geopelia striata, and the curious bronze-colored magpie, Crypsirina varians, are common to Java and Siam, while there are in Java species of Tirutheus, Orenga, Myophonus, Zoothera, Sternopastor, and Estrelda, the near allies of which are found in various parts of India, while nothing like them is known to inhabit Borneo or Sumatra. Such a curious phenomenon as this can only be understood by supposing that, subsequent to the separation of Java, Borneo became almost entirely submerged, and on its re-elevation was for a time connected with the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra, but not with Java or Siam. Any geologist who knows how strata have been contorted and tilted up, and how elevations and depressions must often have occurred alternately, not once or twice only, but scores and even hundreds of times, will have no difficulty in admitting that such changes as have been here indicated are not in themselves improbable. The existence of extensive coal beds in Borneo and Sumatra, of such recent origin that the leaves which abound in their shales are scarcely distinguishable from those of the forests which now cover the country, proves that such changes of level actually did take place, and it is a matter of much interest both to the geologist and to the philosophical naturalist to be able to form some conception of the order of those changes, and to understand how they may have resulted in the actual distribution of animal life in these countries. a distribution which often presents phenomena so strange and contradictory that without taking such changes into consideration, we are unable even to imagine how they could have been brought about. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 10. Bali and Lombock, June-July, 1856. The islands of Bali and Lombock, situated at the eastern end of Java, are particularly interesting. They are the only islands of the whole archipelago in which the Hindu religion still maintains itself, and they form the extreme points of the two great zoological divisions of the Eastern Hemisphere, for although so similar in external appearance and in all physical features, they differ greatly in their natural productions. It was after having spent 2 years in Borneo, Malacca, and Singapore that I made a somewhat involuntary visit to these islands on my way to Makassar. Had I been able to obtain a passage direct to that place from Singapore, I should probably never have gone near them, and should have missed some of the most important discoveries of my whole expedition in the East. It was on the 13th of June, 1856, after 20 days' passage from Singapore in the Kembang Jipun, Rose of Japan, a schooner belonging to a Chinese merchant, manned by a Javanese crew, and commanded by an English captain, that we cast anchor in the dangerous roadstead of Bilaling, on the north side of the island of Bali. Going on shore with the captain and the Chinese supercargo, I was at once introduced to a novel and interesting scene. We went first to the house of the Chinese bandar, or chief merchant, where we found a number of natives well dressed and all conspicuously armed with krisses, displaying their large handles of ivory or gold, or beautifully grained and polished wood. The Chinamen had given up their national costume and adopted the Malay dress, and could then hardly be distinguished from the natives of the island, an indication of the close affinity of the Malayan and Mongolian races. Under the thick shade of some mango trees, close by the house, several women merchants were selling cotton goods, for here the women trade and work for the benefit of their husbands, a custom which Mahometan Malays never adopt. Fruit, tea, cakes, and sweetmeats were brought to us. Many questions were asked about our business and the state of trade in Singapore, and we then took a walk to look at the village. It was a very dull and dreary place, a collection of narrow lanes bounded by high mud walls, enclosing bamboo houses, into some of which we entered and were very kindly received. During the 2 days that we remained here, I walked out into the surrounding country to catch insects, shoot birds, and spy out the nakedness or fertility of the land. I was both astonished and delighted, for as my visit to Java was some years later, I had never beheld so beautiful and well-cultivated a district out of Europe. A slightly undulating plain extends from the sea-coast about 10 or 12 miles inland, where it is bounded by a wide range of wooded and cultivated hills. Houses and villages, marked out by dense clumps of coconut palms, tamarind, and other fruit trees, are dotted about in every direction, while between them extend luxuriant rice grounds, watered by an elaborate system of irrigation that would be the pride of the best cultivated parts of Europe. The whole surface of the country is divided into irregular patches, following the undulations of the ground, from many acres to a few perches in extent, each of which is itself perfectly level, but stands a few inches or several feet above or below those adjacent to it. Every one of these patches can be flooded or drained at will by means of a system of ditches and small channels, into which are diverted the whole of the streams that descend from the mountains. Every patch now bore crops in various stages of growth, some almost ready for cutting, and all in the most flourishing condition and of the most exquisite green tints. The sides of the lanes and bridle roads were often edged with prickly cacti and a leafless euphorbia, but the country being so highly cultivated, there was not much room for indigenous vegetation, except upon the sea beach. We saw plenty of the fine race of domestic cattle descended from the Bos Banteng of Java, driven by half-naked boys or tethered in pasture grounds. They are large and handsome animals of a light brown color, with white legs, and a conspicuous oval patch behind of the same color. Wild cattle of the same race are said to still be found in the mountains. In so well cultivated a country, it was not to be expected that I could do much in natural history, and my ignorance of how important a locality this was for the elucidation of the geographical distribution of animals caused me to neglect obtaining some specimens which I never met with again. One of these was a weaver bird with a bright yellow head, which built its bottle-shaped nests by dozens on some trees near the beach. It was the Ploceus hypoxantha, a native of Java, and here, at the extreme limits of its range westerly, I shot and preserved specimens of a wagtail thrush, an oriole, and some starlings, all species found in Java, and some of them peculiar to that island. I also obtained some beautiful butterflies, richly marked with black and orange on a white ground, and which were the most abundant insects in the country lanes. Among these was a new species which I named Pyrrhus tamar. Leaving Bali, a pleasant sail of 2 days brought us to Ampanam in the island of Lombock, where I proposed to remain till I could obtain a passage to Makassar. We enjoyed superb views of the twin volcanoes of Bali and Lombok, each about 8,000 feet high, which form magnificent objects at sunrise and sunset, when they rise out of the mists and clouds that surround their bases, glowing with the rich and changing tints of these the most charming moments in a tropical day. The bay or roadstead of Ampanam is extensive, and being at this season sheltered from the prevalent southeasterly winds, was as smooth as a lake. The beach of black volcanic sand is very steep, and there is at all times a heavy surf upon it, which during spring tides increases to such an extent that it is often impossible for boats to land, and many serious accidents have occurred. Where we lay anchored, about 1/4 of a mile from the shore, not the slightest swell was perceptible, but on approaching nearer, undulations began, which rapidly increased so as to form rollers, which toppled over onto the beach at regular intervals with a noise like thunder. Sometimes this surf increases suddenly during perfect calms, to as great a force and fury as when a gale of wind is blowing, beating to pieces all boats that may not have been hauled sufficiently high upon the beach, and carrying away uncautious natives. This violent surf is probably in some way dependent upon the swell of the great southern ocean and the violent currents that flow through the straits of Lombock. These are so uncertain that vessels preparing to anchor in the bay are sometimes suddenly swept away into the straits and are not able to get back again for a fortnight. What the seamen call the ripples are also very violent in the straits, the sea appearing to boil and foam and dance, like the rapids below a cataract. Vessels are swept about helplessly, and small ones are occasionally swamped in the finest weather and under the brightest skies. I felt considerably relieved when all my boxes and myself had passed in safety through the devouring surf, which the natives look upon with some pride, saying that, quote, "their sea is always hungry and eats up everything it can catch," end quote. I was kindly received by Mr. Carter, an Englishman, who was one of the bandars or licensed traders of the port, who offered me hospitality and every assistance during my stay. His house, storehouses, and offices were in a yard surrounded by a tall bamboo fence, and were entirely constructed of bamboo, with a thatch of grass, the only available building materials. Even these are now very scarce, owing to the great consumption in rebuilding the place since the great fire some months before, which in an hour or 2 had destroyed every building in the town. The next day I went to see Mr. S., another merchant, to whom I had brought letters of introduction, and who lived about 7 miles off. Mr. Carter kindly lent me a horse, and I was accompanied by a young Dutch gentleman residing in Ampanam, who offered to be my guide. We first passed through the town and suburbs along a straight road, bordered by mud walls and a fine avenue of lofty trees, then through rice fields irrigated in the same manner as I had seen them at Bali, and afterwards over sandy pastures near the sea, and occasionally along the beach itself. Mr. S. received us kindly, and offered me a residence at his house, should I think the neighbourhood favourable for my pursuits. After an early breakfast we went out to explore, taking guns and insect nets. We reached some low hills, which seemed to offer the most favourable ground, passing over swamps, sandy flats, overgrown with coarse sedges, and through pastures and cultivated grounds, finding, however, very little in the way of either birds or insects. On our way we passed 1 or 2 human skeletons, enclosed within a small bamboo fence, with the clothes, pillow, mat, and beetle box of the unfortunate individual who had been either murdered or executed. Returning to the house, we found a Balinese chief, and his followers on a visit. Those of higher rank sat on chairs, the others squatted on the floor. The chief very coolly asked for beer and brandy, and helped himself and his followers, apparently more out of curiosity than anything else as regards the beer, for it seemed very distasteful to them, while they drank the brandy in tumblers with much relish. Returning to Ampanam, I devoted myself for some days to shooting the birds of the neighbourhood. The fine fig trees of the avenues where a market was held were tenanted by superb orioles, Oriolus broaderpie, of a rich orange colour and peculiar to the island, and the adjacent ones of Sumbawa and Flores. All around the town were abundance of the curious Tropicorhynchus timoriensis, allied to the friar bird of Australia. They are here called quach-quach, from their very loud voice, which seems to repeat these words in various and not unmelodious intonations. Every day, boys were to be seen walking along the roads and by the hedges and ditches, catching dragonflies with birdlime. They carry a slender stick, with a few twigs at the end well anointed, so that the least touch captures the insect, whose wings are pulled off before it is consigned to a small basket. The dragonflies are so abundant at the time of the rice flowering that thousands are soon caught in this way. The bodies are fried in oil with onions and preserved shrimps, or sometimes alone, and are considered a great delicacy. In Borneo, Celebes, and many other islands, the larvae of bees and wasps are eaten, either alive as pulled out of the cells, or fried like the dragonflies. In the Moluccas, the grubs of the palm beetles, Colandra, are regularly brought to market in bamboos and sold for food, and many of the great horned lamelicorn beetles are slightly roasted on the embers and eaten whenever met with. The superabundance of insect life is therefore turned to some account by these islanders. Finding that birds were not very numerous, and hearing much of Labuan Tring at the southern extremity of the bay, where there was said to be much uncultivated country and plenty of birds, as well as deer and wild pigs, I determined to go there with my 2 servants, Ali, the Malay lad from Borneo, and Manuel, Portuguese of Malacca, accustomed to bird skinning. I hired a native boat with outriggers to take us, with our small quantity of luggage, and a day's rowing and trekking along the shore brought us to the place. I had a note of introduction to an Amboynese Malay, and obtained the use of part of his house to live and work in. His name was Inchi Daoud, Mr. David, and he was very civil, but his accommodations were limited, and he could only hire me a part of his reception room. This was the front part of a bamboo house, reached by a ladder of about 6 rounds, very wide apart, and having a beautiful view over the bay. However, I soon made what arrangements were possible, and then set to work. The country around was pretty and novel to me, consisting of abrupt volcanic hills, enclosing flat valleys or open plains. The hills were covered with a dense scrubby bush of bamboos and prickly trees and shrubs. The plains were adorned with hundreds of noble palm trees, and in many places with a luxuriant shrubby vegetation. Birds were plentiful and very interesting, and I now saw for the first time many Australian forms that are quite absent from the islands westward. Small white cockatoos were abundant, and their loud screams, conspicuous white colour, and pretty yellow crests rendered them a very important feature in this landscape. This is the most westerly point on the globe where any of the family are to be found. Some small honeysuckers of the genus Tylotus and the strange mound-maker, Megapodius gouldi, are also here first met with on the traveller's journey eastward. The last mentioned bird requires a fuller notice. The Megapodidae are a small family of birds found only in Australia and the surrounding islands, but extending as far as the Philippines and northwest Borneo. They are allied to the gallinaceous birds, but differ from these and from all others in never sitting upon their eggs, which they bury in sand, earth, or rubbish, and leave to be hatched by the heat of the sun or by fermentation. They are all characterized by very large feet and long curved claws, and most of the species of Megapodius rake and scratch together all kinds of rubbish, dead leaves, sticks, stones, earth, rotten wood, etc., until they form a large mound, often 6 feet high and 12 feet across, in the middle of which they bury their eggs. The natives can tell by the condition of these mounds whether they contain eggs or not, and they rob them whenever they can, as the brick-red eggs, as large as those of a swan, are considered a great delicacy. A number of birds are said to join in making these mounds, and lay their eggs together, so that sometimes 40 or 50 may be found. The mounds are to be met with here and there in dense thickets, and are great puzzles to strangers, who cannot understand who can possibly have heaped together carloads of rubbish in such out-of-the-way places, and when they inquire of the neighbours, they are but little wiser, for it almost always appears to them the wildest romance to be told that it is all done by birds. The species found in Lombock is about the size of a hen, and entirely of dark olive and brown tints. It is a miscellaneous feeder, devouring fallen fruits, earthworms, snails, and centipedes, but the flesh is white and well flavoured when properly cooked. The large green pigeons were still better eating, and were much more plentiful. These fine birds, exceeding our largest tame pigeons in size, abounded on the palm trees, which now bore huge bunches of fruits, mere hard globular nuts, about an inch in diameter, and covered with a dry green skin and a very small proportion of pulp. Looking at the pigeon's bill and head, it would seem impossible that it could swallow such large masses, or that it could obtain any nourishment from them. Yet I often shot these birds with several palm fruits in the crop, which generally burst when they fell to the ground. I obtained here 8 species of kingfishers, among which was a very beautiful new one, named by Mr. Gould Halcyon fulgidus. It was found always in thickets, away from water, and seemed to feed on snails and insects picked up from the ground after the manner of the great laughing jackass of Australia. The beautiful little violet and orange species, Ceyx rufidorsa, is found in similar situations, and darts rapidly along like a flame of fire. Here also I first met with a pretty Australian bee-eater, Merops ornatus. This elegant little bird sits on twigs in open places, gazing eagerly about and darting off at intervals to seize some insect which it sees flying near, returning afterwards to the same twig to swallow it. Its long, sharp, curved bill, the 2 long, narrow feathers in its tail, its beautiful green plumage, varied with rich brown and black and vivid blue on the throat, render it one of the most graceful and interesting objects a naturalist can see for the first time. Of all the birds of Lombock, however, I sought most after the beautiful ground thrushes, Pitaconcina, and always thought myself lucky if I obtained one. They were found only in the dry plains densely covered with thickets, and carpeted at this season with dead leaves. They were so shy that it was very difficult to get a shot at them, and it was only after a good deal of practice that I discovered how to do it. The habit of these birds is to hop about on the ground, picking up insects, and on the least alarm to run into the densest thicket, or take a flight close to the ground. At intervals they utter a peculiar cry of 2 notes, which when once heard is easily recognized, and they can also be heard hopping along among the dry leaves. My practice was, therefore, to walk cautiously along the narrow pathways with which the country abounded, and on detecting any sign of a pitta's vicinity, to stand motionless and give a gentle whistle occasionally, imitating the notes as near as possible. After half an hour's waiting, I was often rewarded by seeing the pretty bird hopping along in the thicket. Then I would perhaps lose sight of it again, until, having my gun raised and ready for a shot, a second glimpse would enable me to secure my prize, and admire its soft puffy plumage and lovely colours. The upper part is rich soft green, the head jet black, with a stripe of blue and brown over each eye. At the base of the tail and on the shoulders are bands of bright silvery blue. The underside is delicate buff, with a stripe of rich crimson, bordered with black on the belly. Beautiful grass-green doves, little crimson and black flower peckers, large black cockatoos, metallic king crows, golden orioles, and the fine jungle cocks, the origin of all our domestic breeds of poultry, were among the birds that chiefly attracted my attention during our stay at Labuan-Tring. The most characteristic feature of the jungle was its thorniness. The shrubs were thorny, the creepers were thorny, the bamboos even were thorny. Everything grew zigzag and jagged, and in an inextricable tangle, so that to get through the bush with gun or net or even spectacles was generally not to be done, and insect catching in such localities was out of the question. It was in such places that the pittas often lurked, and when shot it became a matter of some difficulty to secure the bird, and seldom without a heavy payment of pricks and scratches and torn clothes could the prize be won. The dry volcanic soil and arid climate seemed favourable to the production of such stunted and thorny vegetation, for the natives assured me that this was nothing to the thorns and prickles of Sumbawa, whose surface still bears the covering of volcanic ashes, thrown out 40 years ago by the terrible eruption of Tomboro. Among the shrubs and trees that are not prickly, the Apocynaceae were most abundant. Their bilobed fruits of varied form and colour, and often the most tempting appearance, hanging everywhere by the waysides, as if to invite to destruction the weary traveller who may not be aware of their poisonous properties. One in particular, with a smooth, shining skin of a golden-orange colour, rivals in appearance the golden apples of the Hesperides, and has great attractions for many birds, from the white cockatoos to the little yellow zosterops, who feast on the crimson seeds which are displayed when the fruit bursts open. The great palm called gubong by the natives, a species of corypha, is the most striking feature of the plains, where it grows by thousands, and appears in 3 different states: in leaf, in flower and fruit, or dead. It has a lofty cylindrical stem, about 100 feet high, and 2 or 3 feet in diameter. The leaves are large and fan-shaped, and fall off when the tree flowers, which it does only once in its life, in a huge terminal spike, upon which are produced masses of a smooth, round fruit of a green colour and about 1 inch in diameter. When these ripen and fall, the tree dies, and remains standing for a year or 2 before it falls. Trees in leaf only are by far the most numerous, and then those in flower and fruit, while dead trees are scattered here and there among them. The trees in fruit are the resort of the great green pigeons, which have been already mentioned. Troops of monkeys, Macacus cynomolgus, may often be seen occupying a tree, showering down the fruit in great profusion, chattering when disturbed, and making an enormous rustling as they scamper off among the dead palm leaves, while the pigeons have a loud booming voice, more like the roar of a wild beast than the note of a bird. My collecting operations here were carried on under more than usual difficulties. One small room had to serve for eating, sleeping, and working, and one for storehouse and dissecting room. In it were no shelves, cupboards, chairs, or tables. Ants swarmed in every part of it, and dogs, cats, and fowls entered it at pleasure. Besides this, it was the parlour and reception room of my host, and I was obliged to consult his convenience and that of the numerous guests who visited us. My principal piece of furniture was a box, which served me as a dining table, a seat while skinning birds, and as the receptacle of the birds when skinned and dried. To keep them free from ants, we borrowed with some difficulty an old bench, the 4 legs of which, being placed in cocoanut shells filled with water, kept us tolerably free from these pests. The box and the bench were, however, literally the only places where anything could be put away, and they were generally well occupied by 2 insect boxes and about 100 bird skins in the process of drying. It may therefore be easily conceived that when anything bulky or out of the common way was collected, the question, "Where is it to be put?" was rather a difficult one to answer. All animal substances, moreover, require some time to dry thoroughly, emit a very disagreeable odour while doing so, and are particularly attractive to ants, flies, dogs, rats, cats, and other vermin, calling for special cautions and constant supervision, which under the circumstances above described were impossible. My readers may now partially understand why a travelling naturalist of limited means like myself does so much less than is expected or than he would himself wish to do. It would be interesting to preserve skeletons of many birds and animals, reptiles and fishes and spirits, skins of the larger animals, remarkable fruits and woods, and the most curious articles of manufacture and commerce. But it will be seen that under the circumstances I have just described, it would have been impossible to add these to the collections, which were my own more especial favourites. When travelling by boat, the difficulties are as great or greater, and they are not diminished when the journey is by land. It was absolutely necessary, therefore, to limit my collections to certain groups to which I could devote constant personal attention, and thus secure from destruction or decay what had been often obtained by much labour and pains. While Manuel sat skinning his birds of an afternoon, generally surrounded by a little crowd of Malays and Sasaks, as the indigenes of Lombock are termed, he often held forth to them with the air of a teacher, and was listened to with profound attention. He was very fond of discoursing on the special providences, of which he believed he was daily the subject. Quote, "Allah has been merciful today," end quote, he would say, for although a Christian, he adopted the Mahometan mode of speech. Quote, "and has given us some very fine birds. We can do nothing without him," end quote. Then one of the Malays would reply, quote, "To be sure, birds are like mankind. They have their appointed time to die. When that time comes, nothing can save them, and if it has not come, you cannot kill them," end quote. A murmur of assent follows, until sentiments and cries of "Butul, Butul," right, right. Then Manuel would tell a long story of one of his unsuccessful hunts, how he saw some fine bird and followed it a long way and then missed it, and again found it and shot 2 or 3 times at it, but could never hit it. "Ah," says an old Malay, "its time was not come, and so it was impossible for you to kill it." A doctrine is this, which is very consoling to the bad marksman, and which quite accounts for the facts, but which is yet somehow not altogether satisfactory. It is universally believed in Lombock that some men have the power to turn themselves into crocodiles, which they do for the sake of devouring their enemies, and many strange tales are told of such transformations. I was therefore rather surprised one evening to hear the following curious fact stated, and as it was not contradicted by any of the persons present, I am inclined to accept it provisionally as a contribution to the natural history of the island. A Bornean Malay, who had been for many years resident here, said to Manuel, "One thing is strange in this country, the scarcity of ghosts." Manuel asked, "How so?" The Malay said, "Why, you know that in our countries to the westward, if a man dies or is killed, we dare not pass near the place at night, for all sorts of noises are heard which show that ghosts are about. But here there are numbers of men killed, and their bodies lie unburied in the fields and by the roadside, and yet you can walk by them at night and never hear or see anything at all, which is not the case in our country, as you know very well." Manuel said, "Certainly I do." And so it was settled that ghosts were very scarce, if not altogether unknown in Lombock. I would observe, however, that as the evidence is purely negative, we should be wanting in scientific caution if we accept this fact as sufficiently well established. One evening I heard Manuel, Ali, and a Malay man whispering earnestly together outside the door, and could distinguish various allusions to krises, throat-cutting heads, etc., etc. At length Manuel came in looking very solemn and frightened, and said to me in English, "Sir, must take care, no safe here, want cut throat." On further inquiry, I found that the Malay had been telling them that the Rajah had just sent down an order to the village that they were to get a certain number of heads for an offering in the temples to secure a good crop of rice. 2 or 3 other Malays and Bugis, as well as the Amboyna man in whose house we lived, confirmed this account, and declared that it was a regular thing every year, and that it was necessary to keep a good watch and never go out alone. I laughed at the whole thing, and tried to persuade them that it was a mere tale, but to no effect. They were all firmly persuaded that their lives were in danger. Manuel would not go out shooting alone, and I was obliged to accompany him every morning, but I soon gave him the slip in the jungle. Ali was afraid to go and look for firewood without a companion, and would not even fetch water from the well a few yards behind the house, unless armed with an enormous spear. I was quite sure all the time that no such order had been sent or received, and that we were in perfect safety. This was well shown shortly afterward, when an American sailor ran away from his ship on the east side of the island, and made his way on foot and unarmed across to Ampanam, having met with the greatest hospitality on the whole route. Nowhere would the smallest payment be taken for the food and lodging which were willingly furnished him. On pointing out this fact to Manuel, he replied, "He one bad man, run away from his ship. No one can believe word he say." And so I was obliged to leave him in the uncomfortable persuasion that he might any day have his throat cut. A circumstance occurred here which appeared to throw some light on the cause of the tremendous surf at Ampanam. One evening I heard a strange rumbling noise, and at the same time the house shook slightly. Thinking it might be thunder, I asked, "What is that?" Inchi Daoud answered, "It is an earthquake." And then he told me that slight shocks were occasionally felt there, but he had never known them to be severe. This happened on the day of the last quarter of the moon, and consequently when tides were low, and the surf usually at its weakest. On inquiry afterwards at Ampanam, I found that no earthquake had been noticed, but that on one night there had been a very heavy surf, which shook the house, and the next day there was a very high tide, the water having flooded Mr. Carter's premises higher than he had ever known it before. These unusual tides occur every now and then, and are not thought much of. But by careful inquiry I ascertained that the surf had occurred on the very night I had felt the earthquake at Labuan Tring, nearly 20 miles off. This would seem to indicate that although the ordinary heavy surf may be due to the swell of the great southern ocean, confined in a narrow channel, combined with a peculiar form of bottom near the shore, Yet the sudden heavy surfs and high tides that occur occasionally in perfectly calm weather may be due to slight upheavals of the ocean bed in this eminently volcanic region. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 11. Lombock, Manners and Customs of the People. Having made a very fine and interesting collection of the birds of Labuan Tring, I took leave of my host, Inchi Daoud, and returned to Ampanan to await an opportunity to reach Makassar. As no vessel had arrived bound for that port, I determined to make an excursion into the interior of the island, accompanied by a Mr. Ross, an Englishman born in the Keeling Islands, and now employed by the Dutch government to settle the affairs of a missionary who had unfortunately become bankrupt here. Mr. Carter kindly lent me a horse, and Mr. Ross took his native groom. Our route for some distance lay along a perfectly level country bearing ample crops of rice. The road was straight and generally bordered with lofty trees, forming a fine avenue. It was at first sandy, afterwards grassy, with occasional streams and mud-holes. At a distance of about 4 miles we reached Mataram, the capital of the island, and the residence of the Rajah. It is a large village with wide streets bordered by a magnificent avenue of trees and low houses concealed behind mud walls. Within this royal city no native of the lower orders is allowed to ride, and our attendant, a Javanese, was obliged to dismount and lead his horse while we rode slowly through. The abodes of the Rajah and of the high priest are distinguished by pillars of red brick, constructed with much taste, but the palace itself seemed to differ but little from the ordinary houses of the country. Beyond Mataram and close to it is Karangasam, the ancient residence of the native or Sasak Rajas, before the conquest of the island by the Balinese. Soon after passing Mataram, the country began gradually to rise in gentle undulations, swelling occasionally into low hills toward the 2 mountainous tracts in the northern and southern parts of the island. It was now that I first obtained an adequate idea of one of the most wonderful systems of cultivation in the world, equaling all that is related of Chinese industry, and, as far as I know, surpassing in the labor that has been bestowed upon it any tract of equal extent in the most civilized countries of Europe. I rode through this strange garden utterly amazed, and hardly able to realize the fact that in this remote and little-known island, from which all Europeans except a few traders at the port are jealously excluded, many hundreds of square miles of irregularly undulating country have been so skillfully terraced and leveled, and so permeated by artificial channels, that every portion of it can be irrigated and dried at pleasure. According as the slope of the ground is more or less rapid, each terraced plot consists in some places of many acres, in others of a few square yards. We saw them in every state of cultivation, some in stubble, some being ploughed, some with rice crops in various stages of growth. Here were luxuriant patches of tobacco, there cucumbers, sweet potatoes, yams, beans, or Indian corn varied the scene. In some places the ditches were dry, in others little streams crossed our road and were distributed over lands about to be sown or planted. The banks which bordered every terrace rose regularly in horizontal lines above each other, sometimes rounding an abrupt knoll and looking like a fortification, or sweeping around some deep hollow, and forming on a gigantic scale the seats of an amphitheatre. Every brook and rivulet had been diverted from its bed, and instead of flowing along the lowest ground, were to be found crossing our road halfway up an ascent, yet bordered by ancient trees and moss-grown stones, so as to have all the appearance of a natural channel, and bearing testimony to the remote period at which the work had been done. As we advanced further into the country, the scene was diversified by abrupt rocky hills, by steep ravines, and by clumps of bamboos and palm trees near houses or villages, while in the distance the fine range of mountains, of which Lombock Peak, 8,000 feet high, is the culminating point, formed a fit background to a view scarcely to be surpassed, either in human interest or picturesque beauty. Along the first part of our road, we passed hundreds of women carrying rice, fruit, and vegetables to market, and further on, an almost uninterrupted line of horses laden with rice in bags or in the ear, on their way to the port of Ampanam. At every few miles along the road, seated under shady trees or slight sheds, were sellers of sugar-cane, palm wine, cooked rice, salted eggs, and fried plantains, with a few other native delicacies. At these stalls a hearty meal may be made for a penny, but we contented ourselves with drinking some sweet palm wine, a most delicious beverage in the heat of the day. After having travelled about 20 miles, we reached a higher and drier region where, water being scarce, cultivation was confined to the little flats bordering the streams. Here the country was as beautiful as before, but of a different character, consisting of undulating downs of short turf, interspersed with fine clumps of trees and bushes, sometimes the woodland, sometimes the open ground predominating. We only passed through one small patch of true forest, where we were shaded by lofty trees, and saw around us a dark and dense vegetation, highly agreeable, after the heat and glare of the open country. At length, about an hour after noon, we reached our destination, the village of Kupang, situated nearly in the centre of the island, and entered the outer court of a house belonging to one of the chiefs, with whom my friend Mr. Ross had a slight acquaintance. Here we were requested to seat ourselves under an open shed with a raised floor of bamboo, a place used to receive visitors and hold audiences. Turning our horses to graze on the luxuriant grass of the courtyard, we waited until the great man's Malay interpreter appeared, who inquired our business and informed us that the Pambukal chief was at the Rajah's house, but would be back soon. As we had not yet breakfasted, we begged he would get us something to eat, which he promised to do as soon as possible. It was, however, about 2 hours before anything appeared, when a small tray was brought containing 2 saucers of rice, 4 small fried fish, and a few vegetables. Having made as good a breakfast as we could, we strolled about the village, and returning, amused ourselves by conversation with a number of men and boys who gathered around us, and by exchanging glances and smiles with a number of women and girls who peeped at us through half-open doors and other crevices. 2 little boys named Musa and Isa, Moses and Jesus, were great friends with us, and an impudent little rascal called Kachang, a bean, made us all laugh by his mimicry and antics. At length, about 4 o'clock, the Pambukal made his appearance, and we informed him of our desire to stay with him a few days, to shoot birds and see the country. At this he seemed somewhat disturbed, and asked if we had brought a letter from the Anak Agong, Son of Heaven, which is the title of the Rajah of Lombock. This we had not done, thinking it quite unnecessary, and he then abruptly told us that he must go and speak to his Rajah to see if we could stay. Hours passed away, night came, and he did not return. I began to think we were suspected of some evil designs, for the Pambukal was evidently afraid of getting himself into trouble. He is a Sasak prince, and though a supporter of the present Rajah, is related to some of the heads of a conspiracy which was quelled a few years since. About 5 o'clock, a pack-horse bearing my guns and clothes arrived, with my men Ali and Manuel, who had come on foot. The sun set, and it soon became dark, and we got rather hungry, as we sat wearily under the shed, and no one came. Still hour after hour we waited, until about 9 o'clock the Pambukal, the Rajah, some priests, and a number of their followers arrived, and took their seats around us. We shook hands, and for some minutes there was a dead silence. Then the Rajah asked what we wanted, to which Mr. Ross replied by endeavouring to make them understand who we were and why we had come, and that we had no sinister intentions whatever, and that we had not brought a letter from the Anak Agong merely because we had thought it quite unnecessary. A long conversation in the Bali language then took place, and questions were asked about my guns, and what powder I had, and whether I used shot or bullets, also what the birds were for, and how I preserved them, and what was done with them in England. Each of my answers and explanations was followed by a low and serious conversation, which we could not understand, but the purport of which we could guess. They were evidently quite puzzled, and did not believe a word we had told them. They then inquired if we were really English and not Dutch, and although we strongly asserted our nationality, they did not seem to believe us. After about an hour, however, they brought us some supper, which was the same as the breakfast, but without the fish, and after it some very weak coffee, and pumpkins boiled with sugar. Having discussed this, a second conference took place. Questions were again asked, and the answers again commented on. Between whiles, lighter topics were discussed. My spectacles, concave glasses, were tried in succession by 3 or 4 old men, who could not make out why they could not see through them, and the fact, no doubt, was another item of suspicion against me. My beard, too, was the subject of some admiration, and many questions were asked about personal peculiarities, which it is not the custom to allude to in European society. At length, about 1 in the morning, the whole party rose to depart, and, after conversing some time at the gate, all went away. We now begged the interpreter, who with a few boys and men remained about us, to show us a place to sleep in, at which he seemed very much surprised, saying he thought we were very well accommodated where we were. It was quite chilly, and we were very thinly clad, and had brought no blankets, but all we could get after an hour's talk was a native mat and pillow, and a few old curtains to hang round 3 sides of the open shed, and protect us a little from the cold breeze. We passed the rest of the night very uncomfortably, and determined to return in the morning, and not submit any longer to such shabby treatment. We rose at daybreak, but it was near an hour before the interpreter made his appearance. We then asked to have some coffee and to see the pambuco, as we wanted a horse for Ali, who was lame, and wished to bid him adieu. The man looked puzzled at such unheard-of demands, and vanished into the inner court, locking the door behind him, and leaving us again to our meditations. An hour passed and no one came, so I ordered the horses to be saddled, and the pack-horse to be loaded, and prepared to start. Just then the interpreter came up on horseback, and looked aghast at our preparations. "Where is the pambuco?" we asked. "Gone to the Rajah's," said he. "We are going," said I. "Oh, pray don't," said he. "Wait a little. They are having a consultation, and some priests are coming to see you, and a chief is going off to Mataram to ask the permission of the Anak Agong for you to stay." This settled the matter. More talk, more delay, and another 8 or 10 hours' consultation were not to be endured. So we started at once, the poor interpreter almost weeping at our obstinacy and hurry, and assuring us, quote, the pambuco would be very sorry, and the Rajah would be very sorry, and if we would but wait, all would be all right. End quote. I gave Ali my horse and started on foot, but he afterwards mounted behind Mr. Ross's groom, and we got home very well, though rather hot and tired. At Mataram, we called at the house of Gusti Gadioka, one of the princes of Lombock, who was a friend of Mr. Carter's, and who had promised to show me the guns made by native workmen. 2 guns were exhibited, one 6, the other 7 feet long, and of a proportionably large bore. The barrels were twisted and well finished, though not so finely worked as ours. The stock was well made, and extended to the end of the barrel. Silver and gold ornament was inlaid over most of the surface, but the locks were taken from English muskets. The Gusti assured me, however, that the Rajah had a man who made locks, and also rifled barrels. The workshop where these guns were made and the tools used were next shown us, and were very remarkable. An open shed with a couple of small mud forges were the chief objects visible. The bellows consisted of 2 bamboo cylinders with pistons worked by hand. They moved very easily, having a loose stuffing of feathers thickly set round the piston so as to act as a valve and produce a regular blast. Both cylinders communicate with the same nozzle, one piston rising while the other falls. An oblong piece of iron on the ground was the anvil, and a small vise was fixed on the projecting root of a tree outside. These, with a few files and hammers, were literally the only tools with which an old man makes these fine guns, finishing them himself from the rough iron and wood. I was anxious to know how they bored these long barrels, which seemed perfectly true, and are said to shoot admirably, and, on asking the Gusti, received the enigmatical answer, quote, "We use a basket full of stones." End quote. Being utterly unable to imagine what he could mean, I asked if I could see how they did it, and one of the dozen little boys around us was sent to fetch the basket. He soon returned with this extraordinary boring machine, the mode of using which the Gusti then explained to me. It was simply a strong bamboo basket, through the bottom of which was struck upright a pole about 3 feet long, kept in its place by a few sticks, tied across the top with rattans. The bottom of the pole has an iron ring, and a hole in which 4-cornered borers of hardened iron can be fitted. The barrel to be bored is buried upright in the ground, The borer is inserted into it. The top of the stick or vertical shaft is held by a cross piece of bamboo with a hole in it, and the basket is filled with stones to get the required weight. 2 boys turn the bamboo round. The barrels are made in pieces of about 18 inches long, which are first bored small and then welded together upon a straight iron rod. The whole barrel is then worked with borers of gradually increasing size, and in 3 days the boring is finished. The whole matter was explained in such a straightforward manner that I have no doubt the process described to me was that actually used. Although, when examining one of the handsome, well-finished, and serviceable guns, it was very hard to realize the fact that they had been made from first to last with tools hardly sufficient for an English blacksmith to make a horseshoe. The day after we returned from our excursion, the Rajah came to Ampanam to a feast given by Gusti Gadioka, who resides there, and soon after his arrival we went to have an audience. We found him in a large courtyard, sitting on a mat under a shady tree, and all his followers, to the number of 300 or 400, squatting on the ground in a large circle round him. He wore a sarong, or Malay petticoat, and a green jacket. He was a man about 35 years of age, and of a pleasing countenance, with some appearance of intellect, combined with indecision. We bowed, and took our seats on the ground near some chiefs we were acquainted with, for while the Rajah sits, no one can stand or sit higher. He first inquired who I was, and what I was doing in Lombock, and then requested to see some of my birds. I accordingly sent for one of my boxes of bird skins and one of insects, which he examined carefully and seemed much surprised that they could be so well preserved. We then had a little conversation about Europe and the Russian War, in which all natives take an interest. Having heard much of a country seat of the Rajah's called Gunung Sari, I took the opportunity to ask permission to visit it and shoot a few birds there, which he immediately granted. I then thanked him, and we took our leave. An hour after, his son came to visit Mr. Carter, accompanied by about 100 followers, who all sat on the ground while he came into the open shed where Manuel was skinning birds. After some time he went into the house, had a bed arranged to sleep a little, then drank some wine, and after an hour or 2 had dinner brought him from the Gusti's house, which he ate with 8 of the principal priests and princes. He pronounced a blessing over the rice and commenced eating first, after which the rest fell to. They rolled up bowls of rice in their hands, dipped them in the gravy, and swallowed them rapidly, with little pieces of meat and fowl cooked in a variety of ways. A boy fanned the young Rajah while eating. He was a youth of about 15 and had already 3 wives. All wore the kris, or Malay crooked dagger, on the beauty and value of which they greatly pride themselves. A companion of the Rajah had one with a golden handle, in which were set 28 diamonds and several other jewels. He said it had cost him 700 pounds. The sheaths are of ornamental wood and ivory, often covered on one side with gold. The blades are beautifully veined with white metal worked into the iron, and they are kept very carefully. Every man without exception carries a kris, stuck behind into the large waistcloth which all wear, and it is generally the most valuable piece of property he possesses. A few days afterwards, our long talked-of excursion to Gunung Sari took place. Our party was increased by the captain and supercargo of a Hamburg ship loading with rice for China. We were mounted on a very miscellaneous lot of Lombock ponies, which we had some difficulty in supplying with the necessary saddles, etc., and most of us had to patch up our girths, bridles, or stirrup leathers as best we could. We passed through Mataram, where we were joined by our friend Gusti Gadioka, mounted on a handsome black horse, and riding as all the natives do, without saddle or stirrups, using only a handsome saddlecloth and very ornamental bridle. About 3 miles further, along pleasant byways, brought us to the place. We entered through a rather handsome brick gateway, supported by hideous Hindu deities in stone. Within was an enclosure with 2 square fish ponds and some fine trees, then another gateway through which we entered into a park. On the right was a brick house, built somewhat in the Hindu style, and placed on a high terrace or platform. On the left, a large fish pond, supplied by a little rivulet which entered it out of the mouth of a gigantic crocodile, well executed in brick and stone. The edges of the pond were bricked, and in the centre rode a fantastic and picturesque pavilion ornamented with grotesque statues. The pond was well stocked with fine fish, which come every morning to be fed at the sound of a wooden gong, which is hung near for the purpose. On striking it, a number of fish immediately came out of the masses of weed with which the pond abounds, and followed us along the margin, expecting food. At the same time, some deer came out of an adjacent wood, which, from being seldom shot at and regularly fed, are almost tame. The jungle and woods which surrounded the park appeared to abound in birds. I went to shoot a few, and was rewarded by getting several specimens of the fine new kingfisher Halcyon fulgidus, and the curious and handsome ground thrush Zoothera andromeda. The former belies its name by not frequenting water or feeding on fish. It lives constantly in low, damp thickets, picking up ground insects, centipedes, and small mollusca. Altogether, I was much pleased with my visit to this place, and it gave me a higher opinion than I had before entertained of the taste of these people, although the style of the buildings and of the sculpture is very much inferior to those of the magnificent ruins in Java. I must now say a few words about the character, manners, and customs of these interesting people. The aborigines of Lombock are termed Sasaks. They are a Malay race hardly differing in appearance from the people of Malacca or Borneo. They are Mahometans and form the bulk of the population. The ruling classes, on the other hand, are natives of the adjacent island of Bali and are of the Brahminical religion. The government is an absolute monarchy, but it seems to be conducted with more wisdom and moderation than is usual in Malay countries. The father of the present Rajah conquered the island, and the people now seem quite reconciled to their new rulers, who do not interfere with their religion, and probably do not tax them any heavier than did the native chiefs they have supplanted. The laws now in force in Lombok are very severe. Theft is punished by death. Mr. Carter informed me that a man once stole a metal coffee pot from his house. He was caught, the pot restored, and the man brought to Mr. Carter to punish as he thought fit. All the natives recommended Mr. Carter to have him christened on the spot, for if you don't, they said, he will rob you again. Mr. Carter, however, let him off with a warning that if he ever came inside his premises again, he would certainly be shot. A few months afterwards, the same man stole a horse from Mr. Carter. The horse was recovered, but the thief was not caught. It is an established rule that anyone found in a house after dark, unless with the owner's knowledge, may be stabbed, his body thrown out into the street or upon the beach, and no questions will be asked. The men are exceedingly jealous and very strict with their wives. A married woman may not accept a cigar or a siri leaf from a stranger under pain of death. I was informed that some years ago one of the English traders had a Balinese woman of good family living with him, the connection being considered quite honourable by the natives. During some festival, this girl offended against the law by accepting a flower or some such trifle from another man. This was reported to the Rajah, to some of whose wives the girl was related, and he immediately sent to the Englishman's house, ordering to give the woman up, as she must be christened. In vain he begged and prayed, and offered to pay any fine the Rajah might impose, and finally refused to give her up unless he was forced to do so. This the Rajah did not wish to resort to, as he, no doubt, thought he was acting as much for the Englishman's honour as for his own. So he appeared to let the matter drop, but some time afterwards he sent one of his followers to the house, who beckoned the girl to the door, and then saying, "The Rajah sends you this," stabbed her to the heart. More serious infidelity is punished still more cruelly, the woman and her paramour being tied back to back and thrown into the sea, where some large crocodiles are always on the watch to devour the bodies. One such execution took place while I was at Ampanam, but I took a long walk into the country to be out of the way until it was all over, thus missing the opportunity of having a horrible narrative to enliven my somewhat tedious story. One morning, as we were sitting at breakfast, Mr. Carter's servant informed us that there was an amok in the village, in other words, that a man was running amok. Orders were immediately given to shut and fasten the gates of our enclosure, but hearing nothing for some time, we went out, and found there had been a false alarm, owing to a slave having run away, declaring he would amok, because his master wanted to sell him. A short time before, a man had been killed at a gaming table because, having lost $50 more than he possessed, he was going to amok. Another had killed or wounded 17 people before he could be destroyed. In their wars, a whole regiment of these people will sometimes agree to amok, and then rush on with such energetic desperation as to be very formidable to men not so excited as themselves. Among the ancients, these would have been looked upon as heroes or demigods who sacrificed themselves for their country. Here it is simply said, they made amok. Macassar is the most celebrated place in the East for running amok. There are said to be 1 or 2 a month on the average, and 5, 10, or 20 persons are sometimes killed or wounded at one of them. It is the national, and therefore the honourable, mode of committing suicide among the natives of Celebes, and is the fashionable way of escaping from their difficulties. A Roman fell upon his sword, a Japanese rips up his stomach, and an Englishman blows out his brains with a pistol. The Bugis mode has many advantages to one suicidally inclined. A man thinks himself wronged by society. He is in debt and cannot pay. He is taken for a slave, or has gambled away his wife or child into slavery. He sees no way of recovering what he has lost, and becomes desperate. He will not put up with such cruel wrongs, but will be revenged on mankind and die like a hero. He grasps his kris handle, and the next moment draws out the weapon and stabs a man to the heart. He runs on with bloody kris in his hands, stabbing at everyone he meets. Amok! Amok! Then resounds through the streets. Spears, krisses, knives, and guns are brought out against him. He rushes madly forward, kills all he can, men, women, and children, and dies overwhelmed by numbers amid all the excitement of a battle. And what that excitement is, those who have been in one best know. But all who have ever given way to violent passions, or even indulged in violent and exciting exercises, may form a very good idea. It is a delirious intoxication, a temporary madness that absorbs every thought and every energy. And can we wonder if the kris-bearing, untaught, brooding Malay, preferring such a death, looked upon as almost honourable to the cold-blooded details of suicide, if he wishes to escape from overwhelming troubles, or the merciless clutches of the hangman and the disgrace of a public execution, when he has taken the law into his own hands, and too hastily revenged himself upon his enemy? In either case he chooses to run amok. The great staples of trade in Lombock, as well as of Bali, are rice and coffee. The former grows on the plains, the latter on the hills. The rice is exported very largely to other islands of the archipelago, to Singapore and even to China, and there are generally 1 or more vessels loading in the port. It is brought into Ampanam on pack horses, and almost every day a string of these would come into Mr. Carter's yard. The only money the natives will take for their rice is Chinese copper cash, 1,200 of which go to $1. Every morning 2 large sacks of this money had to be counted out into convenient sums for payment. From Bali, quantities of dried beef and ox tongues are exported, and from Lombock a good many ducks and ponies. The ducks are a peculiar breed, which have very long, flat bodies, and walk erect almost like penguins. They are generally of a pale reddish ash colour, and are kept in large flocks. They are very cheap, and are largely consumed by the crews of the rice ships, by whom they are called Bali soldiers, but are more generally known elsewhere as penguin ducks. My Portuguese bird stuffer Fernandes now insisted on breaking his agreement and returning to Singapore, partly from homesickness, but more, I believe, from the idea that his life was not worth many months' purchase among such bloodthirsty and uncivilized peoples. It was a considerable loss to me, as I had paid him full 3 times the usual wages for 3 months in advance, half of which was occupied in the voyage, and the rest in a place where I could have done without him, owing to there being so few insects that I could devote my time to shooting and skinning. A few days after Fernandes had left, a small schooner came in bound for Macassar, to which place I took a passage. As a fitting conclusion to my sketch of these interesting islands, I will narrate an anecdote which I heard of the present Rajah, and which, whether altogether true or not, well illustrates native character, and will serve as a means of introducing some details of the manners and customs of the country to which I have not yet alluded. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 12. Lombock, How the Rajah took the census. The Rajah of Lombock was a very wise man, and he showed his wisdom greatly in the way he took the census. For my readers must know that the chief revenues of the Rajah were derived from a head tax of rice, a small measure being paid annually by every man, woman, and child in the island. There was no doubt that everyone paid this tax, for it was a very light one, and the land was fertile and the people well off. But it had to pass through many hands before it reached the government storehouses. When the harvest was over, the villagers brought their rice to the Kapala Kambong, or head of the village, and no doubt he sometimes had compassion for the poor or sick, and passed over their short measure, and sometimes he was obliged to grant a favor to those who had complaints against him. And then he must keep up his own dignity by having his granaries better filled than his neighbors, and so the rice that he took to the Waidono that was over his district was generally a good deal less than it should have been. And all the Waidonos had of course to take care of themselves, for they were all in debt, and it was so easy to take a little of the government rice, and there would still be plenty for the Rajah. And the Gustis, or princes, who received the rice from the Waidonos helped themselves likewise. And so when the harvest was over, and the rice tribute was all brought in, the quantity was found to be less each year than the one before. Sickness in one district and fevers in another, and failure of the crops in a third, were of course alleged as the cause of this falling off. But when the Rajah went to hunt at the foot of the great mountain, or went to visit a Gusti on the other side of the island, he always saw the villages full of people, all looking well fed and happy. And he noticed that the krisses of his chiefs and officers were getting handsomer and handsomer, and the handles that were of yellow wood were changed for ivory, and those of ivory were changed for gold, and diamonds and emeralds sparkled on many of them, and he knew very well which way the tribute rice went. But as he could not prove it, he kept silence, and resolved in his own heart some day to have a census taken, so that he might know the number of his people, and not be cheated out of more rice than was just and reasonable. But the difficulty was how to get this census. He could not go himself into every village and every house and count all the people, and if he ordered it to be done by the regular officers, they would quickly understand what it was for, and the census would be sure to agree exactly with the quantity of rice he got last year. It was evident, therefore, that to answer his purpose, no one must suspect why the census was taken, and to make sure of this, no one must know that there was any census taken at all. This was a very hard problem, and the Rajah thought and thought, as hard as a Malay Rajah can be expected to think, but could not solve it, and so he was very unhappy and did nothing but smoke and chew betel with his favourite wife, and eat scarcely anything, and even when he went to the cockfight, did not seem to care whether his best birds won or lost. For several days he remained in this sad state, and all the court were afraid some evil eye had bewitched the Rajah. And an unfortunate Irish captain, who had come in for a cargo of rice, and who squinted dreadfully, was very nearly being chrised, but being first brought to the royal presence, was graciously ordered to go on board and remain there while his ship stayed in the port. One morning, however, after about a week's continuance of this unaccountable melancholy, a welcome change took place, for the Rajah sent to call together all the chiefs, priests, and princes, who were then in Mataram, his capital city. And when they were all assembled in anxious expectation, he thus addressed them. For many days my heart has been very sick, and I knew not why, but now the trouble is cleared away, for I have had a dream. Last night the spirit of the Gunung Agong, the great fire mountain, appeared to me and told me that I must go up to the top of the mountain. All of you may come with me to near the top, but I must go up alone, and the Great Spirit will again appear to me and tell me what is of great importance to me and to you and to all the people of the island. Now go all of you and make this known through the island, and let every village furnish men to make clear a road for us to go through the forest and up the great mountain. So the news was spread over the whole island that the Rajah must go to meet the Great Spirit on top of the mountain, and every village sent forth its men, and they cleared away the jungle and made bridges over the mountain streams, and smoothed the rough places for the Rajah's passage. And when they came to the steep and craggy rocks of the mountain, they sought out the best paths, sometimes along the bed of a torrent, sometimes along narrow ledges of the black rocks. In one place cutting down a tall tree so as to bridge across a chasm, and another constructing ladders to mount the smooth face of a precipice. The chiefs who superintended the work fixed upon the length of each day's journey beforehand, according to the nature of the road, and chose pleasant places by the banks of clear streams and in the neighborhood of shady trees, where they built sheds and huts of bamboo well thatched with the leaves of palm trees, in which the Rajah and his attendants might eat and sleep at the close of each day. And when all was ready, the princes and priests and chief men came again to the Rajah to tell him what had been done and to ask him when he would go up the mountain. And he fixed a day and ordered every man of rank and authority to accompany him, to do honor to the Great Spirit who had bid him undertake the journey, and to show how willingly they obeyed his commands. And then there was much preparation throughout the whole island. The best cattle were killed and the meat salted and sun-dried, and abundance of red peppers and sweet potatoes were gathered, and the tall Penang trees were climbed for the spicy betel nut, and siri leaf was tied up in bundles, and every man filled his tobacco pouch and lime box to the brim, so that he might not want any of the materials for chewing the refreshing betel during the journey. The stores of provisions were sent on a day in advance, and on the day before that appointed for starting, all the chiefs, both great and small, came to Mataram, the abode of the king, with their horses and their servants, and the bearers of their siri boxes, and their sleeping mats and their provisions. And they encamped under the tall waringan trees that border all the roads about Mataram, and with blazing fires frightened away the ghouls and evil spirits that nightly haunt the gloomy avenues. In the morning a great procession was formed to conduct the Rajah to the mountain, and the royal princes and relations of the Rajah mounted their black horses, whose tails swept the ground. They used no saddle or stirrups, but sat upon a cloth of gay colors. The bits were of silver, and the bridles of many-colored cords. The less important people were on small, strong horses of various colors, well suited to a mountain journey, and all, even the Rajah, were bare-legged to above the knee, wearing only the gay-colored cotton waistcloth, a silk or cotton jacket, and a large handkerchief tastily folded around the head. Everyone was attended by one or two servants bearing his siri and betel boxes, who were also mounted on ponies, and great numbers more had gone on in advance or waited to bring up the rear. The men in authority were numbered by hundreds and their followers by thousands, and all the island wondered what great thing would come of it. For the first 2 days they went along good roads and through many villages which had been swept clean, and where bright cloths were hung out at the windows, and all the people, when the Rajah came, squatted down upon the ground in respect, and every man riding got off his horse and squatted down also. And many joined the procession at every village. At the place where they stopped for the night, the people had placed stakes along each side of the roads in front of the houses. These were split crosswise at the top, and in the cleft were fastened little clay lamps, and between them were stuck the green leaves of palm trees, which, dripping with evening dew, gleamed prettily with the many twinkling lights. And few went to sleep that night until the morning hours, for every house held a knot of eager talkers, and much betel nut was consumed, and endless were the conjectures what would come of it. On the second day they left the last village behind them, and entered the wild country that surrounds the great mountain, and rested in the huts that had been prepared for them on the banks of a stream of cold and sparkling water. And the Rajah's hunters, armed with long and heavy guns, went in search of deer and wild bulls in the surrounding woods, and brought home the meat of both in the early morning, and sent it on in advance to prepare the midday meal. On the third day they advanced as far as horses could go, and encamped at the foot of high rocks, among which narrow pathways only could be found to reach the mountain top. And on the fourth morning, when the Rajah set out, he was accompanied only by a small party of priests and princes with their immediate attendants, and they toiled wearily up the rugged way, and sometimes were carried by their servants, until they passed up above the great trees, and then among the thorny bushes, and above them again onto the black and burned rock of the highest part of the mountain. And when they were near the summit, the Rajah ordered them all to halt, while he alone went to meet the Great Spirit on the very peak of the mountain. So he went on with 2 boys only, who carried his siri and betel, and soon reached the top of the mountain among the great rocks, on the edge of the great gulf, whence issue forth continually smoke and vapor. The Rajah asked for sirih and told the boys to sit down under a rock and look down the mountain and not to move until he returned to them. And as they were tired and the sun was warm and pleasant, and the rock sheltered them from the cold wind, the boys fell asleep. And the Rajah went a little way on under another rock, and as he was tired and the sun was warm and pleasant, and he too fell asleep. And those who were waiting for the Rajah thought him a long time on top of the mountain, and thought the Great Spirit must have much to say, or might perhaps want to keep him on the mountain always, or perhaps he had missed his way in coming down again. And they were debating whether they should go and search for him when they saw him coming down with the two boys. And when he met them, he looked very grave, but said nothing. And then all descended together, as the procession returned as it had come. And the Rajah went to his palace, and the chiefs to their villages, and the people to their houses, to tell their wives and children all that had happened, and to wonder yet again what would come of it. And 3 days afterwards the Rajah summoned the priests and the princes and the chief men of Mataram to hear what the Great Spirit had told him on the top of the mountain. And when they were all assembled, and the betel and sirah had been handed round, he told them what had happened. On the top of the mountain he had fallen into a trance, and the Great Spirit had appeared to him with a face like burnished gold, and had said, "O Rajah, much plague and sickness and fevers are coming upon all the earth, upon men and upon horses and upon cattle. But as you and your people have obeyed me, and have come up to my great mountain, I will teach you how you and all the people of Lombock may escape this plague." All waited anxiously to hear how they were to be saved from so fearful a calamity. And after a short silence the Rajah spoke again and told them that the Great Spirit had commanded that 12 sacred krissas should be made, and that to make them every village and every district must send a bundle of needles, a needle for every head in the village. And when any grievous disease appeared in any village, one of the sacred krissas should be sent there, and if every house in that village had sent the right number of needles, the disease would immediately cease. But if the number of needles sent had not been exact, the kriss would have no virtue. So the princes and chiefs sent to all their villages and communicated the wonderful news. And all made haste to collect the needles with the greatest accuracy, for they feared that if but one were wanting, the whole village would suffer. So one by one, the head men of the villages brought in their bundles of needles. Those who were near Mataram came first, and those who were far off came last. And the Rajah received them with his own hands, and put them away carefully in an inner chamber, in a camphor wood chest, whose hinges and clasps were of silver, and on every bundle was marked the name of the village and the district from whence it came, so that it might be known that all had heard and obeyed the commands of the Great Spirit. And when it was quite certain that every village had sent in its bundle, the Rajah divided the needles into 12 equal parts, and ordered the best steel worker in Mataram to bring his forge and his bellows and his hammers to the palace, and to make the 12 krissas under the Rajah's eye, and in the sight of all men who chose to see it. And when they were finished, they were wrapped up in new silk, and put away carefully until they might be wanted. Now the journey to the mountain was in the time of the east wind, when no rain falls in Lombock. And soon after the krissas were made, it was the time of the rice harvest, and the chiefs of districts and of villages brought their tax to the Rajah according to the number of heads in their village. And to those that wanted but little of the full amount, the Rajah said nothing. But when those came who brought only half or a fourth part of what was strictly due, he said to them mildly, "The needles which you sent from your village were many more than came from such a one's village, yet your tribute is less than his. Go back and see who it is that has not paid the tax." And the next year the produce of the tax increased greatly, for they feared that the Rajah might justly kill those who a second time kept back the right tribute. And so the Rajah became very rich, and increased the number of his soldiers, and gave gold jewels to his wives, and bought fine black horses from the white-skinned Hollanders, and made great feasts when his children were born or were married. And none of the Rajahs or sultans among the Malays were so great or powerful as the Rajah of Lombock. And the 12 sacred krissas had great virtue, and when any sickness appeared in a village, one of them was sent for, and sometimes the sickness went away, and then the sacred kriss was taken back again with great honor. And the head men of the village came to tell the Rajah of its miraculous power, and to thank him. and sometimes the sickness would not go away, and then everybody was convinced that there had been a mistake in the number of needles sent from that village, and therefore the sacred kriss had no effect, and had to be taken back again by the headmen with heavy hearts, but still with all honor, for was not the fault their own? End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 1, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. Chapter 13. Timor. Kupang, 1857 to 1869. Dili, 1861. The island of Timor is about 300 miles long and 60 wide, and seems to form the termination of the great range of volcanic islands, which begins with Sumatra, more than 2,000 miles to the west. It differs, however, very remarkably from all the other islands of the chain in not possessing any active volcanoes, with the one exception of Timor Peak, near the center of the island, which was formerly active, but was blown up during an eruption in 1638, and has since been quiescent. In no other part of Timor do there appear to be any recent igneous rocks, so that it can hardly be classed as a volcanic island. Indeed, its position is just outside of the great volcanic belt, which extends from Flores through Ombe and Wetter to Banda. I first visited Timor in 1857, staying a day at Kupang, the chief Dutch town at the west end of the island, and again in May 1859, when I stayed a fortnight in the same neighborhood. In the spring of 1861, I spent 4 months at Dili, the capital of the Portuguese possessions in the eastern part of the island. The whole neighborhood of Kupang appears to have been elevated at a recent epoch, consisting of a rugged surface of coral rock, which rises in a vertical wall between the beach and the town, whose low, white, red-tiled houses give it an appearance very similar to other Dutch settlements in the east. The vegetation is everywhere scanty and scrubby. Plants of the families Apocynaceae and Euphorbiaceae abound, but there is nothing that can be called a forest, and the whole country has a parched and desolate appearance, contrasting strongly with the lofty forest trees and perennial verdure of the Moluccas or of Singapore. The most conspicuous feature of the vegetation was the abundance of fine fan-leaved palms, Boracis flabelliformis, from the leaves of which are constructed the strong and durable water buckets in general use, and which are much superior to those formed from any other species of palm. From the same tree, palm wine and sugar are made, and the common thatch for houses, formed of the leaves, lasts 6 or 7 years without removal. Close to the town, I noticed the foundation of a ruined house below the high water mark, indicating recent subsidence. Earthquakes are not severe here, and are so infrequent and harmless that the chief houses are built of stone. The inhabitants of Kupang consist of Malays, Chinese, and Dutch, besides the natives, so that there are many strange and complicated mixtures among the population. There is one resident English merchant, and whalers as well as Australian ships often come here for stores and water. The native Timorese preponderate, and a very little examination serves to show that they have nothing in common with Malays, but are much more closely allied to the true Papuans of the Aru Islands and New Guinea. They are tall, have pronounced features, large, somewhat aquiline noses, and frizzy hair, and are generally of a dusky brown color. The way in which the women talk to each other and to the men, their loud voices and laughter, and general character of self-assertion would enable an experienced observer to decide, even without seeing them, that they were not Malays. Mr. Arndt, a German, and the government doctor, invited me to stay at his house while in Kupang, and I gladly accepted his offer, as I only intended making a short visit. We at first began speaking French, but he got on so badly that we soon passed insensibly into Malay, and we afterwards held long discussions on literary, scientific, and philosophical questions in that semi-barbarous language, whose deficiencies we made up by the free use of French or Latin words. After a few walks in the neighborhood of the town, I found such a poverty of insects and birds that I determined to go for a few days to the island of Simao, at the western extremity of Timor, where I heard that there was forest country with birds not found at Kupang. With some difficulty I obtained a large dugout boat with an outrigger, to take me over a distance of about 20 miles. I found the country pretty well wooded, but covered with shrubs and thorny bushes rather than forest trees, and everywhere excessively parched and dried up by the long-continued dry season. I stayed at the village of Oiasa, remarkable for its soap springs. One of these is in the middle of the village, bubbling out from a little cone of mud, to which the ground rises all around like a volcano in miniature. The water has a soapy feel, and produces a strong lather when any greasy substance is washed in it. It contains alkali and iodine, in such quantities as to destroy all vegetation for some distance around. Close by the village is one of the finest springs I have ever seen, contained in several rocky basins, communicating by narrow channels. These have been neatly walled where required, and partly levelled, and form fine natural baths. The water is well tasted and clear as crystal, and the basins are surrounded by a grove of lofty, many-stemmed banyan trees, which keep them always cool and shady, and add greatly to the picturesque beauty of the scene. The village consists of curious little houses, very different from any I have seen elsewhere. They are of an oval figure, and the walls are made of sticks about 4 feet high, placed close together. From this rises a high conical roof thatched with grass. The only opening is a door about 3 feet high. The people are like the Timorese, with frizzy or wavy hair, and of a coppery brown color. The better class appear to have a mixture of some superior race, which has much improved their features. I saw in Kupang some chiefs from the island of Savu, further west, who presented characters very distinct from either the Malay or Papuan races. They mostly resembled Hindus, having fine, well-formed features, and straight thin noses with clear brown complexions. As the Brahminical religion once spread over all Java, and even now exists in Bali and Lombock, it is not at all improbable that some natives of India should have reached this island, either by accident or to escape persecution, and formed a permanent settlement there. I stayed at Oiasa 4 days, when, not finding any insects and very few new birds, I returned to Kupang to await the next mail steamer. On the way I had a narrow escape of being swamped. The deep coffin-like boat was filled up with my baggage, and with vegetables, coconut, and other fruit for Kupang market, and when we had got some way across into a rather rough sea, we found that a quantity of water was coming in, which we had no means of bailing out. This caused us to sink deeper in the water, and then we shipped seas over our sides, and the rowers, who had before declared it was nothing, now became alarmed and turned the boat round to get back to the coast of Simao, which was not far off. By clearing away some of the baggage, a little of the water could be bailed out, but hardly so fast as it came in, and when we neared the coast we found nothing but vertical walls of rock, against which the sea was violently beating. We coasted along some distance until we found a little cove, into which we ran the boat, halted on shore, and emptying it found a large hole in the bottom, which had been temporarily stopped up with a plug of coconut, which had come out. Had we been 1/4 of a mile further off before we discovered the leak, we should certainly have been obliged to throw most of our baggage overboard, and might easily have lost our lives. After we had put all straight and secure, we started again, and when we were halfway across, got into such a strong current and high cross sea that we were very nearly being swamped a second time, which made me vow never to trust myself again in such small and miserable vessels. The mail steamer did not arrive for a week, and I occupied myself in getting as many of the birds as I could, and found some which were very interesting. Among them were 5 species of pigeons, of as many distinct genera, and most of them peculiar to the islands. 2 parrots, the fine red-winged broadtail, Platycercus vulneratus, allied to an Australian species, and a green species of the genus Geoffroyus. The Tropidorhynchus timorensis was as ubiquitous and as noisy as I had found it at Lombock, and the Sphecothera viridis, a curious green oriole with bare red orbits, was a great acquisition. There were several pretty finches, warblers, and flycatchers, and among them I obtained the elegant blue and red Sciornis hyacinthina, but I cannot recognize among my collections the species mentioned by Dampier, who seems to have been much struck by the number of small songbirds in Timor. He says, quote, "One sort of these pretty little birds my men called the ringing bird, because it had 6 notes, and always repeated all his notes twice, one after the other, beginning high and shrill and ending low. The bird was about the bigness of a lark, having a small sharp black bill and blue wings. The head and breast were of pale red, and there was a blue streak about its neck." End quote. In Simao, monkeys are abundant. They are the common hair-lipped monkey, Macaca cynomolgus, which is found all over the western islands of the archipelago, and may have been introduced by natives who often carry it about captive. There are also some deer, but it is not quite certain whether they are of the same species as are found in Java. I arrived at Dili, the capital of the Portuguese possessions in Timor, on January 12, 1861, and was kindly received by Captain Hart, an Englishman and an old resident, who trades in the produce of the country and cultivates coffee on an estate at the foot of the hills. With him I was introduced to Mr. Geach, a mining engineer, who had been for 2 years endeavouring to discover copper in sufficient quantity to be worth working. Dili is a most miserable place compared with even the poorest of the Dutch towns. The houses are all of mud and thatch. The fort is only a mud enclosure, and the custom house and church are built of the same mean materials, with no attempt at decoration or even neatness. The whole aspect of the place is that of a poor native town, and there is no sign of cultivation or civilization round about it. His Excellency the Governor's house is the only one that makes any pretensions to appearance, and that is merely a low whitewashed bungalow or cottage. Yet there is one thing in which civilization exhibits itself. Officials in black and white European costume, and officers in gorgeous uniforms, abound in a degree quite disproportionate to the size or appearance of the place. The town, being surrounded for some distance by swamps and mudflats, is very unhealthy, and a single night often gives a fever to newcomers, which not unfrequently proves fatal. To avoid this malaria, Captain Hart always slept at his plantation on a slight elevation about 2 miles from the town, where Mr. Geach had also a small house, which he kindly invited me to share. We rode there in the evening, and in the course of 2 days my baggage was brought up, and I was able to look about me and see if I could do any collecting. For the first few weeks I was very unwell and could not go far from the house. The country was covered with low spiny shrubs and acacias, except in a little valley where a stream came down from the hills, where some fine trees and bushes shaded the water, and formed a very pleasant place to ramble up. There were plenty of birds about, and a tolerable variety of species, but very few of them were gaily coloured. Indeed, with 1 or 2 exceptions, the birds of this tropical island were hardly so ornamental as those of Great Britain. Beetles were so scarce that a collector might fairly say there were none, as the few obscure or uninteresting species would not repay him for the search. The only insects at all remarkable or interesting were the butterflies, which, though comparatively few in species, were sufficiently abundant, and comprised a large proportion of new or rare sorts. The banks of the streams formed my best collecting ground, and I daily wandered up and down its shady bed, which about a mile up became rocky and precipitous. Here I obtained the rare and beautiful swallowtail butterflies, Papilio anonymus and P. lyrus, the males of which are quite unlike each other, and belong in fact to distinct sections of the genus, while the females are so much alike that they are undistinguishable on the wing, and to an uneducated eye, equally so in the cabinet. Several other beautiful butterflies rewarded my search in this place, among which I may especially mention Sethosia leschenolti, whose wings of the deepest purple are bordered with buff in such a manner as to resemble at first sight our own Camberwell beauty, although it belongs to a different genus. The most abundant butterflies were the whites and yellows, Piridae, several of which I had already found at Lombock and at Kupang, while others were new to me. Early in February we made arrangements to stay for a week at a village called Baliba, situated about 4 miles off on the mountains, at an elevation of 2,000 feet. We took our baggage and a supply of all necessaries on pack horses, and though the distance by the route we took was not more than 6 or 7 miles, we were half a day getting there. The roads were mere tracks, sometimes up steep rocky stairs, sometimes in narrow gullies worn by the horses' feet, and where it was necessary to tuck up our legs on our horses' necks to avoid having them crushed. At some of these places the baggage had to be unloaded, at others it was knocked off. Sometimes the ascent or descent was so steep that it was easier to walk than to cling to our ponies' backs, and thus we went up and down over bare hills, whose surface was covered with small pebbles and scattered over with eucalypti, reminding me of what I had read of parts of the interior of Australia, rather than of the Malay Archipelago. The village consisted of 3 houses only, with low walls raised a few feet on posts, and very high roofs, thatched with grass, hanging down to within 2 or 3 feet of the ground. A house which was unfinished and partly open at the back was given for our use, and in it we rigged up a table, some benches, and a screen, while an inner enclosed portion served us for a sleeping apartment. We had a splendid view down upon Dili and the sea beyond. The country around was undulating and open, except in the hollows, where there were some patches of forest, which Mr. Geach, who had been all over the eastern part of Timor, assured me was the most luxuriant he had yet seen in the island. I was in hopes of finding some insects here, but was much disappointed, owing perhaps to the dampness of the climate, for it was not until the sun was pretty high that the mists cleared away, and by noon we were generally clouded up again, so that there was seldom more than an hour or 2 of fitful sunshine. We searched in every direction for birds and other game, but they were very scarce. On our way I had shot the fine white-headed pigeon, Telonopus cinctus, and the pretty little lorikeet, Trichoglossus utelis. I got a few more of these at the blossoms of the eucalypti, and also the alnide species, Trichoglossus iris, and a few other small but interesting birds. The common jungle cock of India, Gallus bancaiva, was found here and furnished us with some excellent meals, but we could get no deer. Potatoes are grown higher up the mountains in abundance and are very good. We had a sheep killed every other day, and ate our mutton with much appetite in the cool climate, which rendered a fire always agreeable. Although 1/2 the European residents in Dili are continually ill from fever, and the Portuguese have occupied the place for 3 centuries, no one has yet built a house on these fine hills, which, if a tolerable road were made, would only be an hour's ride from the town, and almost equally good situations might be found on a lower level, at half an hour's distance. The fact that potatoes and wheat of excellent quality are grown in abundance, at from 3,000 to 3,500 feet elevation, shows what the climate and soil are capable of, if properly cultivated. From 1 to 2,000 feet high, coffee would thrive, and there are hundreds of square miles of country over which all the varied products which require climates between those of coffee and wheat would flourish. But no attempt has yet been made to form a single mile of road, or a single acre of plantation. There must be something very unusual in the climate of Timor to permit wheat being grown at so moderate an elevation. The grain is of excellent quality, the bread made from it being equal to any I have ever tasted, and it is universally acknowledged to be surpassed by any from imported European or American flour. The fact that the natives have, quite of their own accord, taken to cultivating such foreign articles as wheat and potatoes, which they bring in small quantities on the backs of ponies by the most horrible mountain treks, and sell very cheaply at the seaside, sufficiently indicates what might be done if good roads were made, and if the people were taught, encouraged, and protected. Sheep also do well on the mountains, and a breed of hardy ponies, in much repute all over the archipelago, runs half wild, so that it appears as if this island, so barren-looking and devoid of the usual features of tropical vegetation, were yet especially adapted to supply a variety of products essential to Europeans, which the other islands will not produce, and which they accordingly import from the other side of the globe. On the 24th of February, my friend Mr. Geach left Timor, having finally reported that no minerals worth working were to be found. The Portuguese were very much annoyed, having made up their minds that copper is abundant, and still believing it to be so. It appears that from time immemorial pure native copper has been found at a place on the coast, about 30 miles east of Dili. The natives say they find it in a bed of a ravine, and many years ago a captain of a vessel is said to have got some hundredweights of it. Now, however, it is evidently very scarce, as during the 2 years Mr. Geach resided in the country, none was found. I was shown one piece several pounds weight, having much the appearance of one of the larger Australian nuggets, but of pure copper instead of gold. The natives and the Portuguese have very naturally imagined that where these fragments come from there must be more, and they have a report or tradition that a mountain at the head of the ravine is almost pure copper, and of course of immense value. After much difficulty, a company was at length formed to work the copper mountain, a Portuguese merchant of Singapore supplying most of the capital. So confident were they of the existence of the copper that they thought it would be a waste of time and money to have any exploration made first, and accordingly sent to England for a mining engineer who was to bring out all necessary tools, machinery, laboratory, utensils, a number of mechanics, and stores of all kinds for 2 years, in order to commence work on a copper mine, which he was told was already discovered. On reaching Singapore, a ship was freighted to take the men and stores to Timor, where they at length arrived after much delay, a long voyage, and very great expense. A day was then fixed to open the mines. Captain Hart accompanied Mr. Geach as interpreter. The governor, the commandante, the judge, and all the chief people of the place went in state to the mountain, with Mr. Geach's assistant, and some of the workmen. As they went up the valley, Mr. Geach examined the rocks, but saw no signs of copper. They went on, but still nothing, except a few mere traces of very poor ore. At length they stood on the copper mountain itself. The governor stopped. The officials formed a circle, and he then addressed them, saying that at length the day had arrived they had all been so long expecting, when the treasures of the soil of Timor would be brought to light, and much more in very grandiloquent Portuguese, concluded by turning to Mr. Geach and requesting him to point out the best spot for them to begin work at once and uncover the mass of virgin copper. As the ravines and precipices among which they had passed, and which had been carefully examined, revealed very clearly the nature and mineral constitution of the country, Mr. Geach simply told them that there was not a trace of copper there, and that it was perfectly useless to begin work. The audience was thunderstruck. The governor could not believe his ears. At length, when Mr. Geach had repeated his statement, the governor told him severely that he was mistaken, that they all knew there was copper there in abundance, and all they wanted him to tell them as a mining engineer was how best to get at it, and that, at all events, he was to begin work somewhere. This Mr. Geach refused to do, trying to explain that the ravines had cut far deeper into the hill than he could do in years, and that he would not throw away money or time on any such useless attempt. After this speech had been interpreted to him, the governor saw it was no use, and without saying a word turned his horse and rode away, leaving my friends alone on the mountain. They all believed there was some conspiracy that the Englishmen would not find the copper, and that they had been cruelly betrayed. Mr. Geach then wrote to the Singapore merchant, who was his employer, and it was arranged that he should send the mechanics home again, and himself explore the country for minerals. At first the government threw obstacles in his way, and entirely prevented his moving, but at length he was allowed to travel about, and for more than a year he and his assistant explored the eastern part of Timor, crossing it in several places from sea to sea, and ascending every important valley without finding any minerals that would pay the expense of working. Copper ore exists in several places, but always too poor in quality. The best would pay well if situated in England, but in the interior of an utterly barren country, with roads to make, and all skilled labor and materials to import, it would have been a losing concern. Gold also occurs, but very sparingly, and of poor quality. A fine spring of pure petroleum was discovered far in the interior, where it can never be available until the country is civilized. The whole affair was a dreadful disappointment to the Portuguese government, who had considered it such a certain thing that they had contracted for the Dutch mail steamers to stop at Dili, and several vessels from Australia were induced to come with miscellaneous cargoes, for which they expected to find a ready sale among the population at the newly opened mines. The lumps of native copper are still, however, a mystery. Mr. Geach has examined the country in every direction without being able to trace their origin, so that it seems probable that they result from the debris of old copper-bearing strata, and are not really more abundant than gold nuggets are in Australia or California. A high reward was offered to any native who should find a piece and show the exact spot where he obtained it, but without effect. The mountaineers of Timor are a people of Papuan type, having rather slender forms, bushy frizzled hair, and the skin of a dusky brown color. They have the nose with overhanging apex, which is so characteristic of the Papuan, and so absolutely unknown among races of Malayan origin. On the coast, there has been much admixture of some of the Malay races, and perhaps of Hindu as well as of Portuguese. The general stature there is lower, the hair wavy instead of frizzled, and the features less prominent. The houses are built on the ground, while the mountaineers raise theirs on posts, 3 or 4 feet high. The common dress is a long cloth, twisted about the waist and hanging to the knee, as shown in the illustration, page 305, copied from a photograph. Both men carry the national umbrella, made of an entire fan-shaped palm leaf, carefully stitched to the fold of each leaflet to prevent it splitting. This is opened out and held sloping over the head and back during a shower. A small water bucket is made from an entire unopened leaf of the same palm, and the covered bamboo probably contains honey for sale. A curious wallet is generally carried, consisting of a square of strongly woven cloth, the 4 corners of which are connected by cords, and often much ornamented with beads and tassels. Leaning against the house behind the figure on the right are bamboos, used instead of water jars. A prevalent custom is the pomali, exactly equivalent to the taboo of the Pacific Islanders, and equally respected. It is used on the commonest occasions, and a few palm leaves stuck outside a garden as a sign of the pomali will preserve its produce from thieves as effectually as the threatening notice of man-traps, spring guns, or a savage dog would do with us. The dead are placed on a stage, raised 6 or 8 feet above the ground, sometimes open and sometimes covered with a roof. Here the body remains until the relatives can afford to make a feast, when it is buried. The Timorese are generally great thieves, but are not bloodthirsty. They fight continually among themselves and take every opportunity of kidnapping unprotected people of other tribes for slaves, but Europeans may pass anywhere through the country in safety. Except for a few half-breeds in the town, there are no native Christians in the island of Timor. The people retain their independence in a great measure, and both dislike and despise their would-be rulers, whether Portuguese or Dutch. The Portuguese government in Timor is a most miserable one. Nobody seems to care the least about the improvement of the country, and at this time, after 300 years of occupation, there has not been a mile of road made beyond the town, and there is not a solitary European resident anywhere in the interior. All the government officials oppress and rob the natives as much as they can, and yet there is no care taken to render the town defensible should the Timorese attempt to attack it. So ignorant are the military officers that, having received a small mortar and some shells, no one could be found who knew how to use them. And during an insurrection of the natives, while I was at Dili, the officer who expected to be sent against the insurgents was taken instantly ill, and they were allowed to get possession of an important pass within 3 miles of the town, where they could defend themselves against 10 times the force. The result was that no provisions were brought down from the hills. A famine was imminent, and the governor had to send off to beg for supplies from the Dutch governor of Amboina. In its present state, Timor is more trouble than profit to its Dutch and Portuguese rulers, and it will continue to be so unless a different system is pursued. A few good roads into the elevated districts of the interior, a conciliatory policy and strict justice toward the natives, and the introduction of a good system of cultivation, as in Java and northern Celebes, might yet make Timor a productive and valuable island. Rice grows well on the marshy flats, which often fringe the coast, and maize thrives in all the lowlands, and is the common food of the natives, as it was when Dampier visited the island in 1699. The small quantity of coffee now grown is of very superior quality, and it might be increased to any extent. Sheep thrive, and would always be valuable as fresh food for whalers, and to supply the adjacent islands with mutton, if not for their wool, although it is probable that on the mountains this product might soon be obtained by judicious breeding. Horses thrive amazingly, and enough wheat might be grown to supply the whole archipelago, if there were sufficient inducements to the natives to extend its cultivations, and good roads by which it could be cheaply transported to the coast. Under such a system, the natives would soon perceive that European government was advantageous to them. They would begin to save money, and property being rendered secure, they would rapidly acquire new wants and new tastes, and become large consumers of European goods. This would be a far surer source of profit to their rulers than imposts and extortion, and would be at the same time more likely to produce peace and obedience than the mock military rule which has hitherto proved most ineffective. To inaugurate such a system would, however, require an immediate outlay of capital, which neither Dutch nor Portuguese seem inclined to make, and a number of honest and energetic officials, which the latter nation at least seems unable to produce. So that it is much to be feared that Timor will for many years to come remain in its present state of chronic insurrection and misgovernment. Morality at Dili is at as low an ebb as in the far interior of Brazil, and crimes are connived at, which would entail infamy and criminal prosecution in Europe. While I was there, it was generally asserted and believed in the place that 2 officers had poisoned the husbands of women with whom they were carrying on intrigues, and with whom they immediately cohabited on the death of their rivals. Yet no one ever thought for a moment of showing disapprobation of the crime, or even of considering it a crime at all, the husbands in question being low half-castes, who, of course, ought to make way for the pleasures of their superiors. Judging from what I saw myself and by the descriptions of Mr. Geach, the indigenous vegetation of Timor is poor and monotonous. The lower ranges of the hills are everywhere covered with scrubby eucalypti, which only occasionally grow into lofty forest trees. Mingled with these in smaller quantities are acacias and the fragrant sandalwood, while the higher mountains, which rise to about 6,000 or 7,000 feet, are either covered with coarse grass or are altogether barren. In the lower grounds are a variety of weedy bushes, and open waste places are covered everywhere with a nettle-like wild mint. Here is found the beautiful crown lily, Gloriosa superba, winding among the bushes and displaying its magnificent blossoms in great profusion. A wild vine also occurs, bearing great irregular bunches of hairy grapes, of a coarse but very luscious flavor. In some of these valleys where the vegetation is richer, thorny shrubs and climbers are so abundant as to make the thickets quite impenetrable. The soil seems very poor, consisting chiefly of decomposing clayey shales, and the bare earth and rock is almost everywhere visible. The drought of the hot season is so severe that most of the streams dry up in the plains before they even reach the sea. Everything becomes burned up, and the leaves of the larger trees fall as completely as in our winter. On the mountains from 2,000 to 4,000 feet elevation, there is a much moister atmosphere, so that potatoes and other European products can be grown all the year round. Besides ponies, almost the only exports of Timor are sandalwood and beeswax. The sandalwood, Santalum species, is the product of a small tree, which grows sparingly in the mountains of Timor and many of the other islands of the Far East. The wood is of a fine yellow color and possesses a well-known delightful fragrance, which is wonderfully permanent. It is brought down to Dili in small logs, and is chiefly exported to China, where it is largely used to burn in temples and in the houses of the wealthy. The beeswax is a still more important and valuable product, formed by the wild bees, Apis dorsata, which build huge honeycombs suspended in the open air from the underside of the lofty branches of the highest trees. These are of a semicircular form, and often 3 or 4 feet in diameter. I once saw the natives take a bee's nest, and a very interesting sight it was. In the valley where I used to collect insects, I one day saw 3 or 4 Timorese men and boys under a high tree, and looking up, saw on a very lofty horizontal branch 3 large bees' combs. The tree was straight and smooth-barked, and without a branch, until at 70 or 80 feet from the ground it gave out the limb which the bees had chosen for their home. As the men were evidently looking after the bees, I waited to watch their operations. One of them first produced a long piece of wood, apparently the stem of a small tree or creeper, which he had brought with him, and began splitting it through in several directions, which showed that it was very tough and stringy. He then wrapped it in palm leaves, which were secured by twisting a slender creeper round them. He then fastened his cloth tightly round his loins, and producing another cloth, wrapped it around his head, neck, and body, and tied it firmly round his neck, leaving his face, arms, and legs completely bare. Slung to his girdle he carried a long thin coil of cord, and while he had been making these preparations, one of his companions had cut a strong creeper or bush rope, 8 or 10 yards long, to one end of which the wood torch was fastened, and lighted at the bottom, emitting a steady stream of smoke. Just above the torch a chopping knife was fastened by a short cord. The bee hunter now took hold of the bush rope, just above the torch, and passed the other end around the trunk of the tree, holding one end in each hand. Jerking it up the tree a little above his head, he set his foot against the trunk and, leaning back, began walking up it. It was wonderful to see the skill with which he took advantage of the slightest irregularities of the bark or obliquity of the stem to aid his ascent, jerking the stiff creeper a few feet higher when he had found a firm hold for his bare foot. It almost made me giddy to look at him as he rapidly got up 30, 40, 50 feet above the ground, and I kept wondering how he could possibly mount the next few feet of straight, smooth trunk. Still, however, he kept on, with as much coolness and apparent certainty as if he were going up a ladder, until he got within 10 or 15 feet of the bees. Then he stopped a moment and took care to swing the torch, which hung just at his feet, a little towards these dangerous insects, so as to send up the stream of smoke between him and them. Still going on, in a minute more he brought himself under the limb, and in a manner quite unintelligible to me, seeing that both hands were occupied in supporting himself by the creeper, managed to get upon it. By this time the bees began to be alarmed, and formed a dense buzzing swarm just over him. But he brought the torch up closer to him and coolly brushed away those that settled on his arms or legs. Then, stretching himself along the limb, he crept toward the nearest comb, and swung the torch just under it. The moment the smoke touched it, its color changed in a most curious manner from black to white, the myriads of bees that had covered it flying off and forming a dense cloud above and around. The man then lay at full length along the limb, and brushed off the remaining bees with his hand, and drawing his knife, cut off the comb at one slice, close to the tree, and attaching the thin cord to it, let it down to his companions below. He was all this time enveloped in a crowd of angry bees, and how he bore their sting so coolly, and went on with his work at that giddy height so deliberately, was more than I could understand. The bees were evidently not stupefied by the smoke, or driven away far by it, and it was impossible that the small stream from the torch could protect his whole body when at work. There were 3 other combs on the same tree, and all were successively taken, and furnished the whole party with a luscious feast of honey and young bees, as well as a valuable lot of wax. After 2 of the combs had been let down, the bees became rather numerous below, flying about wildly and stinging viciously. Several got about me, and I was soon stung and had to run away, beating them off with my net and capturing them for specimens. Several of them followed me for at least half a mile, getting into my hair and persecuting me most pertinaciously, so that I was more astonished than ever at the immunity of the natives. I am inclined to think that slow and deliberate motion, and no attempt at escape, are perhaps the best safeguards. A bee settling on a passive native probably behaves as it would on a tree or other inanimate substance, which it does not attempt to sting. Still, they must often suffer, but they are used to the pain and learn to bear it impassively, as without doing so no man could be a bee hunter. End of chapter 13.